Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. Before you start watching the video, remember to subscribe to the channel and press the notification bell to receive notifications first. Now, without further ado, let's dive into the content. I want to sever the fate of this world, a world of only victors, the world of only peace, the world of only love. Everybody wants the I will create such a world, the power. And hello people, how are you? I hope you are found very good. As you can see here, a new chapter of C, and without anything else to say, let's start with the video. He felt like he was breathing, so he would sleep. He could feel the soft hands of sleep caressing his cheeks like nothing else did, but once again he couldn't sleep. Your tenant, he had a habit of making his life as miserable as he could, even in sleep, so Naruto made not sleeping an unhealthy but necessary habit. Anyway, Naruto, can you tell us about the first Hokage and his special abilities? What did he want now? I didn't know he was trying to sleep. I didn't know I knew the answers. I was even trying. I wanted to sleep. I didn't know the first Hokage was Hashirama Senju, known as the god of the shinobi. Due to his immense powers, he commanded the forests through his Genka and wooden release, and he fell silent, realizing that that was all he knew, but he had already said, and so he had to say something else now, and he had brown hair. He finished. Woefully, a sigh escaped his lips from Iruka. He knew that Naruto knew the answers. Naruto was as ideal a student as a shinobi in training could be. He was at the top of the class. He never missed school, he never answered wrong, and he learned everything quickly, but Iruka had not taught him anything. His fundamentals, they shouldn't have been so solid. Yes, he regretted it, but that didn't take away the mystery that was Naruto. Right, Naruto, please participate a little more in class. I really tried to be friendly with him, but every time I saw his face, I could only think of the ramp that the Kyuubi had caused. Naruto did not respond. He wanted to sleep, or at least he thought he wanted to sleep. He was not sure. As soon as he left the academy, there was a bird waiting for him. He understood them. Sometimes it was an eagle, sometimes a sparrow, and sometimes a buo. He loved the bows. They did not sleep for the night just like him, although they did sleep during the morning. But he didn't care about the formalities in any case. The point was that he could talk to them. He understood them. They obeyed him. They loved him. He loved him. His mother had a mother. The Ayu had called him a monster, and so had the villagers, so maybe he didn't have a mother, but he was getting sidetracked again. He didn't like that about himself, but he was hungry, so looking for a good food stall was in order. Looking for a good food stall wasn't difficult. Search a good position. Food to serve him was another thing. He didn't like being looked at with disdain while he ate, so now he had to look for a decent position. He couldn't wait to learn the transformation. Yatsutuchi was a good man. He helped the orphans. He was very friendly and always cared for his daughter. He had a soft spot for orphans. To his daughter to aim to make as many friends as he could, but not him after all. He was the reason why Am had no mother, but Tuchi was a good man. He would serve Naruto as she would serve anyone else as long as her daughter wasn't around. He made it very clear Naruto shouldn't approach him if he saw his daughter around. He didn't want her to associate with him. Luckily for Naruto, was at the academy, so he could enjoy some ramen and pick up some ingredients for the birds. The food was amazing as always, but now it was time to train. He didn't like training, but if he didn't do it from time to time, his body would become lazy and he wanted to sleep more, or so the birds told him. His birds, they had a lot of knowledge. Their birds could spy, they could tell him what to do, they knew some jutsus, but since Naruto didn't know how to make hand seals, that would have to be done later. He started running up and down a tree, followed by general Shino exercises, and ended with meditation for a few hours. Meditating calmed him. He didn't know why the birds had told him to meditate, but he was glad he accepted their suggestion. It was the only time he felt at peace. Not really, since the masked guys always did. They were watching, but they had been with him for so long that he accepted them as permanent. Once he finished the training, he fed the birds with the food he had collected and headed towards his house. He was different, he knew it very well. The villagers did not let any pass opportunity to make him feel unwanted, but his appearance demanded attention. With shoulder-length blood-red hair, golden iris, and purple marks under his eyes stood out like an injured hand. However, he felt proud of himself for not shed a tear in front of no one of his independence, and if someone believed that he should think otherwise, he should lick his foot, but being proud would not fill his stomach. He had to swallow his pride and use the transformation jutsu to eat in places that were not just some selected positions, and he didn't care. After all, survival is your priority. It was a fundamental lesson for a shinobi today. He had mastered the transformation jutsu. It didn't take him long to do it. It was the first jutsu taught in the second year of the academy, and Naruto could perform it quite easily. No matter how simple the jutsu was, it was a great advantage for him. Now he could walk without being noticed, experience a normal life, or at least a mockery of his ideal life. You must bring me here without warning. There was a dead silence for a few moments, then a deep voice, almost growling in a mocking manner, spoke ironically. Isn't it like that you don't even have the freedom to enter your Don't mind without my consent, what do you want? The voice questioned. Freedom is what I want, but this world is hardly fair. I think even you would agree with me on this, as this voice echoed in the dark chambers of his mind. A large eye whose slit pupil was as tall as Naruto himself opened. Naruto was not afraid this had already happened before there had played this game before, but it wouldn't happen again today. If the world were as you wish, it wouldn't be dust and rubble. Counteracting barely, the voice neared. We the Villas were perfectly content living our lives in peace. We're the humans who hunted the Villas for their own benefit, replied the gigantic creature. Regardless, I am as much a victim as you. Why do you seek to make my life more difficult? Entertainment. Why else? What else am I supposed to do here? He mockingly questioned. As I said, I have work to do. Let me go from here, he demanded. I thought you would understand my misery as a fellow slave. Naruto, the voice was full of mockery. I'm barely a slave. Then what else are you? Tell me. Naruto didn't respond. He hadn't cried in front of anyone, and he didn't want to cry in front. The Kyuubi had been 3 years since he entered the academy. Exam questions. Before the exam was given, he knew how to use his chakra to empower himself. He wanted to graduate early, but couldn't after the tragedy now called the Itachi fiasco. Chiha was not allowed early graduation from anyway. Graduation was about to happen, and I couldn't be more happy. I wasn't happy right now. It was graduation day, and I had been in class since the morning as the roll numbers were based on the first letters of the clan name had a long line in front of him. Today was the first time the entire class was quiet without supervision. Everyone was anxious. Naruto lazily looked at everyone. He didn't know any child's name. He had defeated almost everyone at least once. But no, I knew none by name, and he didn't really care. Before he could continue with his thoughts, a voice came from the door. Uzumaki. Naruto stood up. It was his first time walking down the stairs of the academy with people behind him. He was always the last one out. No exceptions. Today was an exception, but it was a mandatory sacrifice. His red hair had maintained its length. His golden eyes were still haunting. The purple shadows under his eyes were still there, except for the unique natural shading. His face was flawless, not a single scratch or mark to complement his shadows. He wore a light-colored, high-collared kimono closed by a purple sash, and the kimono had red accents to complement his hair. He looked like a proper noble looking down at the peasants leaving the room with a red headband. There was nothing that could make his day better. Now he was officially an adult. Now he could have his own house, not sponsored by the village, where he could afford as many birds as he wanted. Seeing him so happy, all the birds in the area began to chirp, and this in turn made him even happier. Are you sure? Ran blood too? How? 100% sure. Okay, I'll do it. You don't need to poke me. Contrary to what the Ambu guarding him thought, Naruto wasn't talking to himself. In fact, he was talking to the Buru, who was resting comfortably on his shoulder following Bud's instructions. Naruto performed the hand seals that he was told. After this, he bit his thumb. He rubbed some blood on his hand and hit it against the floor to immediately disappear in a cloud of one. Hey, where I am, it was a forest. At least he thought it was a forest. None of the forests near Konoha looked like this. It was too bright. The trees were too tall. If there were only 1 or 2 huge leaves on the top of each tree, also could not perceive any human. Yes, no human. Tell me, young wise man, what are you doing here? Upon hearing the voice, Naruto turned around. It was a Buo. He was speaking. Yes, Naruto could understand the birds, but this one was really speaking. How are you speaking the same way as you? Although ours differs, but I'm sure you wouldn't be very interested in that, so tell me, why did you come here? The donkey asked him. I don't know, he said. That donkey told me to make those stamps, and I ended up here. So you can really talk to the bureaus, of course. Who are you anyway? Asked Naruto. A true wise man, truly, said the Buo. Ignoring his question, the Buo told him and began to move forward without knowing what he had gotten himself into. He followed the Buo. Flying Buo silently as he moved forward. He could see many more bows, some Olgan, some preparing food, others playing and some training. Apparently the Buell that followed landed on a chair-like structure carved from a tree and asked Naruto to take a seat as well. Without wanting any unnecessary drama, Naruto obeyed. Then can you tell me where I am exactly? This is Mount Basin, the land of Bureau summons. The Bureau told him. So that really was the summoning jutsu. Naruto was not there sure before, but he had his doubts. So how can I go back? He continued. We will send you back, but you wouldn't mind having a conversation with me, right? The donkey asked him. A conversation? Why didn't you encourage the Buo to ask whatever he wanted? My name is Fukuru. Wise young man, what is it your name is? Naruto. Uzumaki said to him at the time called Fukuru. Tell me, young Naruto, since when are you channeling chakra? Senjutsu. Senjutsu? What is that? Asked Naruto, a little too curious to learn something new. Senjutsu, or the art of channeling, the nature chakra, is exactly what its name defines. It means to perfectly balance your own chakra with the energy of nature to enter a transformation known as sage mode, Fukuru explained. I don't know what you mean. I haven't even heard of the nature chakra. Nature before, Naruto answered, a little curious. You say that, but these eyes of yours are a sign of your wise transformation. Your body has been balancing the nature chakra by itself from your birth, it seems. He looked at him with a more intense look and continued, although it seems that this is not the perfect sage transformation, he concluded, you will have to explain it in more detail, Naruto said, wanting to learn more about his apparent ability. The sage mode, as I explained, is a state of being that is established when the user perfectly balances their chakra with the nature. Chakra present in, as the name suggests, nature is a very difficult skill to achieve, and there have been very few true sages for centuries, so few in fact that you could count them with the fingers of one hand, and you would still have 8 fingers left, he said, and took a deep breath to continue speaking, but it seems that your body for some reason is actively using the chakra, you are not using the sage mode to its maximum potential, he concluded. And what do my eyes have to do with this, asked Naruto. Does sage mode often result in some sort of physical change for you? It seems to be the unnatural color of your eyes and the purple shadows in your eyes, he said. I see, so do you know how I could perfect this power? Asked Naruto. The Boos, they have never produced a sage, but the holy land of the bureaus has a lot of nature chakra for you to practice if you become our summoner. I think it would be easier for you to master your powers, said Naruto, stood up and bowed to the waist. For please accept me as your summoner, requested. Stand tall. Young Naruto, be cunning, use your wisdom, and we of the clan of the Crass will never abandon you. Spill your blood and spread it on the sacred land of Mount Basin, and we will accept you as our summoner. At this point, hundreds of bureaus surrounded them without giving in to the pressure. Naruto bit his thumb and sprayed the little blood that came out directly on the ground. For a brief second his name was visible on the ground, and thus began the journey of a young wise man. The Hokage was tense. No more than 5 minutes ago the village Jinchuriki guard team had found that the Jinchuri was missing. The village gates were closed, but no signal of distress was transmitted, causing chaos in the village was not his concern. He would do no favors. Apparently the boy had tried to use the summoning jutsu. Who taught him the hand seals? It was a mystery. The Ambu were interrogated, but so far nothing was known. Jiren himself felt guilty for neglecting the boy. He had promised his mother, who took care of him, but couldn't do it. She didn't even approach him until now. She certainly tried. She tried and failed miserably, but at least she tried. Every time she saw the boy she remembered the cold body of his wife. Buwaku tried to console herself, thinking that he already had a lot on his plate, but the dam of guilt broke every time he saw his own grandson with Amaru bathing in riches. He could have done much more, but he was also human, and I resented humans and they did not forgive. I knew he was a hypocrite. I couldn't forgive Naruto, but he hoped that the boy would forgive the village, forgive him and forgive everyone who ever caused him harm, and still protect the village with everything he had. But now was not the time to grieve. He had to find the Yinchu. Kakashi wanted to sleep or read his body literature, or maybe read his body literature and then sleep, but he couldn't do any of that. Why? Because all the summoners in Konoha were called to a meeting. They had to make sure that a brat was not in the plane of his summons, but he just wanted to read and sleep, because all this was important anyway. The Jinchuriki, so the Jinchuriki had tried the summoning jutsu. Now it made sense. He was just hearing fragments of the Hokage's speech and constructing sentences based on them. After all, Irai had already worked really hard on this particular book. The search was fruitless. However, they found the boy he had summoned himself, and judging by the tattoo on his hand, he was now a summoner. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. If the Jinchuriki had been officially reported missing, his leadership would have been questioned, and that old Danzo would have left no stone unturned to remove him from the position of Hokage. Now everything was fine. He could let Naruto go with a reprimand this time. He supposed he could rest a little and then also attend to the damn paperwork. How he wished Tsunade was here to take his hat off. She would have been the perfect Hokage. But things weren't perfect. He had this burden and would do his best to serve the village. Naruto was bored. He always felt bored. When he was here he had forgotten what it felt like to be in this classroom, but hopefully this would be the last time he would have to being here. He was here for the team distribution. He didn't want to be part of any team, but things were rarely the way he wanted them to be, so he had to suck it up and be a good Genin at least until he became a Chunin who could do missions solo. But back to the same thing. Naruto was very bored at this point. Why didn't Iruka finish this already? Should he punch him in the face and force him to announce the team's team? Spoke Iruka coincidentally just when Naruto was considering getting up, so Naruto relaxed and waited for them to announce his team. Team 10 will be made up of Nar, Shikamaru, Yamano and Uzumi. Naruto, under the direction of Deluda Al-Nar, and Yamanaka didn't know shut and honestly didn't care. He just wanted this to end once and for all. Apparently his sensei's name was Autobai, as well as his teammates' names were Shikamaru and Yamanaka. He honestly didn't care at all, but what he cared about was the chef who was looking at him with contempt. Sama had them called to meet at a restaurant for their first team meeting, and the owner apparently didn't like him. Faithful to assume his height as Jing, no one confronted him, but their stares irritated him anyway. At least he got the seat near the window like that. Always he had a bird on his shoulder. Yes, that was very comforting. Asuma cleared his throat before he could think further. So I'm Asuma Suratobi, who may Or may not become your sensei. Well, we'll discuss that later. First I want everyone to introduce themselves, his likes, dislikes, goals and common things, he said. Acknowledging the silence, he continued. I guess I should go first, he said, while letting out a puff of smoke from his cigarette. As I already told you, my name is Asuma Salatoy. I like to smoke, I don't like traitors, and I have achieved everything. What did I want in my life? She said, seeing his gaze towards her. Ino began, I am Yamanaka, Ino, I like flowers, I hate Sakura, and I want to make my clan proud, she finished with enthusiasm. Following the tale, Shikamaru sighed and began, my name is Nara. Shikamaru, I like to sleep, I don't like people who don't let me sleep, and my goal is to retire, adding a quick annoyance to his sentence. He put his head on the table in front of him, realizing that he was the last one left, and everyone was looking at him before he began. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, I like birds, he said, to which the bird on his shoulder chirped happily. I don't like people who bore me, and I wish to have a good night's sleep someday. As he declared his goal, the 6 eyes fixed on him. What, he asked them. What do you mean by, do you want to have a good night's sleep? Asked the Nara boy. Ah, let him sleep, so I really want to have a comfortable sleep at least once, he said, looking at them. The Kyuubi babbled, visibly scared. He looked at Asuma. They don't know, Asuma asked. He just grunted and sighed. He wasn't prepared for this on his first day as sensei no Naruto. None of the kids your age know about that, said Asuma, but I guess your team must know about this anyway. He finished. After this he stood up, he stood behind the 3, and he faded away towards the training ground 10. Looking at Naruto he spoke, do you want to tell them yourself? Naruto simply shrugged his shoulders and began, are they aware of the Kyuubi's attack, right? He asked them. Yes, they both responded in unison. Well, that night to the Kyuubi, the 4th Hokage sealed the Kyuubi inside me, and that makes me the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, he said simply. So you're the Kyuubi? Asked Ru, walking away from him. Well, no, not exactly, he's sealed inside me, he's still a separate entity, he said. I see, he said. Well, that's all for today. I guess I don't think we can do the planned test today, so we will meet here tomorrow at 6 in the morning. Come prepared for survival training, said Asuma. With it he disappeared in a flash. Noticing that Ino and Shikamaru kept their distance, decided to give him his space, and left in a flash. I also assumed that they had some things to think about. Naruto was not sleepy, but his companions were. It was 5:30 and they were both yawning, jealous. He was just annoyed by why they had to yawn in front of him anyway. They were making fun before Naruto could think more about it. Asuma appeared in a swirl of leaves. Good morning, little ones, Jining said. Too cheerful for this time of morning. Shikamaru host opened Ino's eyes at him. They gave a tick, and Naruto stared at him. He guessed that they weren't used to training so early. Different way, said. Different how? Did Rino ask. Always so curious. I'm putting them on a provisional period of 1 month. If they perform well as a team, I will officially accept them as my team. Answered. You called us here at this hour just to tell us this? Shikamaru asked in a surprisingly threatening tone. Of course he didn't, scoff Asuma. We'll have survival training right now to see how strong they really are. Asuma looked at the watch in his hands. He placed it. Start, he said, and disappeared into a cloud from one. The 3 Jining were still standing there confused. They have TR hours to. An echo came from the trees behind them. This set them in motion, and they ran in the opposite direction. Ino distrusted Naruto, Shikamaru, and she had talked to their parents about Naruto while Shikamaru's father had told him to do whatever he wanted and not follow the crowd. Ino's father was not happy with the team's assignment. He had explicitly warned her not to use any of his clan's techniques. In Naruto, she would still have to judge it for herself before making decisions. So what's the plan? Ino asked. Naruto raised his hand in the air, and a bird came to land on it. Asuma is far from here. We have plenty of time to plan, he said. How you know that? Shikamaru questioned. I can talk to the birds, he said, and with that there was an awkward silence. Then he broke the silence. And I don't think we should trust Shikamaru's plan, that's more his style, Naruto said. He shrugged his shoulders and they looked at him. Shikamaru expectant Asuma. He was surrounded by trees, relaxing and smoking without worries. He held a cigarette in his hands and leaned towards the lighter with the other hand. As soon as he grabbed the lighter and both hands were occupied, a concentrated gust of wind, with a palm shot gust, it was thrown towards him. When the dust settled, they could only see a destroyed wooden log replacement. Shikamaru murmured. Another one continued, and his commando Naruto launched another palm blast towards a seemingly unsuspecting man alone. They get the same results as before. Seeing the opportunity, Naruto faced Suma in a taijutsu battle, while Shikamaru tried to get behind his sense and silently shadow possession. Jutsu set as a threat of shadows moved towards Asuma. Just as the shadow went to tie him up, Asuma jumped and dodged Naruto's blow, simultaneously accepting his defeat. Shikamaru and Naruto retreated. Oh, that's what Asuma thought. Just when he turned, 2 shuriken headed towards him. Seeing O from the corner of his eye, he dodged them and tried to spin back, only to realize he was looking down. He saw a thread of shadow connecting him to Ilia. Shikamaru, with the shadow shuriken now embedded, acting as a power-up for the shadow possession. Jutsu success, he said Shikamaru almost proudly, just as he tried to overcome the A strained jaw-breaking blow connected with his face, and he was quickly knocked out. Asuma woke up with a groan. That boy's blows were strong. Looking around he realized he was still on the same training ground sitting up straight, and looking around he saw the three genin enjoying their food. When their eyes met a quick one whine from all of them. "I guess they did it," Asuma said a little grumpily. It had been 3 weeks since he became the sensei of Team 10, the three of them were progressing and doing well, since somehow they already knew about the exercise of walking on trees, he taught them the exercise of walking on water, he thought that Naruto would have problems to control his chakra since the amount was incredible, but no, the boy somehow managed to control his chakra with great precision, so overall he should feel proud, right? He didn't feel surprised. Why? Because it had been 3 full weeks of D-rank missions and none of them. They never complained once. Shikamaru liked what he was doing. Naruto was happy to earn money to save for a new house, and surprisingly he didn't. He had decided to follow Shikamaru and Naruto's example, so now they were in front of the Hokage, and he was trying to convince his cute genin how the new genin should argue with their sense and Jing to get some cool missions. They didn't relent, but he was already sick enough of the D-rank missions, so they were going to take a C rank, whether his students like it or not. As Hokage-sama, my team, and I wish for a C rank mission, Asuma said, trying to hide his indignation. Your team, says the Hokage said, looking towards the genin. The genin nodded quickly, and just as Hu was trying to express his decision, Asum glared at her and glared. It was enough. The silence. The three. Yes, my team and I, Hokage-sama. Asuma said. Well then I think a C rank mission is appropriate, he said, looking down at the pile of documents in front of him. Muttered the Hokage as he threw a file towards Asuma. There has been a sudden increase in disappearances in the country of hot water. We believe that there is a group of bandits who have set up their camps there. You must find them and eliminate them, said the Hokage. The country of hot water is then. Asuma accepted the mission, then looked at the genin and spoke. Prepare your bags for 2 weeks. We leave tomorrow at 8 in the morning, he said, and said goodbye. Naruto was happy moving through the dense forest. He could see several new species of birds, and he loved everyone. Right now he was petting a sparrow while a Duo slept on his shoulder. Yes, his summoned duos could sleep like that. They were pretty cool. He had summoned this one because it was a type of sensory summoning. Although he was asleep, he would wake up the moment he felt some new chakra. In general, he was enjoying the C rank mission. Tell me, Naruto, Ino said, getting his attention. How do you manage without sleep? Asked In, had he not relaxed around her. Now although he didn't talk much, no, he was a bad person, just socially awkward, he assumed, and he probably didn't even know he was socially awkward. I don't need to get by without sleep, he responded with air quotes. Not sleeping is just easier, he concluded. You always say that, but you never tell us what that means. I huff. No. At this point both Shikamaru and Asuma were trying to listen while feigning indifference. Naruto sighed and spoke. Well, when I sleep I end up in my mind. Ino blinked and asked, and what's wrong with it? She sounded very curious. You wouldn't want to spend whole nights facing an oppressive massive chakra full of hate, right? He asked, and besides I'm something like a censor, so when I go there I'm constantly anxious for like 8 hours, and that makes me worse than not sleeping at all, he concluded. Oh well, I guess no. Ino had nothing more to say. The team fell into a comfortable silence after this. Poor devils. Naruto sighed. A band of bandits had tried to attack them for their food and material possessions on their way to the land of hot waters. They just happened to be a band out of 3, so Asuma thought they would be good first kills for his students. Naruto had killed the bandit easy enough. Shikamaru also understood what needed to be done, but Ino was crying after her first kill, and he was comforting her. Naruto and Shikamaru were cleaning their kunai in a nearby stream. Then first murder, asked Shikamaru. Yes, Naruto said without caring too much. Ah yes, very good morning. Shinobi-san, the lord of the land of hot waters, was an unbearable old man. He was dressed in robes pristine royal blue appropriate for a noble, had a mustache appropriate for a noble, and had an annoying verbal tip, again appropriate for a noble. Good morning to you, I'm also Asuma Sarutobi, and this is my team Uzumaki. Naruto, Nar, Shikamaru and Yaman Kaino in that order, said Asuma, introducing everyone. Ah. Yes, a very promising team. It seems I wasn't expecting. The Hokage's own son said. We will do our best if you can tell us where the suspicious site is, if the formalities are finished, of course, said Asuma, trying to get to the point. Ah yes, the formalities are indeed finished, said the noble. The suspicious place is a cave towards the rice land to the south. Blood has been seen there several times and people have disappeared from there. He also concluded. We will leave then. Thanks for the information, said Asuma. Oh yes, you should actually leave. I guess, he said. The sight was horrible. There was blood splattered everywhere, and I couldn't have sworn he saw an eyeball rolling. There were marks of bodies dragged everywhere, and it looked like the culprit used a bladed weapon, as there were scratch marks on the trees around. Be alert and let's move forward, he said, assuming a chilling silence. He landed on the team as they entered the cave, as nothing could be seen. Asuma summoned a fireball in his hand, and wow, how they wished they hadn't seen this. There were bodies lying everywhere, some whole, some half, some could barely be called bodies at first glance. Naruto could count 8 heads lying around. What are you doing in my lair? A voice asked everyone. They turned to see the owner of the voice. He had medium-length gray hair that was combed back and distinctive purple eyes. He was shirtless. He had bandages around his stomach and was wearing maroon pants with long shinobi sandals, each with a zipper attached. "We are shinobi from Konoha, and from the looks of it, we are here to kill you," said Asuma. "Oh, in that case, my name is Jiden, a servant of Lord Yasamenyu," said, pointing towards the team. "You will be my next sacrifices," and said this was launched towards Asuma. "Excuse us and take advantage of our numerical superiority," Asuma shouted. They dispersed. Naruto was placed in front, Shikamaru as support, and Ino in the rear, waiting for the perfect place to use his clan's ability. As they formed their formation, Asuma pulled out his trench knives and faced the now named Haiden in a taut fight. Asuma was clearly the superior fighter, but the Jiden guy just wouldn't stay down. "Wind style wind palm," exclaimed Naruto, and sent a force in of wind towards the shirtless guy. Haiden dodged the Utsu and moved forward to attack Asuma. Well, at least he tried it. Shadow possession Jutsu. Successfully executed, and before Jiden could think any further, a trench blade came out. He embedded in his heart. Now sure of his victory, Shikamaru released the Jutsu and approached his team. "Well, that's it, I guess," he said. "Assume good job, you don't." Your eyes they opened wide and jumped towards Naruto. It seemed like he was too late. Somehow the guy was still alive and was going to stab Naruto in the back with his scythe. Just as the scythe was about to come into contact with Naruto's skin, a sound of metal hitting metal was heard. Asuma hadn't arrived in time, so what stopped him? The scythe. Naruto's eyes were wide. It was the first time he was so close to death. But there was a glowing purple chain growing from his back that stopped the scythe. The chain wrapped around Haiden's hand and threw him to the other side. "From the cave." "What is that?" Rhino asked in amazement. "I don't know," Naruto answered, as surprised as the others. Naruto extended his hand and the chain coiled inside his palm, as if it wanted to be caressed. Naruto pleased the chain and it trembled before it could happen. "Anything else?" Haiden stood up again. "Why the hell don't these damn creatures die once and for all?" he exclaimed in frustration, releasing ash fire explosion, Asuma said as he released a burst of ash towards Haiden and burning him. The explosion was big, but when the smoke was visited, Haiden was still standing there alone with his clothes damaged. Seeing the opportunity, Ino captured him in her mind transfer jutsu. As soon as Naruto realized that Ino had captured him, Asuma was still out of breath. Shirtless guy and cut off his head. Still wary of any tricks, he remained on guard. "Damn, what did you do?" an angry voice exclaimed. Naruto stiffened, waiting for an attack, but it didn't come. When the team gathered around the now speaking head, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Without waiting for any more tricks to his, he sealed the head and body in separate scrolls. "Ah yes, it is done," then asked the annoying lord. "Yes, he was a worshipper of Yas and we will take care of him," answered Amma. "Ah yes, a worshipper of Yasi, I suppose you deserve thanks. Then would you like to stay overnight for a feast?" asked the lord. "A generous offer, but I will have to decline. We must leave as soon as possible," said Asuma. "Ah yes, obligation calls. I suppose we thank you. Please come back to visit us. The pleasure was all of us. Hope to see you again," said Asuma and ordered his team to go back home. "A follower of Yasen's cult?" asked the Jacob. "Yes," answered Asuma, too casual to talk to their leader. "I guess that he is dead." Then the Hokage responded indifferently. "Well, Naruto cut off his head, but he is still alive." The Hokage intervened. "Gone?" The Hokage raised an eyebrow, and before he could ask, Asuma summoned a scroll and released its contents. "Creature, I swear by Yasen-sama that I will kill them, everyone, slowly and painfully, and I will sacrifice their butts in the worst way possible. You can of course guess who said this." Quickly adapting to the situation, the Ambu guards quickly put a sock in the mouth of the head speaker. Looking at the open B expression on the Hokage's face, Asuma said, "I just wouldn't die. I can see that clearly," said the Hokage. Then looking towards Losu said, "Take him with, please say a word," and they disappeared with their head in their hand. "Then without injuries?" asked the jock, coming back to the topic. "Nothing serious," he did not respond. "That is quite an achievement given that he is a known renegade ninja. This mission will be classified as rank and they will be paid accordingly," said the Hokage. Apparently proud, Nero was fizz from Rango's mission, and the money he had been saving could finally buy a small house with a nice garden. "Hey Naruto, would you mind joining us for a family dinner tomorrow night?" Rhino asked, breaking him out of his thoughts. "Family dinner?" Naruto questioned. "Yes, the families by Shikamaru Kai and I, we usually get together once a month since our parents were a team and all that," said Naruto. Didn't know Uchui was, but he didn't really care. "Why me? However, I don't think your families would care." "I'd like that very much," said Naruto, dismissing the idea. "My father certainly wouldn't mind," said Shikamaru with a touch of boredom as always in his voice. "My parents wouldn't mind either, and Kai's parents are very good too," he added. I guess I can, then I really don't." He wanted to go, but he had no excuses, and maybe he could feel part of a family for once. Channel his chakra through this. Amma told the 3 Team 10 was currently at training ground 10, and Amma was waiting for them. Pointing to 3 sheets of paper following what he said, the 3 genin took a sheet of paper each and channeled their chakra through it. The paper turned into dust and then burned. The Hino paper soaked and turned into dust, and Naruto's paper split in 2 and turned into dust. What was that? Ino asked. The voice of the interesting team, muttered Asuma, ignoring Ino for now. Stop talking to yourself. Ino, this was a chakra paper. It represents your chakra nature. And what happened here is enough. Unique, said Asuma. Unique? How did she ask again? Well, first of all 3 have more than one chakra nature. That's pretty rare in itself. But to top it all off, they all share a common element, earth, and a unique element, fire for Shikamaru, water for Hino, and wind for Naruto. Said, earth is a very good defensive element, and I can also teach you some earth techniques. Fire and wind are specialties, so we have that covered too, and for that I will have to look for a good water user. Now that water contradicts my nature of fire, he concluded. Well, we can explore their unique natures later. For now you have to turn these leaves into dust only with your chakra, he said, pointing towards the trees. His routine for today was the same, also transformation of the nature of the chakra. By from the morning D rank missions to the afternoon they had completed more than 200 D rank missions, but that was not the important thing at this moment. The important thing was that he was heading to the Yamanaka clan district for dinner. To which he had agreed. He had not changed his clothes since his kimono also served as casual clothing, but he had tied his hair in a ponytail to do something different for once. Walking towards the Yamanaka district, he felt very nervous. Because of your visit? Asked the blonde guard. I was invited to a dinner, answered Naruto, although he doubted that they would let him in. Perino Yamanaka asked. Yes, answered Naruto. The boy looked at the list in his hands and surprisingly let him in. Yes, if he had any doubts before now, he didn't have any now, and he wasn't rich. The district itself screamed dignity, but the clan head's house was massive. He was sure his main room alone was as big as his apartment. Hey Naruto, over here, called Ino from the top of the stairs, calling him towards her. Naruto obeyed and started to climb the stairs. When he got there, Ino was not alone. There was a woman standing with her. Maybe her mom looked a lot alike, thought Naruto. This is my mom, presented Ino, confirming her suspicion. Hello dear, my name is Maiko. Who could you be? She asked. Maiko. I'm Zumi. Naruto ma'am said. Now nothing like that, you can call me Maiko, he said, raising his hand to ruffle Naruto's hair. Naruto wasn't used to being petted. He wasn't used to being really touched, so when the woman tried to ruffle her hair, it stiffened and a purple chain came out of her back on its own, looking menacingly at Maiko's hand. Maiko did see this, but ignored it and continued to ruffle her hair. When she realized that the woman had no harmful intentions towards her master, the chain receded but did not disappear, staying there like a loyal guard dog. Why don't you go to Ino's room? Shikamaru is also waiting there, said Maiko. Yes ma'am, I'm sorry, said Naruto. It's okay, and no, I asked you to call me Maiko. She asked. Yes Maiko-san, then I'll take my leave, said Naruto, and Maiko just laughed. Naruto didn't know what he was feeling, but the pat on the head was really warm. He wondered if Maiken would mind doing it again, and maybe if he behaved she would even hug him like she had seen mothers do with their children. Ah well, I was overthinking again. Dinner, it was great but uneventful. She just sat there eating and listening to how the families behaved towards each other. Enjoyed her dinner for the first time. He wondered if that was what it felt like to have a family. Plus Maiken ruffled his hair again as he left, and for him that was the most important thing of the night. It was really warm. Now the only thing that could make his night if better, it would be a warm dream, but he wasn't going to get it, so he figured he should be happy with what he had. Balancing the natural chakra with your own chakra requires very delicate control, but for some reason your chakra system is, but this doesn't mean that you are using wise mode to the fullest potential. Continue. Wise mode at its core is about conscious balance. The very basis of this transformation is awareness. You need to be aware of your surroundings, you need to be aware of yourself, you need to be aware of your chakra and how your chakra mixes with the natural chakra, said the donkey. I understand, but instead of giving this whole speech about why don't you tell me exactly what I'm supposed to do, Naruto questioned impatiently with frustration in his throat. His voice young blood, how impatient, he sighed. Fewer patience boy is the key to using sage mode to its fullest potential, he said, and started heading towards his house, urging Naruto to follow him. Fukuro took him to his house. It was a cozy home. Just when Naruto he began to explore, Abu arrived and sat next to Fukuro. Without wanting to be rude, Naruto also sat in front of them. This is Fuka-chan, my wife, said Fukuro. Ah dear, this is the young man Naruto asked. Fuka now identified. Yes, she is, answered Aburo. Delighted meet you young man, I'm Fuka, introduced himself. Hello Fuka-sama, I'm Uzumaki. Naruto, it's a pleasure to meet you, said Naruto, introducing himself kindly. It's time for Fuka and I to start cooking, and you young Naruto you should watch us cook without moving, he said without the energy to argue. He did what was told to him and he sat on the couch in front of the kitchen. This was the first week off he had had since becoming a shinobi. Apparently Asuma had joined the team sensei on a mission in Ola, a small town Near the outskirts of the Fire Nation he had told them how a tycoon was trying to take over the territory of the Hidden Leaf Village and how he and a guy named Kakashi had to assassinate him. Since this would be a week-long mission, the guy Kakashi and Asuma had left the responsibility of training his teams in the sense, and of the teamer a woman named Sen, and Alo was bad at remembering names. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he asked Asuma if he could visit his summons to train for a week. Asuma agreed and got him permission. For a training trip by the Hokage, so here I was watching an elderly bureau couple cook, so why did I have to watch you for 6 hours? Naruto snarled. Who cooks for 6 hours anyway? Continued us young Naruto, said Fukaru, and came back with a mirror. And this is why you did it, he said, showing Naruto the mirror. His eyeshadow had become thicker and had turned a darker shade of purple. What is this? Asked Naruto, surprised. It's the partial transformation of the sage, said Fukaru. Follow me, he said, and left the house, and Naruto followed him. Now they were in front of a big rock. Try to hit it, said Fukaru. The rock? Questioned Naruto, surprised. Yes, just do it, ordered Fukaru. Okay, Naruto sighed, and he ran towards the rock, and a loud bang resounded, and the rock shattered into millions of pieces. Wow, Naruto muttered, looking at his hands. This is what you get as a result of the sage's partial transformation. Furu said, interrupting Naruto's reflections. The Senjutsu will also power up. Your jutsus, reported fire-style fireball jutsu, Sasuke said, exhaling a large fireball whose heat conveyed his frustration. Yes, Sasuke was frustrated. He felt like he wasn't improving at all. First he was left with an annoying fanatic and a chubby, then their sensei was a J and impers who would rather read their porn all day instead of training them, and finally the sensei himself had entrusted them to the lady for training instead of taking them on Rango's mission. To what was he doing? He hadn't even awakened his Sharingan yet. How he was supposed to catch up to Itachi without his Sharingan anyway? But that was at the academy. I was sure that if I awakened the Sharingan I could also defeat him. After all, Itachi was stronger than everyone when he was his age. I couldn't thank Asuma-sensei enough. The natural nature of Kurenai's chakra was water, and that made her the perfect teacher for Ino. Water style. Hello water, Ino exclaimed, happy to see the large stream of water coming out of her mouth. You have improved a lot, and oh, said Kurenai, appreciating the efforts the girl was making. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei, everything is thanks to you, said Ino, very grateful. Shadow sewing jutsu, Shikamaru exclaimed as a small thread of shadow became three-dimensional. You have made a great improvement, Shikamaru, said Shikaku. Enough but not enough, how annoying, Char sighed. In fact, but these techniques are based on the release of yin and can only be improved with practice, explained Shikaku, who knew that the dwarf would take out 2 rank ninjas out of nowhere. Said Asuma. Yes, I really didn't expect it, answered Kakashi. The young man was quite a fighter. His release of ice was pretty solid. Pity for him. My release of ash was the cont effect for that, and you asked Ruma would have died if it weren't for Pai, the group that kept Ab at bay. That guy was a top swordsman. At least we got the Kubikirabacho. It would be a good bargaining tool if we needed it against the fog, Kakashi said. Yes, Asuma said, settling into a comfortable silence. So you're finally using your ability to use the Senjutsu, right? A deep voice growled. Naruto was meditating as instructed. From the old Boo, and well, things happened, and here I was in front of the inherent Kyuubi. You say, do you know who my parents were? Naruto questioned. You have gotten better at noticing little things. Maybe your puny mind can actually understand more than I thought it could. The Kyuubi scoffed. No. Answer this my question, replied Naruto. I am not obliged to answer any of your questions, but yes, not only me but many know your ancestry, said the Kyuubi. You lie, mocked Naruto. I have nothing to gain by lying to you, and contrary to what you think, I'm the only one who has never lied to you, said the Kyuubi, resting his jaw on his paws. Then tell me who they were. Naruto, trying not to sound desperate. Why should I have nothing to gain by telling you anything? The Kyuubi scoffed. Your selfishness is the only reason why. The one you're locked up here, maybe, said Naruto, trying to outwit the nine-tailed fox. A creature like you calling me selfish? Ha, the Kyuubi laughed. I've been locked up for almost a century, just so you humans have a trump card for next time war inevitable, and you call me selfish? He asked. Maybe you are right, maybe humans are selfish, but then again maybe you are wrong. Maybe you are on the other side of the coin that must be hidden for the other side to shine. Maybe you are the sacrifice that it had to be done for the benefit of others, just like I was the sacrifice that had to be made to stop your rampage, said Naruto. Don't think you're so important, boy. The reason for my attack on Konoha was also a human. You're too delusional. You have so much arrogance, being just a fragile creature. Humans manipulate humans, play dirty, and go to unnecessary lengths to do what they think is right, the Kyrie growled. Thinking big is the only thing that establishes my existence. I haven't been the subject of enough hate. I haven't done enough for my village. Why can't I think big of myself when I'm the only one who thinks big of myself? You think you're the only one who suffers. Don't fool yourself. The chain, not only is it attached to your neck, the same chain is extend this seal up to my neck as well. Not only does it unite you to me, it also unifies me to you. You suffer from isolation. I suffer from hatred. You suffer from injustice. Well, guess what I do too. Don't think that I'm happy with the shortest end of the stick in me. Life, but I'm doing what I have to survive, and you're just making it complicated. Kill or be killed. You know how it is, answered Asuma, blowing on his cigarette. Well, anyway, I have something for you today, he continued. Now what did Shikamaru sigh? These are the forms for the tuning exams. The three Genings straightened out hearing this. I think they are ready for it. Maybe it is too much, but at least they are ready, said Pata the Gen. They can of course reject it if they feel that they are not ready, he added. Assume now they can rest for the day. If they wish to join the tuning exams, be present at the academy at 8 in a week, he concluded, and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. So daddy, what do you think, he asked. Although I would have liked you to have more experience before entering in tuning exams, it will be a safer choice for you to do them this year, said Inoichi. Safer? Why, did Ino ask. This year the tuning exams will be held in Konoha itself, and it will take at least 3 to 4 years before Konoha hosts again from the tuning exams, so if you think you're ready you should try it, Inoichi explained. What do you mean by that? I can take care of myself outside the village too, Ino exclaimed. Indignantly, of course you can, darling, I'm just saying to make your first try at your own village is a safer option. Calm down, Ichiya. Whatever, Bufo. Maiko just laughed at the familiar scene. Why do I have to do this? Shikamaru was willing to sleep during the exams. He would do rank missions happily for the rest of his life. But no, I could. Why, lazy boy, aren't you skipping exams? Better start preparing right now, Yasuno exclaimed, annoyed. Why do I have to do this? Why won't you let me sleep? Why won't you let me sleep? Chorus Shikaku and Shikamaru, as soon as they realized what they had done. Shikaku disappeared in a swirl of leaves, but Shikamaru still didn't know Shunin, and well, his mother was heading towards him with a frying pan in her hand. Damn, he sighed, he should run now, shouldn't he? But that would be too annoying. He supposed he could face this like a man. Naruto was happy with his savings. He had finally bought a house. It was in the red light district, and it was small, but it was and he had a good garden, so he was happy. Yes, and the ex-tuning were coming, too. He was really happy, and he was also really tired. He had been trying to control 12 chains at once, until now he had discovered that his chains worked as an automatic defense. Some danger would unfold, but it was very difficult to control them consciously. It was like trying to control 12 hands at once. He could easily controlling 4, he could order up to chains in a general direction, but with 12 his control became chaotic. Hey Naruto, Ino said, running towards him. What are you doing? He asked. Trying to control these, he said, pointing to his back where the chains came from. I see. Do you think you could spend a little time teaching me the earth clone doo-doo? He also asked. Mom told me to invite you to dinner tonight. So maybe we could go to the Yamanaka district now. Train a little and then have dinner, said. I guess I can, said Naruto. That's great, come on then, he exclaimed. I had been wondering if I would see Maiko-sen again. Maybe she was just being polite in front of the guests, I had thought before. But no, Mo-sen had invited him to dinner again. Happy maybe she would pet his head again. Hey Naruto, wake up, snort. Sorry. And no, where were we? Naruto asked without looking sorry at all. You were showing me the hand seals, Ino said, joining her hands together at the same time from his waist. Yes, watch sincerely, he said, as he began to form the earth-style hand seals. His earth clone said as a perfect replica of himself formed at his side. So you must channel your chakra throughout your body and let it flow. Mix with the mudder sand around you by directing your chakra to take your shape, just like the basic clone will form an earth clone. Concluded. Well, let me try it now, Hino said, forming the earth clone Yutsu-style hand seals. She exclaimed, and formed like a clone. Something like that. Yes, it was brown, it was shorter than her, and had no head. It was wrong. I guess we have a lot to practice, said Naruto. It took him more than 2 hours to master the technique, but he did it, and now they were heading home for dinner. So Naruto, what have you decided about the tuning exams? Maiko asked, serving dinner and sitting on the chair. I'm going to participate, Naruto said without hesitation. For a second, they're quite dangerous, you know, you shouldn't make hasty decisions. She warned, I have to win, and the ranks of no are enough to sustain me forever. Also, how things are, I have practically no savings. I spent most of my savings on buying a house, so I really have no choice, explained Naruto. Naruto talked a lot when he was with his mother. He noticed. Ow, I see, he responded Maiko. But money is not everything, you know. Maiko sighed. I know that, but money is the only motivation I have for now, Naruto said. Money should not be your only motivation, Naruto. You need to have at least one emotional aspect in your life, or you will suffer later, he explained. I have to pay my bills myself, and well, without family, you know, Naruto replied. He didn't want to argue with her, but she questioned his motivation, and he had to justify his reasons not to her, but to himself. She understood. He supposed for someone like him that he wouldn't had a family to return to making money seemed like the only reason to do quests. She really couldn't blame him for that outlook on life. After all, he had become what the villagers had made him, and she had no right to speak when she didn't. He approached the boy before. The food was great, Naruto said, noticing the silence. I leave. Then he said, bowing towards Maiko. Then he waved to Ino and disappeared in a flash. Yes, today he hadn't received any pats on the head. Maybe today, it just wasn't his. One day upon entering the academy they could see many different headbands. They decided to avoid conflicts and arrive at their destination in silence. Upon noticing the genjutsu on the second floor, Shikamaru indicated to the other two to head silently to the third floor, and in the third floor was Asuma-sensei. So everyone came after all, Asuma said. Of course yes, Ino snorted, putting her hands on her waist. Well, it's great that you did it, because if any of you had backed out the whole team wouldn't have been able to participate, said Asuma. What? Exclaimed who, but you said, continued. I know what I said, and no, and I said it because I didn't want to force any of you to join out of obligation anyway. All of you are here, do your best and take care of each other, said Asuma. Yes sensei, they chanted. 3 gaming. Well, then I won't stop you. You can go ahead now, he said, stepping away and showing them the door. Entering the room, they already began to feel the killing intent emanating from the participants. There were many people there. There was no specific age group too. With the naked eye, they could see people as young as 11 years old and as old as 25-26 years old. When she saw Sasuke, Ino screamed and ran towards him. Naruto and Shikamaru followed her. Apparently, Team 7 and 8 also participated, according to things, Ino and Sakura. They were clinging to both of Sasuke's shoulders. Chui was offering fries to Shikamaru, who in turn seemed half asleep. Kiba and Shino were arguing about something. Janada was trying to separate them, and Naruto was standing to the side pretending not to know either of them. They should keep a low profile, they're all newbies, right? A seemingly friendly voice interrupted their discussion. What do you care? Kiba growled. Apparently offended. Nothing of course, but they're attracting a lot of attention, he said, pointing with his hands toward the crowd that was looking at them disapprovingly. And as a Konoha shinobi, it is my duty to guide my juniors, he said. We are of the same rank, so you can't refer to us as your juniors, you know, said Shikamaru. Of course I know that, but I have a lot of experience, and maybe I can help you a little, he said. Little, and how exactly can you help us, asked Shikamaru. With these letters of mine, he said, summoning a deck of cards in his hands. They have information about everyone here. If you want I can share something with you, he said. Everyone says, Sasuke intervened. Almost everyone would say. I always have exceptions, he said. Also my name, it's Kabuto Jacuzzi, he finally introduced himself. Okay, tell me about Rely from Konohagara from the arena, and Naruto from Konoha, Sasuke said. At this point all the teams had gathered around each other. Let's see, Kabuto said, channeling chakra into his cards. Rely to Konoha. It is said that he cannot use chakra. He graduated last under special circumstances, but under the guidance of Magai, he has become a formidable master of taijutsu, he said. The next one is Gara Truth, he said, separating one more card from his deck, but before he could channel chakra through it, the sand covered the card and crushed it. Try to talk about me one more time, and next time it will be your body, Arideed screeched, looking at Kabuto. He had clear skin, eyes green and short brown hair. She wore a black suit with open collar t-shirt type sleeves and almost full length leggings. With this she wore a white cloth over her right shoulder, and the left side of her leggings had a wide leather band from her left shoulder to her hip, right with which he carried his sand gourd, and around which he wrapped his forehead protector. Ah, I guess you're Gara. Okay, I won't do it, Kabuto said, then looking at Naruto, and realizing that he already had a chain floating behind him. I think even Naruto-kun won't be very happy if I share any information about him. With that being said, his cards disappeared in a smoke before Sasuke could protest. Another smoke appeared, this time in front of the classroom, and an imposing man walked out of the smoke. No one will fight here, he shouted. Take your assigned seats in 5 seconds, or you will be disqualified, he said, as everyone took their seats. He spoke. I am Mickey Marino, the supervisor of this phase of the exams. Now you will be given a question sheet. You will have 45 minutes to answer 9 questions, and 15 minutes to answer the 10th question that will be revealed during those 15 minutes, he said. Don't raise your hands, I'm not your teacher, he growled when he saw a raised hand. I will explain the rules only once, so listen sincerely. Each of you will start with 10 points each time. If they catch you copying, 2 points will be deducted. If they take away the 10 points, you and your team will be eliminated, he explained and pointed to his assistants to distribute the sheets. Ino didn't understand the meaning of the test, but he didn't need to do it. He just had to wait for Sakura to drop her pen, and then he would simply take control of her body to get the answers. Yes, this was easy. Shikamaru wanted to sigh. He really wanted to, but he couldn't. If he did, there was a chance the supervisor would consider it an attempt of cheating, so he fought with all his willpower to deny himself the opportunity to sigh. The test was not difficult, he knew the answers well. He hoped that he and Naruto knew them too. Naruto knew that Shikamaru he knew the answers, and that the Dain clan techniques were not made for these situations, but he didn't have the answers, nor could he call any birds, since he was far from the window, so he figured a little creativity was needed when creating a chain of chakra sent her towards the ninja from the hidden rain village. Sitting next to him, pricking himself as soon as he did, and Vicky shouted, number 77, you are eliminated, you and your team can leave. Realizing that they had played him, he accepted the defeat, and he started to head towards the door, but as soon as he got up from his chair, Naruto wrapped his chain around his leg and made him fall into the next boy's desk, and thus a commotion formed when he noticed that The other girl next to him was enjoying out of chaos. He exchanged his papers with a breath of wind. As soon as he confirmed that the paper was completely resolved, he wrote his name and registration number on the paper and proceeded to put his head on the paper and sleep. There are some special rules for the 10th question, and before explaining them, I warn you just once you will not argue with me or ask questions. If you do, you will be eliminated, said Ibiki. So the 10th question is special. You can choose if you want to answer it or not. If you choose not to answer it, you can leave. But if you decide to answer it and they give a wrong answer, they will never be promoted to the rank of Chunin. It ended. They have 5 minutes to decide what they want to do. As expected, slowly but surely people started leaving the room. After 5 minutes he asked, are they sure that they want to continue with the exams? Yes. A chorus was heard. Well, then everyone passed. Just as Ariki finished explaining the true meaning of the test to the Jining, a banner crashed through the window, and in a cloud of smoke a woman appeared. She was a woman of average height and slim build. She had light brown eyes. Her hair was black with a violet tint and was styled in a short tousled spiky ponytail. She wore a suit made of metal mesh, the lines of her body covering her from the neck to the muso. She also wore a tan overcoat with a purple seam and a pocket on each side, a dark orange miniskirt, a dark blue belt and pale gray shin guards. In addition to the typical forehead protector, she also wore a small pendant that looked like a snake's fang. Come on brats, you are ready for the second round of your exams? You better, because if you are not ready you are in trouble, she exclaimed. I am Mitarashi, the supervisor of the second round of the exams. Meet me at training ground 44 in 15 minutes, or else you will be disqualified. With that said, he quickly disappeared in a cloud of one. A moment of silence. It took hold of everyone for a second, and then they all rushed like monkeys towards training ground 44. The training ground 44 commanded respect even from the outside, with trees as tall as the tallest building in Konoha. It was an impressive sight. Naruto had teleported towards the training ground with Nino and Shikamaru as they weren't used to instantaneous movement. Currently Jade was on the ground. They really need to learn Shunin, Naruto said, and he sounded almost cheerful. No, she looked at him to reprimand him, but he was smiling and she had seen him smile, let alone growl. So containing her anger she asked, today you seem pretty cheerful, what's wrong with you? Even Shikamaru raised his head to meet his eyes, and yes, he seemed happy. I took a nap during the exams. I had been dying to have one ever since I heard about the concept, Naruto said with happiness in his voice, and he wasn't going to leave the topic aside until he realized, but you didn't tell us you know you couldn't sleep, and all that he asked, trying to stop his thoughts. Yes, but the Kyuubi has been quite generous since our last talk, Naruto explained, and yes, Naruto once fell asleep while meditating, and surprisingly he had a good 17 hours of uninterrupted sleep. When he woke up and realized that no, he wasn't having a panic attack, he was, and 100% sure he was dead, but as generous as the Kyuuki was in suppressing his chakra when he slept, he never allowed Naruto into his mind when he was awake. Since then, despite everything, Naruto was very grateful and would sleep as long as he could until the Kyuubi inevitably changed his mind. You talk to, he screeched, but before he could respond a kunai was thrown towards him. Of course, his chain loyal caught him. He threw it back towards the owner, and the kunai never touched him, but it was the feeling that mattered. So Proctor-san is not going to find out from the rules to intentionally injure a participant before a task? She asked. No, really no, as a supervisor, I have complete freedom to do whatever I want, she replied. What did I do to deserve your wrath? Asked he, still smiling. Anko did not consider it worthy to respond to her pua and continued with his speech. This is the 44th training ground known as the Forest of Death. They will be sent from different gates with a scroll in their hands. There will be a total of 2 types of scrolls distributed among all the teams. Your objective is to collect both types of scrolls, and reaching the tower in the center of the forest will be a 5-day task. You are not allowed to open your scrolls, other than that anything goes there. Concluded. Now sign these forms, so we can't be blamed for their deaths, and go collect their scrolls. I think Naruto should stay with him. His chains will protect the scroll if nothing else, said Shikamaru. Team 10 had obtained the earth scroll. They had currently been inside the forest for 5 minutes. Shikamaru suggested that they should go straight for the tower, because everyone would think that everyone was doing that, and because of this, no smart team would actually use that strategy. Therefore the teams that actually followed the strategy would be more likely to be the overconfident ones. When Itachi was your age he was already in Ambu, and you here you are barely a miserable Jining. Is this what the Uchiha name has been reduced to? How pathetic, a slippery voice echoed. Don't you dare speak ill of the Uchiha. Show yourself, and I'll show you how much I'm worth, he replied. Frustrated, the team, if they did not have a very good dynamic, none of them were willing to work as a team. Until now they had not taken a single mission beyond a simple C-rank delivery on the outskirts of Konoha, so only the wise man knew why Kakashi recommended his team for the exams. Chunin had obtained the earth scroll. The three were arguing about who should keep the scroll when a gust of wind separated Chui from the team, then a Jining of Atagakure completely dominated Sakura and Sasuke, and now the same Jining was making fun of him, and somehow he knew about Itachi 2 fireball jutsu style. Sasuke exhaled a large fireball towards a tree. He missed again. I'm afraid. The unpleasant voice came from behind him, but behind him, Sakura was true to what she feared. The Itachi Jining was holding Sakura by the neck. You leave her alone. She shouted while trying to wrap the Itachi ninja. The Itachi ninja did a somersault backwards, still holding the girl. I should break her neck. Maybe torture her a little. He said, what if I cut her neck enough to make her suffocate to death? The Itachi ninja wondered, feeling the surge of chakra towards his eyes. He sent his gaze back towards the ninja, and to his surprise, it hit him directly in the face. The face, making sure that Sakura was safe, shouted jutsu of fire from the phoenix, while several fireballs surrounded the Itachi ninja, and when he realized that he had won, he reached for a kunai. Yes, he finally exclaimed in the reflection of the kunai. His eyes were burning red, one with one toe and the other with two. So you have the ability to possess them. As Sasuke stiffened, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up, but before he could turn or retreat, he felt teeth sinking into his shoulder, and then pain. We don't want to lose time, just tell us which scroll you have. We don't need to fight if we have the same scrolls, said Shikamaru. You speak as if you could defeat us, said one of the ninja. From the Hidden Rain village, we are the strongest team here, and your scroll will be the one that allows us to pass the exams, so you better be grateful and hand us the scroll. Yes, Naruto muttered as two chains sprang from the ground beneath one of the rain ninjas. The chains wrapped around his waist and legs, carrying the captured ninja towards Team 10. Hand over the scroll, or he dies, said Ino. Putting a kunai to his throat. As if you weaklings of the blade could really kill, said the girl from the team. Before she could think of another taunt to buy time, the blood flowed from the neck of the captured ninja, and his body fell limply. What did you kill him? The girl screamed and ran towards Naruto blindly, only to impale herself on the now sharpened chain and fall lifeless. Will you give us your scroll now? Shikamaru sighed. Yes, please take the scroll and let me go, he said to the edge. Out of tears, he handed them the scroll, and fortunately for Team 10, it was the scroll they needed. Hello Naruto-kun, a voice sounded in the forest around him. Ha, asked Naruto, looking where he could feel the person who told you my name, sir, added another question, a censor. So if I hear the voice as the owner came out of the shadows of the tree, you are quite strong according to what I understand, he said. The three Jinings stood up straight and prepared for the fight. Tell me Naruto-kun, what is the point of trying to go to the village that spat on your existence? They laughed at your misery, right? You are perhaps naive enough to believe that they will recognize you as human in time. The village protects me as much as I protect the village. Becoming a renegade ninja with the powers of a Chunin is a fool's errand. What is your point, said Naruto. I am Orochimaru of the legendary Salmon. Join me. I will make you strong, I will keep you safe, and I only ask for your loyalty in return, said the one who ran away with his tail between the legs. I will pass, said Naruto. You have a very sharp tongue. You will soon realize the futility of your denial. You think you will be trained properly here. The last two Yanchukwas of the Kaiun were not allowed to leave the village. The same will happen to you when you outgrow your usefulness. You senses assumed truth, Orochimaru finally asked. Do you think he was selected for this job like the others? As the Hokage's son, he was there to judge your loyalties and identify your weaknesses to take you down if your loyalties came into question, Sam said. I know, of course, but for now I'm free, so no thanks, said Naruto. You are free? You say you have a pretty optimistic approach. Try to say you are free in front of the mirror anyway. When you seek power, I will welcome you with open arms, Orochimaru said, and dissolved in the mud. What was that? Naruto asked Ino. I'm as puzzled as you, answered Naruto. You spoke to him without hesitation. Do you know him? Did you know him? Asked Shikamaru. Don't question my loyalties. Shikamaru struck a chord with me. That's it, let's go to the tower now, said Naruto, heading towards the tower. The Team 10 came across an interesting scene. Chui and Sakura were trying to fight three Itachi Jining, while Sasuke seemed to be unconscious in a cave behind the men. From the looks of it, they weren't doing very well. One of the Jining had his leg on Chui's face and pointed his arm towards Chui's stomach, while the Jining of the team was holding Sakura by the hair. Both CH and Sakura were bleeding a lot, and so they needed first aid immediately. So do you want help them? After all, they are your friends, asked Naruto. Yes, said Shikamaru, while releasing a thread of shadows to stop the bandage guy who was about to trample CH. Jutsu of mind transfer, said H to take over the body of the female Jining of his team. Without, however, the Itachi ninjas recognized the danger and jumped back to dodge the attacks. As soon as a distance was created between the Itachi and Chui ninjas, Sakura, Ino and Shikamaru ran towards them to provide first aid. Seeing that the two new ninjas were alone, they were focused on healing the downed Jining. She spoke. They think they can ignore us? She asked as she threw a kunai towards them that had a bell hooked on it. Before the kunai could reach its target, a purple chain deflected the kunai, landing from the tree above Naruto, became the wall between the Itachi ninjas and Team 7. I will take care of them, said Naruto, making Shikamaru not take care of his injured friends. The two obeyed and tended to your friends. You think you can take on the three of them on your own? Quite presumptuous, right? The half-mummy guy mocked. Ignoring the mockery, Naruto began to set the pace of the fight by expelling a gust of wind from his mouth. The three of them jumped in different directions and tried to surround him. Mud bullet earth style, Naruto exclaimed, shooting bullets towards the guy not bandaged. Surprisingly, he just raised his hands towards the bullets and a force of air cut them off. The girl from the team was trying to use genjutsu on him, so Naruto assumed it was a support ninja. Identifying the weak point of the team, Naruto ran towards the girl and engaged in a taijutsu battle with her. True to what he thought, the other two were vigorously trying to disengage their taijutsu. Combat takes this, exclaimed the unbandaged guy as he fired blasts towards Naruto's back. Just as he said that, a pair of chains emerged from Naruto's back, firmly grabbed the girl he was fighting and threw her between the blast of air and him, unable to as soon as he disengaged himself from the taijutsu bout and jumped back to get some distance between himself and the other two. He fell to his knees, hearing a sound shrill invade his eardrums. Looking back, he realized it was the mummified ninja pointing his hands at him. Then the mummy guy uses sound waves and the other uses air or wind. Analyzed Naruto, thinking that Naruto was vulnerable. The unbandaged guy ran towards him with a kunai, attempting to stab him, only to be picked up and thrown aside by a pair of purple chains. Seemingly realizing that his master was in danger, the chains quickly softened at the top and curled into the Naruto's ears, effectively blocking out all sound. Now that his opponent's sound was useless, he charged a punch fueled by a pseudo senjutsu and knocked out the mummified ninja. The thrown genius, now realizing he is the only one not knocked out, quickly rushed to get up on his knees and bowed in front of Naruto. Please don't kill me, take the scroll and you won't see us again. He said, okay, hand over your scroll and get out. If you or your team try anything funny, it will be your head, said Naruto. So how was it, he asked. No, I took care of them, Naruto answered. They are dead, asked Shikamaru. Didn't they exchange their scroll for their lives, said, showing them the earth scroll. We don't really need the scroll, said Ino. Maybe Team 7, yes, said Shikamaru. Naruto hadn't picked up the scroll for Team 7, but he didn't. It was important to give it to them. Talking about Team 7, everyone was unconscious in the nearby cave, so Ino and Shikamaru decided to stay overnight to take care of them. If they woke up the next day they would leave, or maybe they would join. If not, they would just take you to the tower. You can go to sleep. I'll take care of the guard, said Naruto. You shouldn't sleep. You've barely started sleeping after all, said Shikamaru, but the tiredness could be seen in his eyes, not only in his, but also in those of others. Ino, you look tired and you're not used to staying up at night anyway. Naruto left the cave to prepare a campfire. Don't worry, I'll take care of this, he said before leaving the cave with the native birds as his scouts, and his unnatural energy standing guard at night was an easy task. It was the next morning, and Sakura had woken up. Currently she was complaining about how a crazy ninja had bitten Sasuke and how she couldn't do anything against the strange ninja. Finally, when Sasuke woke up, he had a purple aura, dark energy emanating from him, and black flame-like patterns covered half of his face. He had begun to attack Shikamaru, who was sitting next to him, upon realizing that his chakra was leaking. Naruto wrapped him in his chakra chains to hit him until he lost consciousness, but to his surprise, his chains began to absorb that chakra. As soon as the chains realized that the chakra that was being absorbed was dangerous for their master, one more chain came out of his back and stabbed into the ground to form a mechanism to drain that chakra without letting it enter Naruto's chakra system. Then one of the chains was absorbing Sasuke's chakra, while the other was draining it into the ground. Sasuke fainted after being drained of chakra. Since Team 7 had a sky scroll and Naruto had a spare scroll, they decided to head to the tower together. Sasuke was still wrapped in Naruto's chains, just in case. Sasuke, Ichijo Contra cried, and Akira walking towards the stadium. Sasuke was, he felt sure he had awakened the Sharingan in the 2 days of rest. Kakashi had finally been useful for once and had properly sealed that cursed seal to the point that it would only activate if he really wanted it. Fight, the examiner said. As soon as he heard the examiner, his eyes burned red as he noticed the suction of chakra near his opponent's hand. He kept his distance. He inhaled deeply, creating a lot of smoke. However, as his opponent's chakra suction technique was still activated, he could see where he was deciding to charge his opponent and gain an early victory. Sasuke launched himself using the move he had copied from L before the start of the exams and finished the winning match. Sasuke, said the examiner. Sakumi against Kibayuka, why don't you give up before humiliating yourself, mocked Saku. I'm going to beat your ass completely, exclaimed Kiba. Start, said the examiner. Fang on fang, exclaimed Kiba and turned into a tornado, trying to invest his opponent. Saku raised his hands and launched a burst of fire to push Kiba away from his target when he realized that he had hit and his attack had hit Kiba's head directly. Another strong gust of wind to end the fight. As soon as he launched his attack, a whirlwind caught him from behind, so the wind attack knocked out Kiba, and Kiba's dog Akamaru knocked out Saku. Since both participants are unconscious, this fight is a draw and has no winner, said the examiner. Misumi Tsurugi against Kankuro of the arena. It was an easy victory for Kankuro. Misumi had some kind of flexibility power. She had wrapped herself around Kankuro and threatened to kill him, but he was a puppet and he ended up being poisoned. Ino Yamanaka vs. Sagaraju no Ino took this off pretty easy for some reason. At the beginning of the match Sakura had seen fit to say the winner of this match, this will be Sasuke's love interest Kun. I'll show you. She couldn't complete her sentence because H hadn't taken control of her body in the middle of her speech and forced Sakura to surrender. It seemed like Sakura hadn't learned anything after the winning. Academy H Yamanaka Uzumaki Naruto vs Aburam Shino. Apparently he was a user of insects, tried to use his insects to drain Naruto of chakra. By absorbing his chakra through his insects it worked to a point, but after a while the insects turned to stone and fell from his body. Naruto supposed he would have to learn more about his chakra, realizing that most of his insects were out of combat or turned into stone. Shino surrendered. Winner Naruto Uzumaki Tenten against Teamer, and it was again a brutal defeat for Tenten. He ended up on the flat part of the Tamari fan. His spine was probably severely damaged. Shikamaru against Kinsey. It was a battle of wits, in which Shikamaru proclaimed victory over the Otogakure ninja Janada against Janyi. It seemed like a personal fight instead of a professional one. No matter how brave Janada had been in standing up and again, she had to be rescued by Forgino. She would have died. Gaara against Ro. It was again a very brutal fight. She had opened 5 of the 8 heavenly doors to compensate for her lack of Nudojutsu. Even so, half of his body had fallen prey to the Gaara Dozu arena against Akamichi Chao. It was also a rather unequal fight in favor of Dozu. Well, the candidates for the finals are Uchi Sasuke Kanguro from the Yaman arena, Kaino Uzumaki Naruto Tamari from the Nashik Kamaru Janae Gaara arena, the Izu arena of Hidden Sound, said the examiner. All of you will choose a number now that will decide your opponent for the finals. The finals will take place a month later. It concluded well, said the Hokage according to the numbers chosen by the participants. The matches in sequence are as follows. Uchi Sasuke vs Janyi Nara. Shikamaru vs Tamari of the arena. Kankuro of the arena vs Yamanaka Ino. Uzumaki Naruto vs Gaara of the arena. According to the numbers chosen, Tozu of the Hidden Sound will advance to the first round of the finals, said. Now everyone can go. Make sure you prepare well for the exams, said the Hokage, and disperse them well. This is really a dilemma, said Asuma. I really didn't think that the 3 of you would make it to the final. Yes, thank you for the show of trust, Bufo. Don't get me wrong. They are very strong, perhaps the strongest team of their generation, but reaching the final of the Chunin exams on their first attempt is quite an achievement, he replied. Team 10 was gathered at their assigned training ground, discussing their training plan. Training the 3 together would be unfair to all of you since you could end up fighting among yourselves later in the exams, he exclaimed. I will train with vocation so you don't have to worry about me. Naruto said. Dad to me he will train during the month in our clan techniques, so you don't have to worry about me either, said Who. I understand well. And you? Shikamaru asked. Dad won't train me, that's clear, he's too busy with his duties as Commander Jai, sighed Shikamaru. Well, that's all I guess. Supervise your training for the month, said. You two can of course come to me if you need anything at any time. Yes, chanted Nino and Naruto. Stone you say, asked Fukuro. Yes, they drained my chakra and became in stone. What's wrong with that? Naruto questioned. As I told you before, the Buos have never produced a sage, but I think that if someone cannot balance the Senjutsu chakra within their body, they turn into stone, said Fukuro. Well, leaving speculation aside, I finally have a full month to train, and I want to master Sage Mode, said Naruto. That's a pretty ambitious goal. I've already taught you everything I could, now it's up to you to master the powers within you, said Fukuro. Yes, muttered Naruto, walking towards the waterfall, where he was meditating. Naruto reflected on what he knew about his opponent for the final Gaara of the arena was a Yinchuke, just like he couldn't be 100% sure, but his chakra screamed Jinchuriki. On top of that he had complete control over the arena, and it was a little unsettling. Sitting under the waterfall, Naruto began to meditate in hopes of learning to understand his chakra better. Hello there, it's been quite a while since you let me in here, said Naruto. Keep your greetings to yourself. I'm only allowing you to sleep so you can train more efficiently, don't let me down, Kyuubi growled. It's not that I'm not grateful, but what changed your mind? Naruto questioned. Your sincere confession did. Of course, I was pretty sure that if you had been here for a minute longer at that moment, you would have surely started crying. Like the pathetic excuse for a shinobi that you are, Kyuubi scoffed. You're being disrespectful, right? Your parents didn't teach you how to behave. Or maybe you never had them, Naruto said. You're not the one to make jokes about parents, at least I have met mine. Unlike you, born an orphan, K-twisted, Naruto complained. Then why do you allow me in now? Naruto questioned, abandoning his playful attitude. Boredom is a whip that also commands beings like me. Kyuubi said, I have to train. You know I can't go around entertaining you. Your chakra system, is it developed enough to handle a complete Bilu transformation? Maybe you can release me in an empty area for a while, and I'll talk to you. About Senu's chakra, you need that information. He didn't question Kyuubi. I'm sorry, it's not possible. I don't trust you enough to free yourself as you say, Naruto said. Your chakra is always fighting with mine to use the jutsu to its full potential. You will have to calm your chakra, and you won't be able to do that if I don't withdraw my chakra voluntarily, said Yubi. Include my parents' information, and we have a deal, said Naruto. A deal is so yes, a completely isolated space where no one goes, said Naruto. In fact, there is a place like that here. But why you ask about a place like that, young Naruto asked Fukuruo. This and that you know, said Naruto. Well, I won't force you to tell me, but don't do anything stupid, said Fukuruo. A few kilometers to the south, there is a large clearing where due to an abrupt efficiency of natural chakra no donkey goes. You can go there to do whatever you want to try, said Furu. Thank you very much, I appreciate it very much, said Naruto, and ran and indicated. So how does this work, asked Naruto. That chain of yours absorbs chakra, use it to drain the seal of his chakra, instructed the Kyuubi, pointing towards the seal. Doing as he was told, Naruto felt a flood of chakra filling his chakra system, and to compensate for the sudden flow of chakra, he also entered natural chakra into his body to balance himself. Now let me take control, said the Kyuri as well, Naruto snorted, and suddenly a layer of red chakra formed over Naruto and a layer grew around his body. 9 Magatama marks adorned his back, and his eyes turned red with a slit-like pupils. Then large amounts of chakra accumulated around his body, and a holographic imitation of the Kyuubi surrounded his body. He did not know that this would happen in the state of combining Yanchuri and Bilu. A deep voice thought out loud. The Kyuubi had thought that in the Bilu state he would return to his furry form as he had seen other transformations through the eyes of his previous ones in Chuk, but this wasn't bad at all, and he had a full day to enjoy. Wow, what was that power, Naruto asked, now back in control of his body. That was the full extent of my powers, a voice growled. Who is that? Naruto asked, not seeing anyone around him. Meditate and come to your mental landscape, said the same voice. He couldn't joke here anymore, because the cage that separated him from the Kyuubi had disappeared. Where did, Naruto ask. Did you unlock it, genius? Now shut up and let me finish my part of the deal, said the Kyuubi. Well, tell me, how should I master my sage mode, asked Naruto, excited to finally clear his head of the balance puzzle, said the Kyuubi. No, you scammed me, right? Naruto asked irritably. You interrupt me once again and my nail will be through your stomach, the Kyuubi growled. What you have been doing is balancing, maintaining and improving the chakra that already exists in your body, contrary to what you are supposed to do. The do is to balance, maintain and improve the chakra that you absorb from nature. So first fill your chakra conduits with nature chakra and then balance the nature chakra according to your own chakra, not the other way around. I understand, said Naruto, and looked at the Kyuubi expectant. And now what? The Kyuubi growled, now irritated by his presence. Were you going to tell me about my parents? Naruto said, showing childlike curiosity for the first time. I guess I said that, the Kyuubi sighed. I don't know much about them. Your mother's seal was too tight to allow me. Be aware of the things that were happening outside, although I know their names. Your mother was Kushina Yuzum, my previous shooty, and your father Minik, said the Kiri. Kushina, Naruto asked, testing the sound of the voice. It sounded good and warm. He waited for his mother would love him more than the village, because his father Namek Sanato clearly didn't. So what happened to him, Naruto asked, and why? Should he answer that the Kyuubi questioned. Our deal was information about my parents, and not names of my parents, Naruto said. Maybe the I killed with this nail, the Kyuubi said, raising his paw and pointing the accusing nail at him. He liked to brag about how he was locked in the seal, but ultimately she was an insignificant thing in front of Melita. I see, Naruto sighed. So without explosions of anger, the Kyuubi asked mockingly. Oh, believe me, I'm angry, but there's no point in crying for someone I've never met, Naruto said, and disappeared from his mind 2 days after the preliminaries. So sensei, where is he? I think it's time for me to take on your training, asked a white-haired man. He was uniquely dressed with waist-length spiky white hair that he tied in a ponytail with 2 strands framing his face. He had red lines under his eyes that extended to the lower part of his face. It has been quite a while since you showed your face here, said the 3rd Hokage. You know what duty calls, although you didn't answer me, said Harada. Young Naruto is doing very well recently. He passed the preliminaries of the Chunin exams, but I'm afraid you won't be able to meet him, Jiren said. And why is that? Jiraiya asked, narrowing his eyes. As I remember, he went to the plane of his invocations to train during the month, he answered. Invocations? I was supposed to be a toad summoner like his father. Why would you allow him to sign another contract? Yura questioned, raising her voice. Don't raise your voice in front of me, angry. Maybe if you wanted me to be a toad summoner, you should have been here to inform him, and I didn't tell him. I offered no contract. He used the no contract summoning technique and ended up becoming a summoner, Jiren said. You know he was busy outside the village, Jita exclaimed. It's been 13 years, almost 14. Haven't you thought of a better excuse? Asked Jiraiya. No longer saw the value in staying any longer and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Even in the scorching heat of the sun, the crowd was not lacking in Enthusiasm. The Chunin exams were like festivals. Both shinobi and enjoyed watching the show presented, and of course today was not one exception. The Chunin exam floor was filled to the brim. In short, the vibes of excitement were overflowing. Sasuke and Hyuga show up at the stadium, the supervisor said. Both genes appeared in the stadium in a whirlwind of leaves. The red eyes indicated the Sharingan and the veins represented the Bakugan, a battle to see whose eyes were superior. Both genin had very auspicious titles. The prodigy of the Hyuga and the last loyal Uchiha meant a lot to the people of Konoha. The rules are the same that in the preliminaries, anything goes once the fight starts, but I have the power to intervene and stop the fight as I see. That understood, the supervisor asked. Yes, they both said okay. Then here we go again, he murmured. Welcome citizens and visitors alike. We the people of Konoha have the honor of hosting the Chul exams. I hope you found our facilities to your liking. This being said, I do not wish to further delay the day's event. We begin, asked the proctor, and the crowd roared. Start. He exclaimed and jumped back contrary to what he believed. The participants did not jump directly into the fight. It seemed that some verbal assaults were in order. I thought you would not show yourself later. You have the habit of hiding from tragedies, from everything, right, he said. You talk a lot for a slave. How about you go and serve your masters? Sasuke replied. At least I have a clan to talk about, he replied. Do you think you're part of the only Hyuga? Are those from the main branch? You, my friend, are just a slave to be used and discarded. With that being said, Sasuke stepped back to create some distance, because as sure as he was not even, he would challenge a Hyuga in a taijutsu fight. Fire-style jutsu of the phoenix flower, he exclaimed. He rolled out of the path of the attack and rushed towards Sasuke to engage in a taijutsu fight. Stuck in the air, Sasuke had no choice but to lean into the taiju fight, no matter how good the gentle fist form he had copied was. He was a master at it, so without hesitation Sasuke had two of the tenketsu points in his hand, closed in the brief taijutsu battle they had. Why that sharp mouth of yours? He's not talking anymore, he asked. Nay, fire-style ball jutsu fire, Sasuke exclaimed. The fireball wasn't that big, but it didn't need to be, since it was just a distraction for the shuriken behind her. Mei dodged both of them and through her eyes she saw the ropes connected to the shuriken and managed to also dodge the shuriken. Retract. Request music. No, I haven't done it yet, but you are already within my field of divination, said Nei as he bowed, and a yin-yang symbol formed around him. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 claps, Nei exclaimed as he launched a flurry of touches at Sasuke. Given the closeness of Sasuke to Nei, he couldn't do anything but be hit by the annoying touches. At the end of his attack, Sasuke fell to the ground, ending the fight. The referee won't get up again, he said. Nei arrogantly, but before he could say anything else a dark purple chakra erupted from Sasuke's body and black marks began to cover his body with 3 hand seals. Lightning exploded from his hands, but before he could move, a strike in the neck knocked him out. My apologies, it seems that my student lost control. Please continue with the event, I will take care of him, said Unning with white hairdo. To external intervention. The winner is, said the referee. After 5 minutes we will start with the next fight. Nar Shikamaru and Temari of the arena prepare for their confrontation. Contrary to the striking entrance Mary had presented, when descending to the ground with her fan, Shikamaru was perfectly content with taking the stairs. You know the rules, right? The referee asked. Yes, Deemer said, and Shikamaru nodded his head. Okay, without further ado let's begin, said the referee, and the fight began. You won't fall asleep, right? Temari questioned, looking at her sleepy face. Problematic woman, why don't you start the fight once and for all? Shikamaru said, and left to the safety of the trees. Fire-style fireball jutsu, Shikamaru said, and exhaled a fireball. It wasn't very big, but it did the job it was supposed to do. Yes, I can't use any fire style jutsu, muttered Shikamaru to himself, because true to what he suspected, Teamer was primarily a wind user and the wind was stronger against fire. Temari had opened her fan enough to show one of the moons in it. Wind style, wind, hello, exclaimed and waved her hand. Fan in the direction of Shikamaru. Ground style concealment jutsu, like a mole, said Shikamaru and got into the ground, feeling a pair of hands under her. Temari quickly opened her fan completely and flew to avoid being sunk on the problematic ground, Shikamaru murmured from the air. Temari waved his fan completely open at Shikamaru, creating a deadly gust of wind and throwing it at him. The same thing happening, Temari would launch a gust of wind and Shikamaru would go underground or create a wall of earth to defend herself, but once Temari seemed tired, Shikamaru created a wall of earth behind her to create a large shadow on her lack of precision. Truth, said Temari, mocking her supposedly misplaced jutsu. He barely spat out, shadow possession, jutsu said. Since Temari was wrapped in a large shadow she had nowhere to go and was trapped in her jutsu. Once under her control, started to back away, and of course Temari followed him, but what happened was that although there was nothing behind Shikamaru, there was a wall of dirt behind Temari. Give up or smash your head against the wall, Shikamaru threatened. Okay, I Rindo, said Temari. Winner Nara Shikamaru sand kangaroo against Yamanaka Ino. Start, said the examiner. Water style water wave, Lino exclaimed without wasting time. Kangaroo jumped back to avoid being hit and ordered his puppet to shoot a shower of Siemens towards the Kunoichi Earth-style Earth wall. Ino raised a wall to avoid being hit by the Siemens. Just when the wall rose, a puppet crashed into it. The puppet did not destroy the wall, but managed to create a hole in it. Kankuro ordered his puppet throw a smoke bomb through the hole towards Ino. Quickly realizing that the smoke was poisonous, Ino held her breath and jumped back away from the smoke. Taking advantage of the situation, Kangaroo threw a dozen kunai towards Ino. Water wave style. Ino released a wave of water to deflect the kunai and threw a few kunai of her own in response. Kankuro placed his puppet between the approaching kunai and himself to protect himself, only to realize that they had an explosive boom tag with them. The smoke-dean Kangaroo seemed fine, but the puppet was in pieces when he realized that his puppet had been destroyed. He tried to reach another scroll to free another puppet, but before he could do so, a kunai appeared on his neck. "Give up, or you will not move again," he said. Who that? It appeared behind him. "I give up," he said, accepting the winning defeat. Ino Yamanaka announced the examiner. "The quality of your genins is still as good as always, Hokage, or no?" said the Kazekage. "Yours are not bad either, Kazekage, or not. They fought bravely," answered the Hokage. "Perhaps they did, but ultimately they lost anyway. The best that Sunagaker has to offer has not yet fought," said the Kazekage. "Your youngest son?" "True," asked the Hokage. "That's right," answered the Kazekage. "Gaara of the Sand against Naruto." "Uzumaki," said the examiner, causing the aforementioned genins to enter the stadium. Both genins appeared in a whirlwind of sand and leaves respectively. "They both know the rules?" the examiner asked. "Yes," they both said. "Okay, then start," he said and disappeared from the stadium. "You know who I am, right?" the Redeed asked. "Yes, in fact, since you are from Sungakure, I would venture to say that it is Shukaku who resides in your seal," Naruto said. "Indeed, but I have no news that Konoha has tailed beasts." "Which one is yours?" asked Gaara. "Is the nine-tailed fox Yubi," said Naruto. Gaara seemed to be a laid-back guy. "Maybe they could be friends. Very well. I guess now I'll kill you to enjoy your blood," said Gaara. "Well, no, there definitely wouldn't be friendship with that," said Gaara. Threw a sand bullet towards Naruto. Naruto didn't need to move. Two chains formed from his chest and began to spin to split the sand bullet. Before it could touch him, Gaara didn't know what to do. Normally, when fighting someone they tried to attack him too, that his sand would tear them apart, but Naruto just stood there with his hands crossed, as he was making fun of him. "Yes, he is making fun. Let's kill," said a voice in his mind. "Yes, mother," murmured Gaara, making his sand take the shape of hundreds of shurikens. Gaara initiated the attack as he stood there letting his chains deflect the sand shurikens. Naruto began to form hand seals to test Gaara's wind-style defense. "Wind palm," exclaimed, using his usual jutsu to test his opponent's defense. Just as the concentrated wind reached Gaara, a block of sand rose and defended his master, so the defense was strong and fast. Well, it didn't really matter, finally moving to dodge another rain of sand shurikens. Naruto rushed towards Gaara. Seeing this, Gaara made a sand clone appear to prevent Naruto from getting closer. Unlike how Gaara had foreseen things would happen, the clone was defeated by Naruto's speed, and Gaara received a Petazoni. He enclosed himself in a cocoon of sand and left an eye made of sand to explore things by him. Taking cautious steps, Naruto approached the cocoon of sand and tried to hit it, but before he could do so, thorns began to grow from the sand. As he realized that this was a chance to be creative, Naruto ordered 3 chains of chakra to wrap around his arm and extend beyond his fingers. The sharp tips of the chains met at one point to create a skull-like formation and began a spin. Testing his balance with his new invented attack, he ran towards the sand cocoon, dodging several sand thorns. Finally he reached the cocoon and ripped it with his now exposed drill. Gaara had transformed into a kind of raccoon. Half of his face and one of his hands were made of sand, and he had grown a tail made of sand. Now barely controlling his movements, Gaara launched himself towards Naruto. Trusting only his instincts, turning back, Naruto analyzed his situation. If the fight had since stopping would have already been done, then apparently what Gaara was doing was legal. He figured he would also have to step things up by actively absorbing the natural chakra. Naruto entered his partial transformation of wise man. His eye lines became bolder, his eyes glowed brighter, and his chains turned a darker shade of purple, launching towards Gaara, and he wrapped his chain around Gaara's transformed hand and began absorbing chakra through it. True to form, what he had thought, the sand in Gaara's hand fell, and in the movement of confusion, Naruto hit Gaara directly in the face. "Very hard bore," said the Hokage as a U appeared in front of him. "Start with the protocol C," he ordered, and the Ambu formed hand seals to inform the others. All the Ambu around the stadium began to dispel the Jutsu Gen that had just begun to affect So Orochimaru. "Will you surrender, or would you rather resolve this with a fight?" the Hokage questioned. "You knew everything from the beginning, Sensei," the Kazekage questioned. "I have a spy as a student, what else did you expect?" the Hokage replied. "Very clever. But it is very bold of you to assume that you can defeat me alone," the Sek said. "He told you that I am going to fight you alone." Just when the Hokage said that, Yurya appeared from the ground below. Naruto had knocked out Gaara. That had to be the end, right? No, apparently knocking him unconscious results in the sand spirit taking control, and here he was sure he could defeat the Shukaku with minimal damage, but for that he had to accessing mastered sage mode, but to activate it, he needed to stay still for a while. He figured he only had one option left: saber. Art summoning Yutsu, he shouted, pouring a ton of chakra into it. A large cloud of smoke appeared, and an equally large buo came out of her. The buo tilted his head curiously. I'm sorry, there is no time for formalities. Please take Shukaku to an isolated area while I prepare to activate the sage mode. He flew towards the sand beast and began to tease it. Sitting down and meditating, a bright purple glow began to surround him. The shadows of his eyes began to contract. Once the transformation was complete, there was a bright purple aura around him. Naruto and his eye shadows had returned to their normal state. I can't keep this up for too long, he said to himself, and rushed towards the sand monster. Can you go? I'll take it from here, Naruto said to his summon. Please call me again. Yes, you need me, master, answered the U, and it vanished. Wise art vacuum bullet, said Naruto, and launched a wind bullet towards Shukaku, catching his attention, forming the drill he had just invented. He launched himself towards the tailed beast and hit it in the chest. For a moment, it looked like its chest had been blown off, but it regenerated just as fast as before, and this is what kept happening for a while. Naruto was trying to find something he could take advantage of, but the beast kept regenerating and launching huge bullets of wind, exploring with its gaze. Looking for a weakness, he saw a red-haired head on top of Shukaku. Ah, if there is no Jinchuriki, there will be no tailed beast, decided Naruto. Now aware of the weak point, Naruto summoned his chakra chains and made them wrap around Shukaku's hand for extra balance and began to run upwards. Apparently realizing Naruto's intentions, Shukaku began to flail around trying to get Naruto off of him. But since Naruto had his chains wrapped around his arm, he didn't move when he arrived. Up, Naruto pulled out his Tsukunai no Shukaku growled. As Naruto separated the Gaara head from his body, a large mass of chakra exploded into the sky, and there was no sign of the one-tailed beast. What is he? Sasuke asked. Sasuke, Sakura, Ino and Shikamaru had just defeated Temur and Kankuro and had come to provide support to Naruto, but it seemed like he didn't need it. As Naruto for you, said Hu. Now that he had stopped his adrenaline boost, Naruto felt something unique, another Senjutsu user. Unlike this morning, the atmosphere in the village had turned bitter, with Oha not suffering many losses, but there were some casualties. Despite this, the seed of hatred had taken deep root in the people of Konoha. Naruto was currently in the Hokage's office with the head of Gaara. The Hokage looked beaten. His black armor hung on a shelf bathed in red, but Naruto's attention was not on him. He was focused on the white-haired man with two toads sticking out of his shoulders. As the toads disappeared, the red lines on his face were beginning to recede, as were his purple marks. Are you a wise man? Naruto asked. Of course I am. I am the only great wise man of the mountain, and Goku, said Laya, adopting a ridiculous pose. What a fool. Naruto muttered to himself. Then Naruto, that's the head of the Jinchuriki, questioned the third. Yes, Hokage-sama, answered Naruto. I heard he transformed into Shukaku. How did you manage to defeat him? Asked again. I had to use my sage mode to have any chance, answered Naruto, seeing no benefit in lying mode. Sage, questioned Yusin. Yes, answered Naruto, and for a second silence reigned. The Hokage and Jiren thought that Naruto would explain more, and Naruto thought he had said enough. And where did you learn sage mode? Jiraiya questioned, breaking the silence. Why should I tell you something? Naruto counterattacked. I am the Hokage's most trusted confidant, replied Naruto. Looked at the Hokage, and when he nodded his head, Naruto began. Apparently my chakra system is despised, and already trying to provoke Naruto to show him his way wise without having to be asked. Naruto ignored him and turned to the Hokage. Why did he call me here? Hokage-sama, leaving that aside, why didn't you inform me of your prowess in Senjutsu? He asked Jiren. It was quite evident that he didn't appreciate meeting me, so I never bothered showing up for no reason, said Naruto. Eyes at this. What made you think that? Your question. I may censor. I can feel your feelings, if that makes sense, said Naruto. Indeed, it's a feature acquaintance of the previous Shuri of the Kbai. Despite everything, I hope you understand that my hatred is towards Alubi, said Jiren. I really don't care for me. You are just another jock-sama, answered Naruto. I see. Please leave that head here. Since I had a reward, the money will be sent to you. Thank you for your service to the village, said Jiren, sighing. Of course it was an honor, said Naruto, and disappeared. What was that, sensei? Hadn't you promised Kushina that you would take care of him? Said Jiraiya, frowning. All you want, Lyra, but I lost my wife in the Kyuubi attack. You can blame me for not getting over it, said Jiren. Oh, so you can let Orochimaru escape and give him another chance, but you can't give Naruto a single chance, he said Jiraiya in a deceptively calm manner. Do not compare those situations, Lyra, said Jiren. Of course there is no comparison. What crime Naruto committed by becoming the Jinchuriki to save the village and lose his parents? How can you compare a crime of this magnitude with the petty human experiments that Orochimaru did? Right, what was that? Naruto exclaimed. And know what? Was it that? Naruto questioned. That purple chakra thing you did, it was amazing. Can you show me the purple one? It's cool, you know, said Ino, too enthusiastic. No, and no, it's not something that can be taught. Naruto said. Yes, of course it can't be taught, Ino said, pouting. Why can't you stay quiet for a while? Shikamaru muttered. Team 10 was currently at the training ground. 10 Shikamaru was lying down. Naruto was eating an apple and wasn't gossiping as usual. Alma had called them 2 hours ago, but he still wasn't here. They hoped he wouldn't be spending too much time with Team 7 sensei. Before any dispute could begin, Asuma appeared in a swirl of leaves. What's up, he said, casually, pretending he wasn't 2 hours late. Team 10, deciding synonymously that their sensei could be forgiven for this time, he decided to ask why they had been called there. So why did you call us here, he questioned. And no, well, I just wanted to congratulate them for the performance you had during the Chun exams. Although things didn't go as planned with the invasion and everything, it is still possible that summer all of you will be promoted to Chun, said Asuma. Well, we can still work as Team Truth, questioned I. Of course we can, answered Asuma. This was the first time someone knocked on his door, of course, after rumors spread about his fight with the Shukaku. The contemptuous looks, they said almost nothing, but the fact remained that no one had knocked on his door until now. He assumed it had more to do with where he lived. The parents of his teammates wouldn't allow them to wander through the red zone, and someone as famous as Asuma Sarutobi wouldn't be seen in that area. Naruto shouted, approaching the door. Yes, Naruto asked. Was it the same guy he had met in the Hokage's office? Then did you think about my generous offer? Yura questioned. Didn't I tell you that you have nothing to teach me? Naruto replied. Maybe I don't know Yutsu, but I have a lot of things to convey. In case you don't, you know, I was also the teacher of the 4th Hokage, said Jiraiya with a hateful smile. My father's sensei, asked Naruto. So do you know about that? Who told you? Asked Jiraiya, losing his smile. As I said, no, I need to tell you anything, Naruto answered. We're talking about a Rango secret, said Harada. Like Rango's secret, that I'm a white Chirikwi, Naruto counterattacked. Naruto, listen, Naruto, I thought you were well taken care of, Harada said. And why exactly do you care? Naruto asked. Like I said, I'm your father. I really don't care. Whatever you were to him, Naruto interrupted Harada. Well, in any case, you and I have a rank mission to carry out, he said, changing the subject. What exactly is the mission? Naruto asked. We have to get the next Hokage back, Yura said with her smile returning with force. The genin cannot carry out rank missions, Naruto contradicted. You said you are a genin, said Iai, summoning a vest and handing it to Naruto. Naruto only raised his eyebrows. The Chunin ceremony has not yet taken place, but due to our special circumstances, you are given some flexibility, said Lyra. I see, said Naruto, taking the vest and closing the door in his face. Yes, the vest looked ugly over his kimono. Perhaps it was time for a more subtle wardrobe change, perhaps. They didn't ask him to leave the clothing store. That was new. The owner wasn't frowning at him either. That was definitely new. So what are you looking for? Asked the store owner. Was he definitely dreaming? Hello, are you there? Asked the store owner. Oh yeah, sorry. I was looking for the standard shinobi attire, said Naruto, now dressed in a standard blue Konoha uniform and his tuning vest over him. Naruto looked more like a shinobi than ever, currently waiting for Irida at the gates of Konoha. The standard shinobi uniform was strangely comfortable. The material was not hard, but it was resistant, unlike his kimono, which did not provide any protection. The vest could repel a kunai. Here in time a voice came from behind him. Unlike you, he did respond. Naruto, relax a little, this will be a long mission. We don't need to hurry, said Lyra. Will you tell me who exactly we are trying to find? Asked Naruto. The next Oka. I already know that. I'm asking for his name, said Naruto, interrupting. Stop interrupting me, Brad, exclaimed Jita. Will you answer me, sighed Naruto. It would be a difficult mission with this childish old man. Tsunade Senu, of course, said Harada. Konoha has a shortage of Hokage candidates, questioned Naruto. Why are you saying that? Contradicted Jita. Hasn't been in the village for almost 20 years old, is practically a renegade, she said. Well, it's not like your thoughts or mine actually have any weight. We're doing what we're told, Harada said. We're ordered, Naruto corrected. Yes, we're ordered anyway. She will be the perfect Hokage, said Harada. And why do you say that? Asked Naruto. Is the granddaughter of the first and the great niece of the second, explained Ida. And what did I not know that the position of Hokage was hereditary, said Naruto. Brats your age usually shut up after listening about Tsunade's inheritance. I haven't prepared the speech. Beyond that, I half sighed. So you want to learn a technique? Jiraiya asked. What kind of technique? Naruto questioned. Laya simply raised her hand as a blue sphere of chakra appeared, formed in his hands. This is the Rasengan, it drills into anything it touches, said Jiraiya. Actually, I have a similar technique. I created it during my fight with Kurara, said Naruto, forming his chain drill. Well, just at first glance, the Rasengan is already a superior technique, said Jita. How is that? Asked Naruto. Is it instant, easy to hold and And be released in a second, he said, making the Rasengan disappear. Okay, then teach me, said Naruto. Now we are talking, said Jiraiya, summoning an air balloon and handing it to Naruto. You must burst this balloon with just your chakra, he said. Don't worry, if you can't do it right away. It took me more than 3 months to master the first step. Also, he said, you to pop, it was all about power. I guess the next step will be about direction, Naruto asked, throwing the burst balloon. Hey, how did you do it? He asked, indignant. Do you think that my chakra, that of a yin chu, lacks the density to burst a balloon? Naruto asked. I will guide this lovely lady here, he said, looking at the woman who approached them. Find a local woman in her own town. Snatched Jiraiya's wallet. He wasn't going to spend his own money on this right now. Naruto was on the third step of the Rasengan. He had completed the second step in a few hours, but it already took Jiraiya a week to find the rubber balloon like this. That being alone in the room was the only opportunity to practice. He was already tired of Harada's constant arguments, feeling the visitor's chakra. He could tell that none of them were. Harada calling a bird from his window. He asked him to bring Jiraiya somehow. As he walked towards the door, he suppressed the chains that appeared due to the malevolent chakra of one of the men. When he opened the door, there were 2 men in front of him. They had distinctive features. One of them was shorter and had stress lines on his back. His face, the Odo, was huge and blue. Both of them were wearing a black cloak with red clouds. What do you want? Naruto questioned. We love you. The shorter one responded. I don't like men. Naruto said and closed the door in their faces. He didn't have much time to dodge the sword. He went through the door but was successful anyway. Like I said, he will come with us whether you like it or not, the shortest said again. And why would they need me? Weird old man questioned Naruto again. We need the beast inside you, said the tallest. And you know, just I'm 18 years old, said the shortest one. I'm sorry I can't, it's attached to me, Naruto replied, and a dozen chakra chains headed towards them. Staying true to their rank title, the two were able to easily dodge the chains, only to realize that they weren't the real target. The chains had attached themselves to the door behind them. Using the door and the chains as a catapult, they launched themselves into the hallway. The sparrow had landed on the lady's shoulder and pecked her neck hard enough to make her bleeding. The sensation of pain in turn freed her from the genjutsu she was in. As soon as Jiraiya realized what was happening, he teleported towards his jutsu hotel from the toad's mouth. A voice came out as soon as the pair arrived. The corridor and the entire area transformed into the interior of a toad year of the legendary 3, said the lowest one, his eyes turning red. Itachi-Uchiha, said Jiraiya, staring at him. We can't with him, kiss him. I took back monkeys, said the now called Itachi-Uchiha. It's okay, kiss him, snorted. I'm sorry for bursting your pretty bubble, Lyra said, but you're not going to get out of here. She concluded, ignoring her warning. Itachi-Kisum ran towards a dead end just when it seemed like they would have to stop. Black flames burst from Itachi's eyes and created a hole for them to jump, sealing the flames, Kai said, and already sealing the black flames for future investigations. Then who were they? Naruto questioned. Akatsuki, said Lyra. As far as I know, they are an organization of S-rank renegade ninjas who work as independently, but recently they have shown a great interest in tailed beasts. Explained. Great, now I have to deal with this too, sighed Naruto. Worry, you have a lot of time to prepare, said Harada. Yes, of course, muttered Naruto. This seems to be the work of Tsunade, said Yura. Naruto and Yura were currently in a restricted site where the temple had fallen due to an earthquake, and Ira was looking for any clue that would lead them to Tsunade. While Naruto kept a ball of purple chakra in his hand, nothing was probably telegraphed. Far away from here, said Lyra. You can't track his chakra signature in your sage mode, Naruto questioned. Could if there was any chakra to track. His chakra control is so impeccable that he doesn't waste a single drop of chakra when using any jutsu. Jiraiya replied. Okay then, do you have a photo of her? Naruto questioned. Yes, I have it, Jiraiya said, summoning a photo of Tsunade and him in a bar. Calling all the nearby birds towards him, he asked them to look for the lady in the village. Let's go, we will know her location. For a while, said Naruto, prompting him to head towards his new hotel. What was that? Asked my information network. Well, more or less, said Naruto, I can talk to birds, he concluded. While they were walking towards their hotel, the bird came to perch on Naruto's shoulder. I found it, said Naruto. Heading in the direction they were told, Naruto observed the town. Unlike Konoha, this one was not full of trees, its infrastructure was really good, and it had many bars. Although Naruto didn't really like alcohol, it's not like he had tried it either. The alcohol before. Oh, Naruto said. Why, the bird pecked him when passing in front of a bar there, Naruto asked. The bird chirped. Yes there, Naruto said to Jiraiya, pointing to a bar. It looks like a place where she would be. Yes, said Jiraiya, heading towards the pointed bar. As soon as the smell of the bar reached his nose, Naruto wrinkled his nose. He didn't like it here anymore, but he supposed he would have to get used to it. Tsunade, exclaimed Yura. Asked Tsunade, and then closing her eyes to make sure that he is who she thinks is as lively as he always sighed. Biru, you can leave if you are here to complain about my drinking habits, said Tsunade, sitting down comfortably. Of course, I don't come here as a representative of Konoha, replied Harada. Tsunade raised her eyebrow, using her chakra to Decrease the drunkenness caused by the alcohol she was consuming, and what message do you have? He asked, do you know about the invasion, right? Deida asked. Orochimaru's chaos asked. She even Iwagakure knows about that and they are on the other side of the map. He scoffed. So yes, the Hokage asked you. But you return to the village, he wants you to be the next Hokage, said Jiraiya. You know what Jiraiya is like. I'm not going back, she said. Come on Tsunade, you're wasting your life, there are people in the village that need your help, said Iaya, trying to convince her. Don't tell me what I have what to do, and I've done enough for the village, I'm not going back, she said while this conversation was going on. Naruto was looking at the pig in front of him who in turn was looking at Naruto. He said looking indignant, I can't understand you. I'm sorry friend, answered Naruto. He really wished he could understand other animals too, or did the pig say in a questioning tone? Asked Naruto, apparently losing interest in the conversation. The pig came out of his owner's hands and jumped into Naruto's arms. And settled there, now realizing well, the pig wasn't floating and was in someone's hands. He looked up to meet the curious black eyes of a woman with the same black hair. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm intrigued by animals and well, there aren't many. Pigs in anger, said Naruto, embarrassed. I'm sorry for being stupid, he seems to like you, and that's fine, said the lady, offering her hand for a handshake. My name is Shizune and this is stupid, she said. She also offered the same courtesy and shook his hand. And I don't really care that he's here, he said, looking at the comfortably sleeping pig, realizing how childish they were acting compared to the real children around them. They both stopped their arguments. So who's the brat, asked Tsunade. Is Naruto Uzumaki my new student, said Lyra. I'm not your student, said Naruto. I'm just here for the mission, concluded Uzumaki. Asked Tsunade. Yes, Uzumaki said. Naruto now interested in the conversation. This was the first time someone showed interest in his last name. Well, what? Whatever, she said, dismissing. If that's all you came for, now you can go, she continued looking at Aida. About. This is my first official rank mission. Oh, I'm not very interested in failing. So at least you'll have to inform the Hokage. I don't really care about the rest, said Naruto, intervening in the conversation. I didn't know that the village was assigning high-rank missions to novice children, scorned Tsunade. Maybe your age has caught up with your eyesight. Don't you see my tuning vest? Naruto counterattacked. What did you say? Tsunade hissed. So you also have hearing problems? Are you sure she's going to be the next Hokage? She looks like a witch to me. Airade asked. Like that? Do you want to fight, Brad? Let's have a little fight. If you win, I'll go back to the village. Spat tame. Imagine challenging someone 100 years younger than you to a fight, reckoned Naruto. Well, it's a mission, so go ahead, he said. Tsunade's eyes twitched, but she refrained from attacking. She was going to teach him a lesson soon. Enough anyway, just taijutsu isn't that your specialty? You're so afraid of limiting me to your specialty, Naruto mockingly questioned. You talk a lot for a brat. Well, use whatever you want, I won't need more than a finger to defeat you, said Tsunade. That's the bet. If I beat you, well, you only use one finger. I win, right? Asked Naruto. Yes, you scorned. If I win you go back to the village, and if I lose? Asked Naruto. Then you give up being a shinobi, said Tsunade. I accept, said Naruto without hesitation. The only way to ensure that he wouldn't be a shin was not to become a Hokage, and forbidding a Crikey to be a shinobi is simply the epitome of stupidity, and well, if things got complicated, he could simply become renegade. Upon hearing that, Tsunade went straight to the attack, charging her finger with chakra and throwing it towards Naruto only for him to disappear in a flash of sunlight following her movements. Tsunade turned to block a chakra chain with her finger. Chakra chains, Tsunade asked herself the last time she had seen them. They came from Kushina and her grandmother. Myth wind style wind palm, said Naruto. Releasing a gust of wind at her, she dodged them easy enough, but when she tried to speak to taunt him, a pair of chains emerged from the ground and pushed her towards down ground jutsu style of hiding like a mole, said Naruto, smiling. Seeing the opportunity to win, Naruto formed a ball of Kra in his hands and started walking towards Tsunade now underground. Do you give up now? Asked Naruto. Tsunade disappeared in a smoke and was replaced by a piece of wood. This put a smile on Naruto's face. Why are you smiling? You realize I escaped your technique, right? Tsunade asked, now behind him. I know, but you used a replacement jutsu which is a nudu, and I continued agreement. I will limit you only to T-jutsu, so I win, declared Naruto, realizing his mistake. Tsunade frowned anyway, he didn't need to keep his promise. I hope a granddaughter of the first Hokage has enough honor to keep his promise, or maybe you really are up to the neck in bets that you have entered the territory of bandits and the like, said Naruto, trying to make Tsunade keep his promise. I'm not leaving this for at least a week. There's a betting contest going on. Maybe I'll come with you or maybe no, said Tsunade and disappeared. He had been stupid enough to be drugged by Tsunade Yun. He had gone to sign a deal with Orochimaru himself. Do you think that an injection of Sage Chakra will speed up your recovery? Asked Naruto. Sure, yes, but I can't summon current Inans. Jiraiya sighed, concentrating a little. The lines of Naruto's eyes widened as he entered his partial Sage mode. Approaching Jiraiya, a chain emerged from his back and wrapped around Jiraiya's wrist, starting to inject nature chakra into him. Feeling the nature chakra enter his system, Jiraiya began to balance it and felt the poison dissolve, now somewhat healed, and realizing he will need his mode to fight Orochimaru, began the hand seals to summon the pair of frogs to access Sage mode. At the same time, Naruto sat in the room and began to meditate with a purple glow of chakra around him. He began to feel Tsunade in a clearing a little away from the village. While all this was happening, Shizune was standing there, just standing there, and open-mouthed her, and stupid, I can feel her, said Naruto. A perfect wise man. Shima questioned later about that, he said, and now to the frog on his shoulder, he guides the way, he said, looking towards Naruto and the three. The fools jumped out of the window. Tsunade thought she could face Orochimaru without spilling blood. How naive she was now. She had blood splattered all over her face, and her body didn't respond. The Kabuto guy was slowly approaching, smiling, feeling proud of himself. He was going to die. This is what he had been reduced to all his life. He was really wasting his life. It really mattered now. His hand was raised. He was surely going to die. Rasengan, a sharp voice. Came a purple flash, pounced on Kabuto, and then there was blood. This was the first time Naruto used a Rasengan on a person, and with Sage mode upgrading it, he was deadlier than ever. His Rasengan was currently piercing Kabuto's stomach. He was sure he was dead. I can't maintain this state for too long. I'll finish off this guy. Face the other one in the meantime, Naruto said to Harada. Yes, of course, but be careful, that guy has crazy healing powers, Jita replied. Saying this, she already rushed towards Orochimaru. Kabuto said the boy had healed from his injuries during the brief conversation that Jiraiya and Naruto had had, but he was visibly exhausted of chakra and was crying loudly. Well, surprise, I guess, said Naruto, since you know I don't have much time to lose, now I'm going to kill you, he concluded and lunged towards Kabuto. Already exhausted of chakra, Kabuto couldn't do anything but take the beating they were giving him. Being thrown back by a blow gave him enough time to prepare a chakra scalpel before his next inevitable taijutsu battle. As he had thought, Naruto launched himself towards him, and again as expected, he was not fast enough to counter the purple edge. Receiving a blow to the stomach, he could do nothing but wait for the next Rasengan to kill him, and of course Naruto didn't hesitate to. Please Harada, I didn't expect to see you so soon again. Aren't you being a little arrogant to face me alone? And all that, Orochimaru mocked. For someone who hides behind corpses, you consider yourself too brave. You were counterattacked. It's just another Jutsu Nida, just like your Sage mode, said Orochimaru. Well, whatever, let's do it. Or do you plan to run away like before? Said Yuta, refusing to answer. Thousands of snakes launched themselves from Orochimaru's sleeve towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya jumped back and created a wall of earth to defend himself. Climbing up the created wall, he threw a fire bullet towards Orochimaru, creating a wall similar to Jiraiya's. Orochimaru defended himself, summoning Jutsu, shouted Orochimaru, creating a large cloud of smoke, and a snake came out of it. Equally great, Orochimaru, why have you summoned me yet? Have you not provided me with my meals for the previous summoning? Asked the great snake. Everything will come with time. I need your help. Perhaps you will be happy to kill the frog that is yet to come, he said Orochimaru, and true to what he had said, a large frog appeared in a smoke. Hello Bunta, I need your help, Harada said. Ma, they can dissolve. I won't need the wise mode now, it's fine. They sneaked in and disappeared in a flash of smoke. True to their height, the battle that followed was majestic. There were large jutsus combined craters and a rain of combined style attacks. Rana oil bullet, Jiraiya exclaimed as Rana threw a large mass of oil that Yura set on fire to create a deadly fire. His target, the great snake, burned in agony and dissipated after a while. Wandering his eyes to look for some advantage, his eyes landed on the red-haired boy from whom the purple glow was receding, and next to him he Kabuto and made him dead. What a loss it was to lose his most useful subordinate to such a brat. Deciding that he wasn't worth keeping alive, even at the cost of Akatsuki's wrath, he lunged at the boy with Nakusanagi sticking out of his mouth. Tired of using his Sage mode for so long and surprised by the invisible speed his chains alone, they were able to stop the sword from passing directly through him. Yet the sword made contact and blood splashed, and that was enough for the poison on the blade to take effect. Tsunade wasn't sure what was happening. First she was going to die and then a purple flash. The purple flash protected her. It turned out to be the brat. His companion, the infamous Kusan, managed to cut him. Rasen screamed and already trying to kill Orochimaru, but he dissolved into mud and was not seen again. As soon as Shizune realized what was happening, she ran towards Naruto to help him. Until now he had separated the poison, but her natural healing was so fast that the wound did not stay open. Seeing Shizune run towards Naruto, a burst of anxiety ran through her. Suddenly regaining control of her body, she rushed towards him, activating her chakra scalpel in one hand and pushing Shizune away with the other. He began to work on separating the poison with incomparable skills. Naruto woke up after a wonderful dream when he saw the sword stuck in him. He didn't expect to wake up, but here he was waking up after the best dream he had ever had. It was cold. But there was a strange warmth on his chest, trying to wake up to see what was happening. He was gently returned to the sleeping position, opening his eyes to see what was happening. He was attacked by the cruel one's rays of the sun, squinting to adjust to the light he saw a green glow on his chest. I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. Well, for a while, I didn't expect you to wake up at all, a voice said. Who are you? Asked Naruto, still unable to focus due to the intense light. Realizing the cause of his agony, the owner of the voice approached the window and closed the curtains. Oh, you already forgot me, that's quite rude of you, said the voice, identifiable as female. Tsunade, Naruto questioned, now being able to see a little more clearly. Tsunade-sama, for you brat, she said. And why is that? Asked Naruto. I am one of the legendary Saming, said. I don't care, answered Naruto, and proceeded to wake up. No, you are not going to get up so soon. The poison of the Kusanagi is not an ordinary poison, it's barely begun to be controlled. Now if you move it will spread again, so you're here for the long game, said Tsunade. Hey. Ayubi, said Naruto. In his mind there was no response. Come on, it's not time to sleep. One eye opened. Come on, can you cure my eye closed? Come on, don't ignore me. I'm not going to get out of your stomach, that's enough help for me, Kyuri said with his eyes still closed. Don't be like that, I opened the seal. It's not true, you can cure me for once. Come on, said Naruto. I really didn't want to lose the alone. I'm lying down. I didn't know the seal would disappear. It was just your anxious curiosity that led you to make bad decisions, Kyuubi said, raising his paws. This is just a one-time thing, don't count on me again, he said, his nail touching Naruto's head. As soon as the nail made contact, a wild red chakra engulfed Naruto for a second, and all the poison disappeared as the red chakra engulfed Naruto ear. Appeared in a flash. Tsunade stepped back, and Shizune took a step back when they saw it disappear. After a second they were confused. What was that? Jiraiya asked. Fox owed me one, so he cured me for once, answered Naruto. Do you talk to him? Asked Jiraiya, surprised. What else did you expect? It has been inside me for almost 14 years. Do you know why have you been called here? Asked the Hokage. No. Said Ino, probably for the Chunin promotions, said Shikamaru. Currently the shinobi team, nicknamed Koha 12 by the population of Konoha, was standing in front of the Hokage except Naruto, of course, in effect, said the Hokage, letting out a puff of smoke. I'll get to it then, he concluded. Inelli, despite how well you did on the exams, it is quite evident that you do not have the necessary discipline to become a Chunin, he said. Understood, he said. Miyachiga Sasuke, you also lack the mentality to be considered a Chun, said. Understood, said Sasuke. Nara Shikamaru, you showed the ability to think on the fly and skills to support your plans, therefore it is a pleasure for me to promote to the rank of Chunin, said. Enter Shikamaru, the vest of Chun. It is an honor. Jock-sama, said Shikamaru. Yamano too, you showed the ability to think creatively and work well under pressure. Therefore it is once again a pleasure for me to be promoted to the rank of Chunin, he said, handing Ino the Chunin vest. Thank you, Jock-sama, said Hakama. One question if you don't mind. Asked question, said he. Where is Naruto? Why wasn't he called here? Asked Ino. Since he was specifically requested for a long-term mission, he was promoted before the Chunin ceremony. He is currently completing that mission. Here is instead a solo mission. Asked Shikamaru. Is not with one of my students, Lira said. Jiro Lira of the Legendary 3, asked surprised. That same one, said, returning to Konoha. It was an uneventful trip. I had taken a direct route to Konoha passing through several forests. Fulin didn't want to move away from Naruto's arms, growling loudly every time Son Shizune tried to take her away from Naruto. Other than that everything was quiet. The Konoha gates now visible got nerves. Tsunade hadn't been in the village for a long time, she didn't know what to feel. Names and reason for the visit, asked the gate guard without looking up. Uzumaki Naruto, and already returning from a recovery mission. Naruto said. Ayura-sama, I'm sorry, that's why I wasn't looking, said the gate guard. Okay, we can pass, asked Lira. Yes of course, he answered. Uzumaki Naruto and Jai returning from the recovery mission. Hokage-sama, said Naruto, so you really managed to convince her? That's quite an achievement, said Jiren. Well, apart from that, the reward for Gaara will be delivered to your address today. You can leave, he added. Thank you, Naruto replied and faded away. So Tsunade, you really came back, huh? I didn't expect to see you the truth, commented Jiren while taking a deep drag on the cigarette. He looked older than ever. Well, then you better be grateful and stop wasting my time. Why did you call me here? Asked Tsunade. Grateful of course, said Jiren. Then his look became serious. I want you to become the next C, he stated. Huh, I'm pretty sure you can stretch a few more years, then hand him over to Kakashi, your guy. Dismissed Tsunade from the idea. In fact, I can't stretch a few more years, as you say. My confrontation with Orochimaru took me to my limits. I am no longer the god of shinobi that I used to be. My powers have been exhausted. Tsunade, my reign is over now, he explained. Jiren, well, whatever to the jock then. She suggested he has an information network to take care of. Counter argued Jiren. Kakashi too lazy, gay, strong but naive. Okay, give me some time to think, sighed Tsunade. Of course, take your time, besides that I have a request to do, said Jiru. What is it? Asked Tsunade. A very promising Jining Rely was injured during the preliminaries of the Chunin exams. None of our doctors are skilled enough to cure him. Please take a look and try to cure her wounds. Here is an. Asked. Yes of course I will, she said and faded The way what do you think and will you agree here is an ask she will give in G decide. So why didn't you tell us about your promotion and the mission before before I didn't see them around, then I had to leave to the mission after waking me up, answered Naruto. Naruto was replenishing his stock of kunis at the weapons store when he ran into Ino and well, here they were walking towards her house and chatting. Are you sure you want to come? It's not a very nice place, questioned Naruto. It doesn't bother me, I've never seen your house anyway, he replied. Ino, well whatever then, said Naruto. True to what Naruto had said, the area wasn't nice, in fact it was pretty bad, with beggars wandering around, thugs spinning used kunis, and no sense of order. It seemed a civilization from a century ago. Despite that, as they wore their bands on their foreheads, no one had confronted them, and they had arrived at Naruto's house without problems. His house was on the second floor, the only house around that was well painted. Probably that he had painted it himself, since Ino noticed inconsistencies that a professional wouldn't have left. Her house wasn't very big, her living room was probably bigger than the blonde's entire house, but she wasn't judging. She knew that Naruto didn't have the privileges that she had, but it was clean and decent. The balcony was a decent size, it had a mattress of artificial grass with many plates full of bird food, and of course there were at least 24 birds. Olgan, that's nice there, he said. Ino, you don't need to sugarcoat anything here, replied Naruto. No seriously, this is nice, I insisted. Well if you say so, Naruto said. Then what are your plans for tomorrow? He asked Ino. D rank missions in the morning, training until the afternoon, and maybe a C rank if I feel like the usual. Naruto answered. No, I mean the celebration, said Ino, pouting. Celebration? Why, did Naruto question. That's why they promoted us, of course, said Ino. I don't have any plans that I can think of, said Naruto. Well, and you asked my family along with Shikamaru and Chewie are going to the forest of the Nara for a day or two, is a really cool place with a cottage and everything, explained Ino. Chewie was also promoted, asked Naruto. No, but he is a close friend of the family and our families often take vacations together, answered Ino. Oh I see, enjoy your vacation then, Naruto said. Just when they were about to fall into silence, a chirping noise stopped him. A bird flew in through the window. That was quite common, but what was not common was the envelope in his mouth. The bird landed on his shoulders and he offered the envelope. Ah, the reward. Naruto remembered what the Hokage had told him. What reward, he asked. Gaara said, putting the envelope in the drawer. Well, it looks like you have plenty of money, why don't you move out of here, he asked. Who? I just bought this house in cash, there's no point in moving. As soon as Naruto said, ah, I see, it makes sense, he said. Who? Well, I'm leaving now. I guess, of course, see you, he said, walking her towards the door. The idea of the celebration stuck in his head. Nothing had ever happened before and he did feel envy of me when he was talking about family vacations. She probably didn't understand what he was saying. It was the day after the conversation with Ino. It was almost nighttime and he had more than one excuse to justify his celebration. First, his promotion, and second, his birthday. Yes, it was October 10. His demo. 4th birthday. Until now I had not gone out on a single birthday of his, but I had an excuse today and well, now I was curious to try alcohol, plus I had money to spare, so here I was in front of a bar. It was legal for shinobi of any age drink alcohol, because any shinobi could be asked to please noble with a drink. It was going to be his first drink. Entering the bar he had taken the most isolated seat towards the corner. He had ordered a can of beer and a cake. The waiter looked at him strangely, but he went for the combination he had ordered, so he would go through with that, eating the cake and not looking at the alcohol. For now he was enjoying his isolation. Recently, he had very little time alone. He had spent a month surrounded by bullshit, then a week with Jiraiya looking for Tsunade, then 3 days with Jiraiya, Tsunade, Shizune and Taunton, traveling back to Konoha. So yes, he was really enjoying his birthday. Tsunade-sama, not another bar, we have been to 30 different bars in 2 days, sighed a familiar voice. He sighed too. Why? Because there they were. Tsunade and Shizune had seen him and were heading towards him. He wanted to sigh again, but that would be rude. So Brad, I didn't know you drank, said Tsunade, taking a seat at his table. I don't do it, this is my first time here, he said. Well, what's the occasion, she asked. My birthday, he replied. I see, and why are you alone, she asked again. My teammates have places to go, he said. How about you invite me? Enten didn't cut her off. Naruto, come on, at least you can do. That's what Tsunade said, indignant. She didn't respond. He's fine, buffoon. She'll pay for what's mine. Happy birthday, Naruto said. Shizune, smiling. Thank you, he said, quite uncomfortable. Bring me the biggest bottle of water. The beer had disappeared with Tsunade drinking, Shizune smiling uncomfortably and full and sleeping in his arms. He had to admit he was enjoying his birthday. Things had taken their pace. Naruto had started doing individual missions in addition to the regular team missions to earn some money extra, and he and Tsunade had gotten along pretty well from the beginning. It turns out that Naruto didn't get drunk easily. And somehow he had gotten into drinking with Tsunade. Come on, you can do the mission later, it's my last day off, Brat, said Tsunade. I've already been assigned the mission and well, I'll only come back after you become Hokage, answered Naruto. I can override the decision, isn't that right, asked Tsunade. To no one in particular you can, but not before Tomorrow and by then I'll be gone, said Naruto. Come on Tade-sama, you've had enough, you have to get up early tomorrow, said Shizune. Currently Nar-sun-8 and Shizune were in a bar. Naruto was to leave on a solo B-rank escort mission to the land of demons. Ideally it would be a trip of TR days, but school to a civilian would make it unnecessarily long. He had offered to take her all the way, but she had rejected him. Let me enjoy my last day off, Shizune muttered. Tsunade, well I'm leaving, we can't keep you waiting to the customer you know, said Naruto. Be careful, said Shizune. Tsunade muttered something, but it was not understood, so he let it pass for sure, he said, and disappeared in a flash, flashing out of the bar and walking towards the Hokage's office. Naruto could feel the difference in the behavior of the people around him after his fight with Shukaku. People's contempt for him was reduced to the point that they almost never looked at him badly. Since then he had never fought for anyone's attention, but his life had definitely taken a turn for the better. In fact, some people even began to greet him. When he arrived at the Hokage's office, his client, a young woman his age, was waiting for him. How nice of you to come here, she said mockingly. Reporting for the mission of escort Jock-sama, said Naruto without paying attention to the provocation. Very well, you know the mission right, asked the Jockok land of demons. Escort mission rank B, Naruto responded, telling what he knew about the mission. Okay, this is Ariora, the daughter of the lord of the land of demons, said Hiruzen, introducing the girl. Now looking at her properly, she had long black hair, blue eyes, and was wearing a black kimono with blue floral designs all over it to complement her appearance. She was about a meter shorter than him, as she said, offering her hand to shake Uzumaki. Naruto, he responded, accepting the handshake. Very well, as the courtesies are over you can proceed with your mission, said Jiren. Yes, he said, suppressing his impulse to flash. From there he took the door with his client. I continue offering to carry you on my back, said Naruto. I still reject your offer, he snorted. Why did he ask Naruto? Is it not suitable for someone of my status, she said with her nose pointing to the sky. Do you understand that your father is paying me quadruple the original amount for your request? Truth, she asked. We have a lot of money to spend, she said. Well, whatever you want, said Naruto, shrugging his shoulders. A few extra days of travel were a fair exchange for the money they offered him. Falling into silence, he summoned his Buu Scout as an additional security measure. The Buu L being summoned, he tilted his head curiously. Seeing the surroundings, he understood what he was asked to do, so he proceeded to settle on Naruto's shoulder and sleepwalking for a while longer. They did not encounter any danger. Since it was already late, Naruto decided to camp in the forest where they were. No camps, just a camp, since he was the only shinobi guardian had to give up his sleep during the time they were traveling. The night was quiet among the trees, there were no bandits lying down, and the fire he had lit would scare any animal. So once Array woke up, they decided to move on. So where are we going now, he asked. To sigh escaped Naruto's lips. Country of rivers, he said. That place, it was really dangerous. The only reason why this mission was of rank B was because they had to go through the country of rivers. I see, she said, falling silently. Walking towards the country of rivers was an easy task because there were no guards. However, the scenario inside the village, it was a disaster, at least for Array, who had never seen poverty in his life. It was the most horrendous thing he had ever witnessed. All the houses were made of brass, and people walked around as thin as a stick. Poor people, young and old, carried rocks. And they were walking towards a cave in a row. The shinobi, more like bandits, kept them in a row, hitting people without worrying about their agony. Naruto was perfectly happy, ignoring everything and continuing on his way, but when one of the bandits was about to hit a fallen old man, Array, he had to become the personification of all good things. Stop, don't you see him, he's hurt, he shouted. Mind your business, girl, said the bandit. Oh yeah, why don't you show me what's my business, she said. A sigh came out of her mouth. Naruto, Array, we are in the middle of enemy territory, with me being the only one capable of fighting, and you are challenging them, Naruto questioned when he realized what he had done. Array quickly hid behind Naruto. You know what civilians are like, she won't talk to herself again. We have to, let's leave here, and we can avoid any conflict, said Naruto. Things don't work like that, boy, I was generous enough to give you a chance, isn't it, said the bandit, approaching them. Okay, Naruto sighed as a chain crossed the heart of the aforementioned bandit. Apparently when looking at his vest for the first time, the bandits realized that he was a shinobi. Koura-sama, we will keep him busy until then, said one of the bandits. Yes, said another bandit, and ran there. That was one problem. Now the one who left was probably going to call someone important anyway. He had some immediate problems that needed attention. So far, half a dozen bandits surrounded him. He could kill them easy enough, but there were also people around him, and he had to protect his client. After all, Array was still hiding behind him. Take this, bandit number one shouted, running towards Naruto with a sickle in his hand. Turning around and wrapping Array in his arms, he jumped back to dodge the attack. Wanting his chains to do their job, he threw them towards the aforementioned bandit. Not being fast enough to dodge, he was quickly eliminated. Now hesitating after seeing a one-sided massacre of his companion, the others were hesitant to attack anyway. Naruto, he had to end this as soon as possible. Looking for a full-scale attack, Naruto jumped into the air, and from the top view, he launched a rain of kunai wind style, palm of Gale said, to speed up the kunai true to their status as untrained Civilians, they couldn't do anything but be slaughtered. We have to go quickly, he said to Ray, hugging him as if his life depended on him, but before Naruto could take another step, lightning struck in front of him. Going back while keeping the girl safe, Naruto with 4 chains to protect himself from any unexpected attacks. I heard that they were bothering the mercenaries he had hired. Do they want to have a funeral early in their lives? Asked a deep voice. He was wearing a grey hooded cloak with 3 stripes, red and S tied to his back. Beneath his cloak, he wore a dark brown sleeveless vest that fell to his knees, where the inside was purple, a light brown belt, light grey pants and bandages that covered the most of his body from the neck to the chest, including his arms and shins. Who are you? Asked Naruto. Do you come to my land and ask me this? I am Rock Kurisuke, wielder of the Kiva blades, and I will give you your funeral, said water style hidden mist jutsu, said Raiga, as a layer of mist began to surround them. Then releasing his blades, Kiba summoned lightning into them. Thunderfall lightning style, he said, and launched a thunder summon from the sky towards them, dodging the attacks when he felt them. Naruto looked at his around, looking for a place where and could be safe. Looking around, he found a large solid rock, behind which she could hide. Jumping towards her, he asked her to leave him and stay there for a while. Initially she didn't want to leave the safety of his arms, but with a little urging from Naruto, he agreed to hide there now, without having to worry about anyone else. Naruto was ready to fight to the maximum. Lightning's funeral, shouted Raiga, now standing on top of the nearby mountain. Wind style gust of wind, said Naruto, dissipating the fog and regaining his sight. Seeing the lightning that was approaching, he dodged it and launched himself towards his target. Lightning style thunderball, said Raiga, throwing several thunderballs towards Naruto. Dodging, jumping, sliding and jumping, Naruto avoided all the attacks. Now quite close to him, Naruto threw a kunai towards him. To his surprise, the kunai was cut in half by his sword. Realizing that his swords could channel chakra, plan formed in his mind. Earth-style earth bullets, he said, and threw mud bullets to counter the ball lightning coming towards him. One of the bullets hit Raiga directly in the chest and knocked him down. Standing up and now angry, Raiga shouted, I will organize your funeral, and won't it be pretty? Saying this, he raised his sword towards the sky and began to gather lightning around him. Seeing the opportunity in nature, and slowly but eventually the lightning gathered around began to disperse and the sword turned into stone. What did you do? Before Raiga could finish his sentence, a purple ball of chakra connected with his stomach and he fell down the cliff with the sword in his hands and his nest still strapped to his back, never seen again. Before Naruto could breathe a sigh of relief, a black edge hugged him. Naruto, low, I'm sorry, Ara said, calm down, everything is fine, he said, consoling himself before leaving. The hidden arena was a mess. They had made a pact with him, and now they were paying the consequences with the death of the 4th Kazekage, Rasa and Gaara. The only one considered strong enough to succeed him. The hidden arena was on the brink of collapse, and the 4th's right-hand man received the title of 5th Kazekage. It was the first time that someone who was not a direct descendant of the first sect held that position. This showed how fragile things were. The arena was already the most weakest of the 5, and Baki the weakest of the 5 cake. The first thing Baki did upon becoming Kazekage was demand the head of Gaara's murderer as compensation. The 3rd submitted to the will of the Raikage without seeing any loss and try, but unfortunately, the letter was received by the 5th Hokage Tsunade Senu, and her response was not pleasant. The 5th Hokage instructed them in all aspects, explaining how it was the sand that attacked them and how a more exaggerated demand from the sand could lead them to death. Next war, the only reason she was willing to work with the sand again was their history as allies and the fact that Orochimaru, a traitor of the Hidden Leaf, had been manipulating everything from the beginning. Mission return report, huh? Naruto asked without seeing the familiar face in the Hokage's chair. Tsunade asked again, a smile spread across his face. Now I'm sure I'm Tsunade-sama for you, brat, he said, realizing that Tsunade must have become Hokage while he was away. Straightened, of course. Hokage-sama. Uzumaki. Naruto reporting on the escort mission said, how was the mission? Asked she. We encountered a renegade of the hidden mist and I ended up breaking one of the 7 swords. Answered. Continue, explain it in detail, she said, and he did at some point during the conversation. Shizune came into the room and of course Fullin jumped from her arms into Naruto's arms. Raga was wielding the Kiva blades from what I know. Tsunade said yes. He mentioned that's what Naruto said. At this point Naruto, Tsunade and Shizune had settled on the couch while a clone of Tsunade was signing papers and Greta, then why do you make your clone sign? Those papers are not important, asked Naruto, curious. Those are shadow clones, they transmit their information to the creator one once they dissolve, Tsunade responded, feeding her curiosity. It's pretty good. Do you think you can teach me? Naruto asked. Is it a forbidden technique? It consumes a lot of chat. Tsunade interrupted herself, realizing how stupid it would sound to say that to Yanchuri. Recovering his lost dignity. Oh, I understand, said Naruto. I never denied teaching you, said Tsunade. You can't go around teaching techniques to a tuning right, Naruto joked before the conversation could continue. An Angu appeared in front of them. The cage, said the K-Cage is here for the meeting, said the Angu. I see, he said to Lao, turning to Naruto again. Well, that's all for now. Do you want to meet at the Same time he asked Naruto's eyebrow raised, "Are you the Hokage now?" He said. "You can't go around drinking anymore." Naruto and Shizune chanted. A laugh escaped their mouths when they realized what had happened. To the contrary, now I'm the Hokage, so I can do whatever I want, she said. Same time same place, she concluded and disappeared in a flash. I'm going now too, I always have to keep an eye on her, said Shizune. Of course see you, he said and also disappeared. What do you mean she ran away? Naruto asked Naruto. Shikamaru, and they weren't currently at Shikamaru's house. Shikamaru had a cast around his left arm. He ran away towards Orochimaru, said Tsunade-sama. Didn't tell me that, said Naruto. Well, maybe he didn't remember, he has other things to take care of, too, you know, answered Who. Yes of course, muttered Naruto. Well anyway, tell me about the mission, he asked. Since all the Hyjin Rango were busy with the pending missions from the time of the invasion, Ino and I were the only ton available for the mission. We formed a team composed of Neila Kibakai and the two of us, said Shikamaru. Sasuke had a backup of a team of 4 from the village of Sound and an additional backup that appeared later. Chewie, he had to use a forbidden jutsu to survive. Shika and I were able to run back and forth to help the others, although Leafrot Sasuke is in critical condition, but we all came back alive, and except we survived him with minimal injuries. The 5 that Orochimaru sent are dead, although Saz who managed to escape, explained Ino. And why did he flee? Was he not given everything he wanted here? Asked Naruto. Well, who knows, but the fact is that now he is a traitor, said Ino. Sakura, she is devastated, however, she continued. Who is Sakura? Asked Naruto. A sigh came out of Ino. She was our classmate, Naruto. I don't remember her, Naruto murmured. Yes, now she wants to form an alliance, said Tsunade, speaking more and more dragged. At the end, Naruto and Tsunade, they were currently at the bar, agreed Tsunade. Hebria as always, Naruto sober as always. I'm pretty sure that information should be classified. Tsunade, Naruto said she would call her Tsunade when they weren't in the Hokage's office. It's not that secret, she said, drinking another bottle. Whatever you say, just don't put me behind bars for knowing sensitive information. Later, sighed Naruto. Hey Naruto, do you want to be my apprentice? Asked Tsunade. Suddenly ringing. How, where does this come from? Asked Naruto. Do you know the Akatsuki, right? Asked Tsunade. I know what you're already told me about them, answered Naruto. Yagura the Mizukage was the host of the 3-tailed beast. They killed him this week. It is speculated that the 3-tailed beast will take around years to reincarnate, and we hope it will be around the same time that the Akatsuki will begin to operate, Tsunade explained. And what does that have to do with you training me? Naruto asked. I want you to become a proper S-rank ninja before you have to face any of the Akatsuki. But inevitably you will have to do, she said worriedly. I'm not looking forward to becoming a doctor, said Naruto. I have many other things to teach if you want to learn, of course, she replied. Well, it will be an honor then, she said, accepting the offer. What do you mean you are going to train him? Asked Ida. Was I going to take him in a training trip? He stated. Well, you were going to take him, but now you won't, said Tsunade without moving. Come on, he is a wise man. There is no better teacher for him than me, said Lyra. He is already a wise man, better than you alone. He needs better control over his chakra, and I don't want him to end up being a pervert like you. He also stated. Wait, I'm not a common pervert. I'm the great Yae-sama, the super pervert, said now by Arbita. Yes, you're definitely not going to. Evid, said Tsunade. A cloud of depression it was formed on Jiraiya. Why are you doing this? He exclaimed. Because I feel like it. Now get out, and if I see you near the hot springs again, you will be in trouble, he said, saying goodbye. Well okay, I'll go, but remember Tsunade, this is a big responsibility. We don't know what he plans to do, Katie, with the Villas, but it can't be anything good, he said. Abandoning his childish personality, I know it, and I'm going to prepare him for everything he's going to face. I'm not going to let him die, he also said, as serious as Jita. Well, I guess you get what you get. Do you want, princess? See you later, then he said and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Chakra control is a very neglected part of training for most shinobi. It doesn't matter how many jutsus you know, how many S-rank techniques you have stored in your mind. If you lack the chakra control to perform them, you will either not be able to perform the technique or you will die due to the sudden loss of chakra, Tsunade explained. It is a common misconception that people with large chakra reserves cannot have better control. I come from 2 well-known clans for their vitality and large reserves of chakra. The Senju and the Uzumaki, and I have control over my chakra to such an extent that I do not waste a single drop of chakra when performing any technique, and as my student that is what is expected of you, said Tsunade. Understood, Tsunade-sama, I will do my best, answered Naruto. That's what I expect from you. Now tell me what chakra control exercises you know, ordered Tsunade. I started with a leaf balancing exercise followed by walking on trees and walking on water, and I don't know if it counts as a chakra control exercise, but I have also mastered it, said Naruto, forming a ball of purple chakra in his hand. Yes, the Rasengan is in fact considered a chakra control exercise. Well, Shizune will introduce you to the exercises. Advanced at the end of the day, he said, urging Naruto to follow Shizune. You did exceptionally well for your first day. I didn't expect your chakra control to be so good. Shizune praised. Thank you, said Naruto, not being used to praise. Tired? Shizune asked. A lot, said Naruto, falling in his couch. I guess Sama isn't giving you a break, said Shizune. Yes, I tend to believe that he is trying harder than normal. With me Naruto said. Well, you have the goal of becoming a proper rank in 2 years. No, he said, defining the reason why I was suffering this hell with simple words indeed. But now I'm going to sleep. You can stay if you want, said Naruto, falling asleep instantly. Well, that is certainly an opportunity, said Shizune to herself. Ah, look at you finally growing a Jing. Are you okay on your way to becoming one of the best a blade has ever produced, said Tsunade, hugging him. It's not a big deal really, but I'm really grateful for everything you've done for me, said Naruto. Still couldn't get used to hugs, nor to any type of physical contact really, but that didn't mean that I didn't enjoy it. That's how it is then. About inviting me to have a few drinks, said Tsunade, smiling. A sigh left Naruto's lips. Seriously? He said. Of course, replied Tsunade. Well, whatever you want, Naruto said. Tell me, Shizune, are you free tonight? I was wondering if you want to join me for dinner tonight, questioned Naruto. Ah, are you inviting me on a date, Naruto questioned Shizune, trying to annoy him. Can you call it a date? Yes, answered Naruto without answering the jokes. Well, I'm certainly free tonight. Why isn't it a date, said Shizune. It is then, replied Naruto. So Sasuke, how far are you willing to go to get revenge, asked a nasty voice. It really doesn't concern you. Do what you came to do and train me, said Sasuke. Well, that is the first thing we will have to correct. After all, discipline is a very important characteristic for a shinobi, said the same voice. When you talk to me, do it with respect. If you don't, the seal on your neck. So I'm bomb like an impulse of power, said Orochimaru-sama. It seems that you have terrified the boy, said a female voice. Faithful to what he had said, Orochimaru's presence was permeated in the room, and Sasuke was trapped, apparently terrified. You know how it is, Guren-chan. I have to keep my subordinates in their place, said Orochimaru. Of course, Orochimaru-sama, said Guren. Long time without seeing each other, right? Naruto questioned in the dark corners of his mind. A blood-red eye opened suddenly. In fact, it has happened as you say. It's been a long time and I couldn't be happier, the voice growled. Now you've come to be happy with your isolation, Naruto questioned. If your puny mind can't understand the difference between being isolated and being locked up, maybe you're overkill, said the same voice. Do you know how? It's Kyuubi. I like to joke, said Naruto. Meaningless conversation. Why are you here, questioned the Kyuubi. I'm just walking around. It's my mind, you know, said Naruto. Your mind, you say? Do you want me to leave? You know I can do it, since the zero is broken. No, LB questioned. Wait, calm. I'm just playing. You don't need to destroy me, Naruto said. Would you stop looking at me? Naruto questioned. Were you not looking at him when you killed him? Temari questioned. Temari had become the representative of Tsunagakure in Konoha, so he was around a lot, but it was the first time that Naruto knew her since the infamous Chunin exams. He was innocent, he was dealt a bad hand, and you just killed him. He despised Temari. Of course, let me free the Kakure. Just because I was dealt a bad hand you will try to keep me with life, then questioned Naruto. You speak as if you had really done something to help him. I at least gave him freedom from being considered a weapon, he continued. Pierce, he was not going to accept such provocations from a foreign ninja. Teamer had no answer for this, so he simply waited for it to arrive, the sea cage, and drowned in her guilt internally. Of course, hey Shizune, called her Naruto. They were currently on their couch watching a show and enjoying their food. Yes, Shizune questioned with a mouthful of food. I think I love you, he said. So Shizune, how is Naruto, asked Tsunade in a sly voice. Shizune turned red. Apparently Shizune was prone to blushing. It just had never happened before, because Shizune had never dated anyone before. Come on, it's been almost a year, and you still blush when it's mentioned, Tsunade said, sighing. Well then don't mention it, Tartane Chie. Come on, don't be like that, you have to tell the details, Tsunade said. Without moving. Mind your own business, yelled Shizune, red from the ears to the neck. Well, it's okay, he's finished his training, Tsunade asked without mocking anymore. I guess so, I'm not sure. However, Shizune answered before the conversation could continue. The man in question, Naruto, entered the room. Hello Tsunade. Shizune, I finished my training for today, he said, hugging Shizune from behind. His chin rested comfortably on her head. How many times have I told you not to do this here? Shizune shouted indignantly. Well, this is the only time I heard it correctly. You always whisper those things, so I pretend I don't hear anything, said Naruto. Well, what's got you so upset today? Naruto asked. Maybe I was thinking naughty things about you, said Tsunade, a sly smile reappearing on her face. Seriously, asked Naruto. No, nothing, that's what she said. Realizing that no one understood her, she took a deep breath and spoke. Let me go, now I have work to do. Well, of course, you can go, Naruto said, moving away from her, and the opportunity came. Shizune ran out of the room. Gone. The conversation continued. Well, I'm afraid we're at the point now where I have nothing more to teach you, Naruto. You've come so far from the little Chunin you were before, and I couldn't be more proud, Tsunade said with affection in her voice. You've done what enough, Tsunade-sama. I'm so grateful for what you've done for me. I couldn't be more grateful if I tried, he said. A bright smile appeared on Tsunade's face, and Naruto knew what was going to happen next. I'm sure this is so divine. How can places be in the elemental nations, said Tsunade, a bottle of serve in her hand. You say that in every bar we go to, answered Naruto, already used to her antics. Maybe yes, maybe not, but this is great, she said. Raising the bottle in his hand, isn't there? Maybe I know for a fact that yes you do, answered Naruto, raising his bottle to accept the toast. Well anyway, what do you think of Akatsuki, asked Tsunade. What is there to think? They are willing to kill me, so I am willing to kill them all, Naruto responded in the same way. Of course you are willing to kill them, but you can't just go running and fight with everything, Tsunade said, sighing. Well, we know. In fact, they will have to start with a one-tailed beast, and according to what I know, it was reincarnated in the deserts from Sunagakure like a year ago, Naruto said. In fact, Sunagakure has not been able to produce someone who can withstand everything, the power of Shukaku, said Tsunade. Well, why not ask the shinobi of Agakure to keep an eye on the area? If they can sense something suspicious, a messenger bird to inform us instantly, offered Naruto. That is a feasible idea. I will see what I can do. Well anyway, we will go to Sunagakure tomorrow anyway. I have to make some business agreements official with the new Kazekage, said Tsunade, and in fact Naruto, as a student of Tsunade, had been with her in all the political shenanigans, along with Shizune of course. The new Kazekage, asked Naruto. The position of Kazekage, unlike any other, has been hereditary in Sunagakure. That Baki became Kazekage was not a rule, but an exception. Since Temari is now considered strong enough to become Kazekage, Baki will resign now, Tsunade explained. That's good. You know, a little strange, a hereditary position. I mean, there are always other deserving candidates, you know, said Naruto. It is indeed, but we can't do anything about it. Well, how do we start with the drinks now, said Tsunade, asking for more drinks from Naruto's pocket. You haven't been around lately. Mom has been asking about you. You know, it's been almost 2 years since you last saw her, she said. You know how it is, and it's not often that I end up sleeping at the same training ground, but since my training has been marked as completed, I'm sure I can be around here more often. He said. Well, that's good. How about tomorrow? Then he asked you. Sorry, but I have to leave early to Sunagakure tomorrow, said Naruto. I'll see you later. Then I guess, said Hino, walking towards Sunagakure. Naruto was already feeling bored as he walked in a desert. Precision was really necessary, and it was very hot in the afternoon. I couldn't even talk unless I wanted sand in my mouth, as there was a sand storm going on. I really hated the sandstorm at the moment. Despite the smooth ride, hot and full of sandstorms, the trip was uneventful. We went to Sunagakure on a given day. There was no you accompanying them. Naruto would simply take Shizune when he got tired, and Naruto and Tsunade had enough stamina to make it to their Nagakura and return to with Leaf without stopping, so there was no need to stop anywhere. They were at the gates of Sunagakure in record time. Hello Joko, said the newly appointed Kazekage. Greetings Kazekage Dono, said Tsunade kindly. I hope the trip went smoothly, said Temari. In fact, we got here without any problems, said Tsunade. That's great to hear. These shinobi will take you to your rooms. We will inform you of the times of our meeting. I hope you enjoy our hospitality, said Temari, urging the Jing behind her to bow. Of course we will be in your care, said Tsunade. Are you going to mention the Vu of a tale in the meeting with the Kazekage, asked Naruto. Yes. We have no time to waste now, said Tsunade. The three along with Fulan were currently in a large room. Provided for them was a luxurious room with 3 full-size beds. Tsunade was began reviewing the papers she had brought for the meeting while Naruto was resting on Shizune's lap with Taunt on his stomach. Shizune was combing Naruto's red locks, trying to give it another style. And do you think they will allow us to interfere in an internal matter like that, Naruto asked. I'm pretty sure they will, and if they don't, we will face Akatsuki on our own, she said. She understands, said Naruto, and they all fell down in silence. It was dark. A dark cave is that's the best guess one could make. In the middle of the cave stood 9 holographic figures, each dressed in similar black robes and red clouds above them. It's time to start our operations, said a deep voice. The speaker had deep purple eyes, orange hair and piercings all over his face. We still don't have a suitable partner for me. Xu is not a fighter and can't support me in any way. Another voice said. Yes, Xu was your partner only in words for your missions. Toby will be your partner from now on, said the initial voice. Toby would love to work with Kakuzu senpai, squealed Toby. Is barely better than Zetsu, said Kakuzu. There is a reason why he is here. It will carry its own weight, declared the initial voice. Well, I will take your word then, said Kakuzu. As he was saying, Xu has confirmed that the one-tailed and three-tailed beasts have reformed Dodara Sasori. You will set out to capture the one-tailed beast, said the man of purple eyes. The one-tailed beast, of course, said Dodara. Yes, affirmed Sasori. Forgive my man, Sasori is not very talkative, said Dodara to everyone. I can speak for myself, Dodara affirmed, his voice as heavy as always. Well, if you say so, said Dodara laughing. I hope you enjoyed our hospitality. Hokage, said the Kazekage. Of course we were honored to receive such a warm welcome, answered the Hokage. Sunak's meeting room was very Sunak-like. It seemed to be decorated in a desert theme. They were earthy brown in color, the table was oak brown, and the glasses on the table followed the same theme. Honor is all our jock, said Temari. Well, let's start with the matter at hand, asked Tsunade. Of course, he responded, urging, even to begin in the first place, we have not yet finalized our trade route through the country of the waves to have our relations very active, said Temari. Indeed, it would be a waste to leave everything after making such crucial decisions, answered Tsunade. Well, will that be all, Joko? Asked Temari. Actually I have no other matter to talk about, said Tsunade. And what could that be, asked Temari. Do you know the Akatsuki, right? He asked in a similar way. Yes, I know, they are after the Villas if I'm not mistaken, said Temari. Indeed, since they are our common enemies, Konoha would like to formally offer his shinobi to help protect the one-tailed beast. Tsunade offered. A cat is in fact a common enemy, although Sunagaker has established guard camps near Shukaku. If two ranks that want to do it, they would kill them all like this. That Gakure will gratefully accept your generous offer, said Temari. Well, that went better than expected, said Shizune. Yes, that was smooth enough, replied Tsunade. Well, it's not like we're expecting problems, isn't it? As if Sunagaker had many allies, said Naruto. That's also true, but having the title of one of the 5 great villages can feed, said Tsunade, as well as having the title of one of the legendary 3, right? Naruto asked mockingly, smiling. Yes, just wait, I'm going to make you do it. 1 rank missions now, said Tsunade, about to burst into laughter. It wouldn't be bad at all. It would be a great vacation, Naruto said, adopting a thoughtful pose. Before they could talk more, a sand shinobi arrived, informing the Kazekage that he was still in the meeting room, but it was loud enough to be heard by the entire population. Lady Sekade, we have sighted red clouds, exclaimed. Well, Naruto, I guess it's time to check. How much progress have you made in these 3 years, said Tsunade, smiling. Hey Sasori, we have a plan, or we are going to blow up the entire desert, right? Asked Deidara. And well, are you sure we are going in the right direction? The dirt asked again. Akatsuki was currently heading towards where the tailed beast was suspected to be traveling on a large white bird. Yes, we have a plan. You will use the seal that I will give you to put the beast to sleep, and you will use your birds to take it away. I will take care of the guard dogs. I will maintain my position for a while to make sure no one is following. By then you will be a safe distance from the fight scene, Sasori explained, detailing the plan. Huh? Why are you taking all the fun? Dira questioned him. Letting you fight against the one-tailed beast alone is not enough, said Sasori, handing him the seal in question. Well, when you put it like that you make me sound greedy, right? I guess I'll do it then, said Deidara. Land here, Sasori ordered. At this point, the gigantic figure of the one-tailed beast, it was visible. It moved, causing havoc just with its movement. It almost looked like a child running aimlessly. Once the bird landed, Sasori threw a rock towards a bush to distract the nearby Sunagaker shinobi. When the Sunagaker shinobi Sunagaker entered the isolation of the sand dunes and bushes, as On pierced the neck of one of them, quickly Sasori tied ropes to the shinobi's lifeless body and cleaned the blood using the corpse as a puppet. Hey Jody, what was there? Asked another shinobi. Hello, he tried again, but unfortunately for him he got no answer. Are you okay? Before the sentence could be completed, a sem passed around his neck in a quite familiar manner. All the other guards surrounding beast suffered deaths similar. Get to work, Deidara ordered Sasori. Yes, said Deidara and rose into the air holding many clay structures. He threw them all towards Shukaku, curious about this new substance that was falling on him. The one-tailed monster tilted its gigantic head. What is this? He asked with a deep voice, trying to grab the substance that was falling on him. It's an explosion, said Deidara, causing all the clay to explode. The recoil effect of the clay at such a close distance made even the beast of a tail fell backwards, seeing the opportunity, and had to change its trajectory, once again summoning its clay bird. It rose once again, now fully aware of the danger. Shukaku summoned a large block of sand to do its bidding. The sand shot towards Deidara, capturing it completely. Sand coffin, said Shukaku, wishing that the sand would squeeze him to death. The sand squeezed, but no blood came out. Despite everything, a big explosion did occur. Boo to his enemy. The one-tailed beast did not expect someone to fall on its head, so when Deidara did it, he was caught by surprise by hitting the seal on the beast's head. Deidara breathed a sigh of relief. Now he just had to take it away. I'm leaving Sasori, my friend, said Deidara happily, with the one-tailed beast being dragged by 2 birds of arc. But before Sasori could respond, dodge a purple flash. Reinforcements? Sasori questioned, jumping back to keep a comfortable distance. Maybe, who knows, said Naruto. Well, leaving conversations aside, I have a tailed beast that rescue, so can you leave me alone? Asked Naruto. I can't do it, aren't you? Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed beast, questioned Sasori. Maybe, who knows, answered Naruto. Well, it looks like we're going to get 2 in one day, said Sasori, jumping back and in an awkward position, wanting to test his opponent's speed. Naruto launched a burst of kunai towards the hunched shinobi. To his amazement, Sasori did not dodge the kunai, grazed his cape, and tore it, causing it to fall from his body. And well, now it made sense. Sasori's posture. He was crouched on all fours, with a metal tail waving behind him, visible compartments on his face and body. You are an ugly human, said Naruto. At this point, I'm barely a human, Sasori replied as he said that, his mouth opened to impossible proportions, and a burst of Zon came out of it. Dodging the pointed weapons, Naruto caught one between his fingers, analyzing the substance on the top of the Zon while avoiding the others. Naruto concluded that they were coated with poison of Zon Cobra, and yes, they were very deadly for the chakra system. Deciding that the Emban would not touch his body, Naruto jumped back and formed 4 chains from his back, turning it a temporary shield that would deflect all the semen, concluding that hitting Them was the only diable option. Naruto blinked towards his opponent, with the chakra concentrated in the central tenketsu point of his palm. He came into contact with his opponent. A large crater was formed in the ground, shattering the body into millions of pieces, but contrary to what the fight had not yet ended. Through the destroyed body, another body came out dressed in a black cape with blue ropes visible from its nets. Damn, who are you now? Naruto questioned. I am the master. What you destroyed was just a puppet, Sasori said, dramatically removing the cape. The drama was worth it. It's a shame because a young man probably around Naruto's age with red hair and brown eyes came out. Well, since you've taken me this far, I'll show you a piece of shit that really cost me a lot to get, he said. Unrolling the scroll in his hand. Once the contents of the scroll were released, a tall man appeared. He had blue hair, yellow eyes, and was dressed in brown rags. The third Kakage truth, questioned Naruto. He was the third, yes, but now he is just a work of art in my collection, said Sasori, throwing the Kazekage puppet towards Naruto. Seeing that the puppet transformed his arms into blades, Naruto jumped back to avoid being poisoned. Only when Sasori thought he had the advantage and could win the fight using the Kazukige's iron sand release jutsu, glowing purple chains burst from the ground or around the Kazukige's puppet, and before he could react, a purple ball of chakra formed over each chain instantly and pierced the body of the Kazukige. Once the smoke cleared all that was left of the Kazukige puppet was dust. This made Sasori very angry, and if his stoic face could express any emotion, he would be frowning now. Do you understand what you have done? Impeccable shit that took me years and years to build. You destroyed it, said Sasori, unable to give justice to his emotions due to his permanently stitched face. You expected to see cherry trees in a fight, contradicted Naruto. Well, anyway, your body will be a worthy replacement for the loss you have caused, Sasori said. Saying this, Sasori began to take off his cloak, slowly revealing the horrendous things it had done to his body. The most visible were the segments on his chest like a puppet. The left side of his chest had a cylindrical structure embedded in it. Its stomach was open where a metal wire protruded from its back. Two metal rods protruded that divided into blades. Naruto could instantly sense the abundance of chakra in the cylindrical structure and the lack of chakra in the rest of it. His body, so he had his objective. Without wasting time, Sasori raised his hands from which two tubes protruded, and from them he sprayed fire. Earth-style earth wall, said Naruto, defending himself from the flames. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sasori sent the poisoned wire towards the earthen wall to go through it. Feeling the wire getting closer, he let it stick into the wall, jumping over the wall. He grabbed the wire with one hand and pulled Sasori towards it in his other hand. A small sphere formed chakra about a tenth the size of his original Rasengan, but its eyes was not its only uniqueness. From the small sphere, four shuriken-like blades protruded, generating a hissing sound. As soon as Sasori reached it, he hit the ball of chakra on the left side of Sasori's chest and separated his head from his body at the same time using his chains of course, wind-style mini Rasen shuriken, he said as he backed away, and as soon as he landed again, the small ball of chakras enlarged and enveloped everything, his enemy's body, breaking it from every possible angle, never to be seen again, making sure there were no more tricks. And tired of using his sage mode to such a level, he ordered his purple chakra to sink back to his usual state, and as soon as she finished transforming again, Tsunade followed by the Kazukige and her Ambu battalion arrived there. What happened? Asked Tsunade. Sasori of the red sand faced me in a fight. I managed to kill him, he said, raising his head that he had separated so that everyone they saw her but her partner managed to take. Shukaku concluded. Well, then we need to follow him. Then Pin-sama asked Zetsu. What happened? Deidara asked Pin. I don't know, he looked good the last time I saw him, Deidara answered. Anyway, how are you? The only one physically present there will escape now. We can't afford to lose two of our members in just one day. Pain ordered. As you wish. I'm leaving then, said Deidara, preparing to leave. The rest of us will begin to extract the chakra of the one-tailed beast. Itachi Kisamu too. They will use the shape-shifting technique to delay the rescue team, Pain ordered. Yes, Kisame said while Itachi simply nodded, running towards the wide path created by Shukaku's body being dragged by the team made up of Naruto, Tsunade Teamer and his squad. Naruto was pretty sure of his victory, but that was just until he saw two people standing in his way. One was a man with short black hair with stress lines on his face, and the other was a tall man and well-built that was blue in color. Itachi Chiha of the Fear Jutsu Jin of the Elemental Nations and Joe's Hayak Kisame, the tailless villain Naruto, could recognize them by their appearance, but not by their chakra. The last time he saw them, the blue guy had so much chakra that at least I could rivaling the one-tailed beast in sheer amount, and no matter how insignificant Itachi's amount of chakra seemed compared to his own was nothing to look down upon, but at this moment it seemed like they barely had any chakra compared to their past versions. By the amount of chakra that they possess, it seems that they are on the verge of death, said Naruto, as the rescue team stopped in front of the Akatsuki. Dus, what kind of jutsu is this? Asked Naruto again. I don't think we will share information with you, said Itachi, pointing with his Fingers towards Naruto, his eyes burned red. I'm sorry, but these elemental tricks are already a little out of fashion, said Naruto. His native sage chakra did not allow Itachi's jutsu gene to take effect, maybe not on you, but the people behind you are not like you, Itachi said, and true to his words, the Kazukiage and her squad collapsed with a thud. So it's a 2-on-2 confrontation. Hokage-sama, Naruto said, adopting his combat stance. I guess I'll take care of the blue guy, Tsunade said and rushed over. Confronting the aforementioned man in blue, not wanting to exert his body further by overusing his sage mode, Naruto stayed in his base form. If the situation got tough, he would simply access his partial transformation to preserve his leather for the inevitable upcoming heights. Anyway, with the amount of chakra Itachi had, he probably wouldn't be much of a threat, at least not as big as Sasori-style fire jutsu from the Phoenix Flower, Itachi said, releasing a series of small fireball style of Earth Dragon jutsu. Naruto exclaimed, forming a dragon made of earth that protected him from all attacks, and advanced towards Itachi. Fire-style fireball jutsu, Itachi said. Making the dragon's head explode. In response to this, Naruto concentrated his chakra in his hand and hit the ground, making the ground ripple and form spikes of earth towards Itachi. Trying to dodge the attack, Itachi jumped into the air, and as soon as he did, 2 chains sprang from the ground and tied his legs, now tied and glued together. In the air, he could do nothing against the Rasengan that Naruto stuck in his stomach. Just when Naruto thought the fight was over, the Itachi he had hit dissolved into crows. You have definitely improved, Itachi said from behind him, a kunai on his neck. But not enough. Itachi was interrupted when the body in front of him flashed white and exploded. Explosive shadow clone, Naruto said, getting up from the ground. Yes, now he was sure this wasn't Itachi, no rank that would fall for this, and the body that was left wasn't Itachi's, so how was it, asked Naruto. Wasn't it really Kisame? He was using someone else's body to channel a small amount of his powers through him, said Tsunade. Just like Itachi, said Naruto. Well, anyway, wake up now, Naruto continued, looking towards the fallen Shabbos of Tsunagakure Kai. Naruto and Tsunade said, simultaneously touching the fallen shinobi and waving their chakra. What happened? Temari questioned, waking up instantly. They fell into a genjutsu, said Tsunade. And what about the Akatsuki, asked Temari. Were they using some technique to project themselves into another's body? We defeated them quickly enough since they lacked full power, the original, said Tsunade. Well, in any case, continued, we should move on. Tsunade concluded. Yes, we should, said Temari, getting ready to jump. Wait, we can fly from now on, Naruto said, biting his thumb in invocation. Why didn't you use it before, questioned Temari. Wouldn't you want to land abruptly? Because my summoning have dust in your eyes, right? Naruto said, hitting his hands on the ground. When the cloud of smoke disappeared, a large bull became visible. Please take us this way, Naruto said, pointing towards the large haya formed by the one-tailed beast. As orders, please climb on my back, said the boo, bending down as much as he could. A seal, said Tsunade. Naruto along with them was also standing in front of a cave. The entrance to the cave was covered with diagonal seals. The formation of the seals formed a X pattern with a circle in its center as a 4-point security seal. All 4 points of the seal must be deactivated at the same time for this to open, explained Tsunade. Analyzing the seal, everyone needs chakra to function. Absorb all the chakra from the seal, said Naruto, as a chain emerged from his back touching the seal. With the tip of his chain, Naruto began to drain the chakra from the seal. There was a lot, but eventually the set of seals crumbled. We are ready to go, said Naruto, and Tsunade threw a punch that shattered the opening of the cave. Entering the cave seemed massive. In the center of the cave lay the base of a tail, visibly smaller than before, and around it there was 7 holographic figures. Realizing that Akatsuki was trying to seal Shukaku's chakra, Naruto launched himself towards the set of seals to destroy it, and when the set of seals broke, the ceiling stopped. Consequently, Naruto Uzumaki said, a voice, as he met the purple gaze of the voice with his own golden eyes. A certain heaviness settled in the cave. You won this time, but soon I will come for you, and keep my words in mind. You will meet your end when the time comes, he said, and the holographic figures dissolved into nothingness. The cave fell silent for just a second, after which a growl came from Shukaku's throat. No matter how small the Bilu had been, it was still terrifyingly larger than the ones humans around him. Just out of survival instinct, a bunch of chains came out of Naruto's back and wrapped around the tailed beast, suppressing his chakra. Calm down, we are here to protect you, said Naruto, trying to calm the giant raccoon. Naruto said, a voice in his head. Yes, asked Naruto. Enter your mental space, said the voice. I'm currently busy. If you can't see for yourself, Naruto replied, do as I told you, he snarled. The voice is fine, Naruto huffed, closing his eyes and taking a position cross-legged. Just as Naruto entered a state of meditation, the raccoon also calmed down. I swear if anything goes wrong out there you are dead, Kyuubi, said Naruto. If you stop screaming like a mindless Inium and look around you, you will realize what had happened, said the Kyuri, following what the Kyuubi had said. He looked around and fell immediately. There was the one-tailed beast next to him and it looked quite angry. You didn't seal me inside you, right? Shukaku growled. No, he didn't do it. Just as things are Things is linked to me, said the Kyuubi Urama. Shukaku the beast fell into historical laughter. It's so cool to see the nine-tailed big knave in the claws of a human, said Shukaku laughing. Stop laughing like a lunatic. For your knowledge I can leave here at any time, but I chose to be here, said the Kyuubi. And why would that be? Questioned Shukaku without believing the Kyuubi. He is a sage. Perfect one not seen since the first. And then Hashirama, I am interested to see what he does firsthand, said the Kyuubi. A wise man asked Shuku. In fact he used Yutsu to fight against your previous jailer, said Alubi. Then this is the same brat who shortened my entertainment time back then, said Shukaku narrowing his eyes. Shut up, growled Alubi. You know what to do, right, said Elby. How do you know it's him? Questioned Shukaku. I don't know, on the contrary, I'm pretty sure that he is not the one that the sage idealized. You have to accept that he was too optimistic. The first Hokage used his powers to repress them, he was too idealistic, and his personality led to 3 wars and a century of us being prisoners. The way things are, we're running out of time. Someone has discovered a way to seal news in the Leto mallet, and he's probably the only one I can trust with those powers, said the Kyuubi. I see, said the tail beast looking to Naruto in a scrutinizing manner. Naruto, on the other hand, was completely out of the loop. He didn't understand what the two beasts were talking about, and apparently the Kyuubi had a name. Urama asked Naruto. You never told me you had a name. Naruto never said you asked anyway. That's not what we're here for, said Kurama. Then why are we here? Questioned Naruto. Shukaku, said Kurama. Okay, huffed Shukaku, raising his paw and making a fist with it. When he noticed the gesture Naruto bumped his fist with the gigantic raccoon, was a rather uncomfortable situation. 6 humans traveling on foot followed by a gigantic raccoon that was constantly growing in size. Shukaku had agreed to stay in Sunagakure's territory on the condition that he not would be locked up. The Kazekage wasn't against it, so here they were traveling with a walking calamity. So Kazekage-sama, how much do I get from this? Asked Naruto, summoning Sasori's head in one hand and a bingo book in the other. 150,000. That's a lot of money, said Naruto. That's right, Tamari said, since you are associated with Konoha the amount will be transferred to Konoha, and you can collect your money there. Tamari replied. Acceptable, Kek-sama, Naruto said, bowing. So what was that all about? Naruto asked. Did you notice those eyes, purple ones of him? Questioned Kurama. The one who was staring at me? Naruto. Yes, his eyes are very special, said Kuram. Special? How? Did Naruto ask once again. Those eyes, if they are in the possession of the right man, they are the peak of power. They were used for the first time by the Sage of the Six Paths, who used them to defeat the 10 Tails, explained Kurama. The Sage of the Six Paths, the 10 Tails? I thought they were just a myth, said Naruto, amazed he is or was very real. Well, that's not the point. If you noticed, Akatsuki was not sealing a Shukaku or sealing his chakra in a larger container. The Jita Meiko, or also when completed with the chakra of all tailed beasts, the 10 tails, the container of the Jito Meizo, can only be summoned by someone who possesses the Rinnegan not close to the others. But I don't want to be contained inside them, said Kurama. That's an ambitious dream you have. If those eyes are as strong as you say, how do you expect me to defeat him? Asked Naruto. The Rinnegan is only half of the sage's power. The other half of his immense powers was due to his mastery of the sage mode, said Kurama. The sage mode like mine? Asked Naruto. Are you the perfect rival for a wielder of the real yin-yang? You want to imagine it like that, but your sage mode is not like the sage's. His sage mode had a strength without equal, but I don't know the origin of those powers. The only possible way I can think of is to be the Jinchuriki of all the villas. Therefore I want you to collect a fragment of chakra from all the other beasts. If what I think is true, your body will be able to regenerate and balance that chakra to give you an enhanced sage mode, the orange fox explained. And do you think the others will cooperate? Asked Naruto was asking a lot of questions today. He realized ideally they certainly want. Some of them may still believe in the idle man the sage envisioned to save them all. Shukaku, he only gave it to you because he's afraid of me, and honestly it's stupid, but you'll have to take it by force if necessary, not only for my survival, but also yours, said Kurama. No. Difference after absorbing Shukaku's chakra, said Naruto. I am not here to give away powers. I am the mediator between his powers and your chakra system. You will still have to demonstrate your powers before me. Prove your worth. I will only release it into your chakra system when I consider that you're strong enough without him, said Kurama. A sigh left Naruto's lips. The Papale responded. Jira, shut up, pervert. Why are you here anyway? Asked Tsune. Do I have news about Orochimaru's whereabouts? Said Iaya, suddenly serious, and questioned Tsune. Am I planning to deal with him once and for all? But it is very likely that he is not alone. It is possible that he has already replaced his right-hand man, and it is possible that even the Uchiha is with him. I don't know how strong they have become in these 3 years, so I need a solid team for this mission. Lyra, said the Uchiha. Asked Tsunade, reminding the boy his teammate Sakura, if I am not mistaken, has been asking for a search team to be formed for him. Maybe she will be of help for the mission. She and the rest of Team 7 can be of great help. Kakashi has certainly grown strong, as he less said Tsunade. I'm not Taking Genin or Tunin in this will be at least Rango S. I was thinking more along the lines of Naruto, said your Naruto, recently asked to be sent on a diplomatic mission to Kumagakure to convince them to form an alliance against Akatsuki, so I'm afraid he won't be available, said Tsunade. That's certainly disappointing anyway, I want to see how much stronger he's gotten. I can see him after our discussion is over, he asked. He'll say sure, he's moved very close to my place most of the time. Sometimes he's at my house, said Tsunade. Why is that? Why has he moved so close? I mean, asked Say. Well, his reason for moving was convenient training, but it has become a very convenient place for him and Shizune to meet since they are coming out, explained. Tsunade is dating Shizune isn't like 10 years older than him, asked Jita. Tsunade raised a delicate eyebrow. You look at girls who could be considered your granddaughters, she said in a deadpan voice. Well, I guess I don't have the right to talk anyway, let's get back to the topic. I will need a team, without a doubt, said Jita. How are you, Kakashi? Yado, Tsunade asked. Tsunade responded, I guess it would be a solid team. Lyra said. Jita was currently in front of Naruto's apartment knocking for the 5th time, but to her displeasure, no one opened the door. Before she could knock on the door once more a voice came from inside. Yes, I'm coming. Stop it. What do you want? Naruto said as he opened the door, looking irritated, looking at the one standing in front of him. His mood didn't improve. Naruto, he looked disheveled, his red hair was messy, his shirt was missing, and his mood was bad. Oh, I interrupted something, Jaya asked with a smile on her face. Yes, you did. What do you want? Naruto asked, getting angry now. Well, I wanted to Pele. The door closed in his face before he could complete the sentence. Impatient young people who don't respect their elders, he muttered. Walking away from the apartment, he had what to do, investigate anyway. Are you sure you don't need anyone else? Tsunade asked. Yes, we don't expect any danger in the first place, and if things get difficult, I'm sure I can at least escape with Shizune, said Naruto. Well, if you say it like that, be careful, said Tsunade. Of course, chanted Naruto and Shizune walking towards the country of iron. Naruto felt like he was on vacation instead of on a mission. There was a very lenient time limit for the mission, so Naruto and Shizune, they walked in silence, holding hands and generally enjoying their time. It was a perfect setting and everything would have remained perfect if it weren't for Tonin. Are you hungry? Shizune asked, stroking the pig's head in her eyes. Naruto's arms oink, said, opening his mouth wide. Should we set up camp? Then asked Shizune, looking for a good place to stay. I guess, said Naruto. It was almost night anyway, so they could rest. Naruto created 4 shadow clones to set up camp and take care of Fulin and Shizune, while he himself went in search of food. Ideally he wouldn't leave himself, but there was something to check for himself. Come out. Now do you want, said Naruto, apparently to no one. So you can feel me, said a deep voice from right behind Naruto. 4 chains instinctively came out of his back straight into the man's stomach, but to his amazement, no blood came out. Looking behind him, the chain had gone through the man's stomach, but it looked like it had gone through. Looking up, the man was dressed in the Akatsuki cloak and had an orange mask that covered his face. Seeing the Akatsuki cloak, Naruto stepped back, creating some distance. Don't worry, I'm not here to catch you, not yet, said the man. So why are you here? He asked Naruto, still cautious. I just wanted to see how much you have grown, and from what I see you have grown quite well, said the man. Thank you. Killing someone like you has been my only motivation from beginning to end, said Naruto. Don't misunderstand, you are hardly a match for me the way things are. I am here to warn you. I know what you are trying to do. Stay away from our target and you will be the last to die. Get in our way and I will eliminate you, said the masked man. Those are some pretty big words you have there. Would you like support, said Naruto. Not yet, not the way things are. You are necessary alive, but remember, if you get in our way I will show no mercy. With that said, the masked man disappeared in a whirlpool that emerged from his only eye. Declare your reason for visiting the guard. Zhang in the Kumagakure gate probably had the most guards at the gate that Naruto had ever seen, 2 visible and 9 hidden nearby. They had hidden well out of sight at least, but Naruto could feel them. He supposed being able to sense emotions, besides being a type of sensor, it was like cheating. We represent Konoha. We have a meeting scheduled with Raikage-sama, said Naruto. Uzumaki. Naruto and Kato. Shizune asked the guard, looking at his book. Yes, said Naruto. Well, please enter the village, these people will guide you to your room. While saying that, 2 shinobis from Kumagakure appeared in front of them. We will inform them of the times of their meeting. It concluded very well. We will be in your care, Naruto said, following the shinobis of Kumagakure. Kumagakure, as a town, was more modern than the others, not in terms of technology but in terms of infrastructure. Several very tall buildings connected by bridges and in general, a well thought out infrastructure. Please do not leave the room unless asked for security reasons. I hope you understand, said your guide shinobi. When they arrived at the building where they were supposed to stay, bowing, of course we understand, thank you for the hospitality, Naruto said, imitating the bow. What do you mean we can't join? Kakashi-sensei asked. Furious. Sakura is a rank S mission, only elite Jings and high rank Ambu can take those types of missions, Kakashi explained. He understood how he felt, but he really couldn't do anything to justify the presence of Sakura and Chewie on the mission because of strengths. Those who were his students weren't strong enough to take on someone like Orochimaru. But this is what we've been training for. I'm sure I can make him understand that what he's doing is wrong, Sakura exclaimed without warning. Believe the atrocity that Kakashi was saying. I know, but I'm not the Hokage. Sakura, there is no way to justify your presence on an S-rank mission, said Kakashi, trying not to hurt her even more. Well, then I'll talk to Hokage, said Sakura, explaining her simple solution. You should really be thankful that the Hokage didn't order us to kill him. Don't make things worse, Sakura said. Kakashi. Why would I want to kill him? He's a ninja of the hidden leaf. Sakura shouted, bewildered by this. Kakashi's eyes widened. They should get that out of your head. Sakura is no longer a shinobi of the hidden leaf he is currently working under, maybe the worst criminal produced by the hidden leaf. Do not make things more difficult for him, and for yourself. I will do my best to bring him back, but yes, he is determined to remain a traitor. I will do what I have to do, said Kakashi, ending the conversation and disappearing blinking. So Yusama, are you prepared? Kakashi asked with his book always open. Yes, but this is going to be difficult no matter how prepared we are, said Jira. Indeed, where is Yamato, asked Kakashi, looking towards a tree suspiciously. True to his suspicion, a man emerged from the tree. I was here on time, unlike you two, said Yamato. Oh, calm down, Yamato, we have a lot of time for this, said Kakashi. Time is something that barely we have. That snake, it changes its lair as often as we change clothes. Be heard, and well, we don't want to start this mission in a negative tone, right, said Kakashi. Well, if you two are done with your disputes, let's start with our trip, asked Yama. Of course we will follow your lead, said Yamato. Okay then, he said, jumping towards the nearby trees. So Shizune, when do you think they will call us for the meeting, asked Naruto, and after that there was a knock on the door. Here we go, Naruto, said Shizune, getting up from the bed. Naruto and Shizune had almost rested for a day, and since someone was knocking on their door, the meeting would probably start shortly. Yes, asked Naruto, opening the door. The Raikage has summoned them. The shinobi at his door informed them clearly. Lead the way, said Naruto, leaving the room with Shizune. A good night to you, Raikage-sama, said Naruto. He and Shizune bowing. Good night to you too. Take a seat, said the Raikage. Once they were settled, the Raikage started again. So I heard what you wanted to do some kind of alliance, asked the Raikage. Is he actually aware of the organization called Akatsuki? Naruto questioned. Yes, a group of S-rank mercenaries. If I am not mistaken, the Raikage answered correctly. To a certain extent. They used to be mercenaries, but now they have adopted a goal. They are trying to capture all the Jinchurikis. I am not aware of the reason, but they are too dangerous to be left unguarded. Therefore I want to extend a formal offer as a representative of Konohagakure to form an alliance to deal with Akatsuki, said Naruto, as dangerous as a group of S-ranks can be. I completely trust the powers of the Jinchurikis of my village. They have gained complete control over their sealed beasts and are beyond any rank S. I don't think Konoha will be of help in such an alliance, said the Raikyon Lane Churi of the two-tailed cat. She was quite sure of her abilities to face any opponent, but when she returned from another completed rank S mission, she ran into a Duno dressed in black cloaks with red noops, and his confidence stayed. One was a black-haired man who could use all 5 natures of chakra and just wouldn't die, while the other just flew around throwing bombs whenever he felt like it. Both they were just playing with her. Even with everything, the power of the needy couldn't do anything. I wish I had some invocations that could act as messengers. He seems pretty confident about his Yenchukwus, Raikage-sama, said Naruto, raising an eyebrow. They are the Jinchurika, stronger than Kumagakure has produced to date, said the Raikage proudly. I am the Yin Crikey of the Kyuubi. With that title comes the powers of feeling emotions, and in addition to that I am a sensor. Knows what I can feel at this moment, Raikage-sama, Naruto asked, relaxing in his seat. And what could that be? Raid questioned. I can feel the Nibi's chakra being used almost to the point of exhaustion. The source of the Nibi's chakra feels exhausted and scared, and from the speed at which the Jinchuriki's chakra, she's decreasing. She'll probably die soon, Naruto said, relaxing his hands even more and closing his eyes. Where is she? The Raikage asked, tapping the desk in front of them. I'm not obligated to share anything with someone who isn't our ally. Raikage-sama, if that's all, we will retreat, said Naruto, getting up from his chair. The Raikage's eyes narrowed. Call me, he said to his assistant, and turned to Naruto. Would you tell me where he is right now, he said, with electricity pouring from his body, his guards both making his presence known. It seems he is misunderstanding his position, Raikage-sama said, stepping between the Raikage and Shizune. The purple chakra beginning to leak from his body. Suinchudi, perhaps his village's greatest asset, is in danger right now, and I am your only way to get to her, he continued. If you want her location, you can officially enter the treaty by taking this paper, he said, throwing the paper towards the Raikage, or else we will leave, he concluded, finally releasing all the power of his sage chakra, surpassing that of the Raikage. In that moment, the sparks from the Raikage's body disappeared. Okay Grun, bring me the ink, he shouted, and one of his ambus rushed to get the ink. Signing on the paper, leaning on a wall, because there was no table for support, he handed the paper to Naruto. Now tell me, where is she, asked the Raikage impatiently, verifying that the Raikage's signature was official and that no game was being played. Naruto spoke 25 kilometers to the south, he said, pointing in that direction, and in a second both the office window and the wreckage disappeared. Picking up Shizune in his princess-style arms, Naruto also walked towards the scene of the fight for his personal agenda. Arriving at the scene of the fight, together with the wreckage, both analyzed the scenario in a second. A black-haired boy was about to punching a blonde girl who was covered in blue chakra, probably a knockout blow from the looks of it in a second. The wreckage's fist connected with the black-haired man's face, and Naruto's chains wrapped around the girl's waist. Taking her out of the way of danger, finally leaving Shizune, he placed the two-tailed cat Jinchuriki on the ground, who fainted. As soon as he hit the ground, of course, no one noticed that Naruto's chain covered with Anibi's chakra returned to his back once the chakra was secured. His hands began to glow green, healing the wounds visible on the girl's body. Shizune, please take care of it, I will have to join the fight, said Naruto, asking Shizune to take charge of the healing procedure. Of course, he said. Shizune, her hand starting to glow, also stretching her body. Naruto entered the battlefield. I guess this will be our first fight against the Akatsuki as allies, right, Raikage-sama? Said Naruto with a small smile visible in his face. Yes, just get on with it, the Raikage said, grumbling. Before the fight could begin, a man jumped onto the makeshift stage. He had dark skin and a muscular build, as well as white hair and a goatee. He was wearing round-shaped sunglasses and a white forehead protector, also had the standard Kumagakure jacket with a strap over one shoulder and a long red rope tied around the waist, as well as the standard Kumagakure hand and leg guards, shinobi sandals and a scarf blanca around his neck. Strangely, he also had 7 swords strapped to his back. Hey, you know my name, you know my fame, don't be stupid. 8 Tails, that's me, the rapper killer said, rhyming his words for some reason. His other goal, thought Naruto, feeling the buildup of chakra inside. The tall man, stop, here is a serious confrontation, said the Raikage, frowning. 3 choose in one place, huh? I guess we have found a gold mine, Kakuzu said, Deidara jumping out of his bird. I guess he said Kakuzu. With that said, a heavy atmosphere settled on the battlefield as the fight was about to begin, deciding that it was not necessary to reveal all his abilities in front of possible enemies. Naruto chose to conserve his resistance and stepped back, letting the Raikage and the Jinchuriki took the stage to fight. I was just waiting for B to release the chakra of the 8 Tails. Double lariat was the first battle cry emerging from the mouths of the aforementioned couple. Both of them launched themselves towards Deidara from the sides. Different, their biceps trapping Deidara's neck from the front and back. Unfortunately for them, the Deidara they hit dissolved into clay and exploded with his speed. As his strong point, the Raikage managed to dodge the explosion area, while he managed to withstand the explosion without no problem. Kakuzu, we should retreat, this looks dangerous, said Deidara, flying on his clay bird, realizing the trouble they were in. This is a golden opportunity. 3 Chakwas and 4 objectives. This is not the time to retreat, he said threateningly. Yield, the black sprouting from his joint sounds greedy. We don't even need the 8 Tails and 9 Tails right now. Deidara tried to convince Kakuzu shut up and fight. Kakuzu growled, his threads rushing towards B, true to his status of being the best of the Kumagakure village. B was able to dodge all the threads quite easily. Earth-style Earth Grudge armor, said Kaku, forming an invisible armor over his body. Now sure of his defensive capabilities, he launched Kakuzu's movements towards B and OB. He released the 7 swords from his back and adopted a strange stance with them, as strange as it seemed. It was effective. B, he managed to counter everything that Kakuzu threw at him and inflicted damage in return. Deciding to end the fight, B used his superior strength to defeat Kakuzu and pierce his heart with his sword. My fight is over, you need help with yours, brother, asked B, shouting. But before he could go to help his brother, Kakuzu's body twitched and he proceeded to wake up. Hey, I killed your body and saw the pool of blood. How are you alive, you fool? Damn fool, questioned Mai, not considering the question worthy of his attention. Kakuzu began to concentrate. In an instant, 4 monster structures sprouted from his back. They were made of the threads he was wearing, each one with a different mask on their faces. Just as the 4 masks sprouted, one of them fell like a shell. You took my heart of Earth, now it will make up for it, said Kakuzu. Fire style fireball, Yutsu wind style wind bullet, said, forming an artificial combined attack. Water style water wall, said Bai, forming a wall of water to protect himself. Jumping over the wall he had created, he released one of his swords towards one of the CRUers. The sword passed directly through his mask, making it fall like a shell, just like his dead brothers. Wind style wind blades, shouted Kakuzu, one of the creatures releasing the aforementioned earth style attack. Earth wall, said Naruto, building a wall of earth between the attack and me. Lightning style electromagnetic wave, shouted Kakuzu, releasing the aforementioned attack himself. But before he could do anything else, a purple ball of chakra connected to his heart, destroying the third creature. Upon realizing that his master was in danger, the wind mask was he installed himself in Kakuzu's chest, giving him one more life, deciding to take the fight seriously. Now B began to wrap himself in a red cloak of chakra, accessing his transformation, version A, as an extension of his limbs. His swords began to glow with chakra. Brad also heading quickly towards his objective without wasting time. He faced Kakuzu with his swords cutting where he could, stabbing where he could, manage to reduce Kakuzu to a single heart. Now with his last heart of fire in his chest, Kakuzu regretted having gotten into this fight. Style fire Yutsu fireball, yelled Kakuzu, making a desperate attempt to survive. Naruto knew he could easily dodge the attack, but this seemed to be the only chance for his chain to absorb the Chakra Yuki, so he released a chain to wrap Vi under the guise of saving him from the fire attack and threw a Chakra punch directly at Kakuzu's last heart, putting an end to another member of Akatsuki. The Raikage was furious. His strengths were Taijutsu and speed on the ground, then he couldn't do anything against a flying opponent he faced a member of with a few ranged attacks. He knew, in the hope that he saw that he knew many ranged attacks he would quickly finish off the other member, but when he saw that Kakuzu's last heart was destroyed, he flew away, and Lizo, at least Yujito was safe. That was something to be happy about. What took you so long? And asked the furious Raj. The fool didn't want to stay still, so you had to make him stay still. 5 hearts. She just didn't die. It was so hard, she explained by narrating her fight with her rap. The other one ran away. The Raid growled. He should be glad that Suinchuri is safe. Raikage Sama. Naruto intervened. Shizune probably finished healing her, he explained. Where is he? Asked the Raikage. Callus. Back in the forest, said Naruto. Let's go there, he concluded and began to move the rake, following him. Okay? Shizune asked Naruto, walking towards her. Yes, most of her injuries were healed by the Bilu inside her. I treated her injuries superficial, explained Shizune. That's good, she's stable. However, asked Naruto, mostly she's suffering from severe chakra exhaustion. She'll be fine, but she'll probably need to rest for a week, said Shizune. Take her, said the Raikage. I must thank you for the help you provided, said to Naruto. Shizune, it is a pleasure to help our allies, answered Naruto. Yes, don't remind me, frowned. The Raikage has read all the conditions of the agreement again, asked Naruto. Yes, I did, he said. The raid, according to the agreement, we will send all the data we have on any member of Akatsuki in exchange for the same courtesy of Konoha, explained. Yes, I have here all the information that we have, said Naruto, offering a scroll to the raid. I understand. I will try to have the data collected by this afternoon. You can rest in your hotel. Hey moment, said the Raikage. Thank you for your compliance and hospitality, Raikage Sama, said Naruto, standing up. Don't worry about but the Raikage replied, saying goodbye. Do you think Tsunade-sama will agree with how you made him sign the agreement? Shizune asked as they left the Raikage's office. He would probably laugh at that, Naruto answered, not very worried about the consequences. He had already won a lot. But this mission, firstly, he had met a member of Akatsuki who could become intangible. Secondly, he had obtained the chakra of 2 more villas, bringing the total to 4 out of 9. And thirdly, he had had a lot of time to spend with Shizune. I don't think so, said Shizune, hitting his stomach playfully with her elbow. But it was definitely cool, she concluded. Seriously, do you think so? Asked Naruto. Smiling. He wasn't just joking, she replied, trying to control her laughter. Well then, Miss Funny, we're heading to our room, Naruto asked, exaggerating his actions. I guess so, she said, just as playful. That's 4 now, Naruto said. Certainly 4, but do you think you'll be able to get to the others before Akatsuki does? Kurama questioned. You know your presence here at the moment. It was just a coincidence. Well, I can only do the best I can, said Naruto, although I'm going to request to be present on every mission related to villas. He concluded that would certainly be useful, said Kurama. Do you think I'll have to return it to him? The Hokage finds out what I'm doing, Naruto asked. Humans have very narrow margins between good and bad. What you're doing will seem like you want to take control of the village. Or maybe the elemental nations. Kurama answered. I understand. He sighed and disappeared from his mind. With the enthusiasm you showed before the mission, I was hoping to have Orochimaru's head at my table, Tsunade said. We don't have his, but we were able to save Yamato. That's not enough, Harada said. Don't make me sound like Verona. I didn't even issue the mission well anyway. And the Uchiha? Asked Tsunade. Is something of a rival to Kakashi in strength now, Jita replied. I don't think I can defeat him for now, but he's certainly grown from the skinny Genin he was, he concluded. That's another pain head now, sighed Tsunade, massaging her head. Everything will be resolved as it should be. Eventually, said Jiraiya, always optimistic. You would think that, right? How about you try to sit in this chair then, asked Tsunade, fixing her gaze on Lyra. Now we can talk like mature people. No, she said, and already forcing a smile on her face. Tsunade didn't want to talk like a mature lady, so she punched him out of his office. You really got him to sign the treaty? I didn't expect it, Tsunade said, raising an eyebrow at her. The 4th Raikage, he was the most childish of all the cages. The only way to convince him of something was to show that you were very strong, and according to him, if you are strong you are right. His approach was unique, but it worked anyway. Shizune said. Unique? How did he? Ask. Tsunade blackmailed the Raikage into signing the treaty, said Shizune. At this, Tsunade's eyebrow rose. Blackmail? That's a strong term. I made her an offer she couldn't refuse, Naruto said. And what that offer could be? Tsunade questioned, still sounding skeptical. I offered to tell her the location of his dying Jinchuriki in exchange for him signing the treaty. It seems fair to me, Naruto explained. It seems fair to me too. Yes, said Tsunade and Shizune groaned. Well, anyway, Tsunade continued. The mist has requested our help to seal the three-tailed dew inside a lake, he said, and we have a team ready. Naruto questioned. No, there is simply no one who can suppress the chakra of a tailed beast like you. I wanted to send you Jiraiya on the mission, but Jiraiya is currently unavailable, he sighed. You can just give me a proper set of equipment with a pre-arranged set of seals. I think we can do it with Asada, Naruto said. At this point, Shizune had already returned to her duties as Tsunade's assistant. That's actually what I was thinking. But I had to. I'll make sure of it, said Tun, and now that you've signed it, I can rest assured, he concluded. What will my team be and when do we leave? Naruto asked. I don't know yet. I'll have the team ready soon enough, and I'll let you know. Until then, you can rest a little, Tsunade said, whatever you say. I'm leaving. Then he said, disappearing. We are suffering serious losses, Nagato said. Toby, how many times have I told you not to call me that only-tailed beast? So far, said Toby. Yes, I will have Itachi and Kisame get the one-tailed beast back for me. You and Deidara will go for the three-tailed beast, and I will go to Kumagakure for the two-tailed and eight-tailed beasts, said Pain. I guess that's it, he will update us on Kyuubi's crikey. He has been a big thorn in our path, however, said Toby. In fact, I don't think anyone in our ranks except you or I can capture him, he said. Yes, that's why he will capture him personally, said Toby, disappearing in a whirlpool that emerged from his eye. You trust him? Nagato asked a blue-haired lady coming out of a whirlwind of papers. No, but he's helping us move towards our goal, and as long as he's helping us, we don't need to finish him off, Pain answered. I'm just worried that he's playing a bigger game, she said. Don't worry, Conan. If the situation is urgent, I will kill him myself. There is nothing else you can teach me, Orochimaru said. Sasuke, his lightning blade extended, piercing Orochimaru's hands. For the weaker Chiji, you speak a little too boldly. Orochimaru, look at your name, legendary. You are nothing without your borrowed power. Sasuke said, he will never defeat Itachi without my help, Orochimaru responded, despising the mockery. I am stronger than you now, he said, the flames of the mark forming on his face. You came for me because you couldn't get Itachi, truly, he asked. Did you want an Uchiha body to extend your pathetic life? Didn't you continue good as an Uchiha? When I see you, all I see is a talentless worm clinging to his pathetic existence, he said, stabbing his sword into the man's neck. Orochimaru, but before the sword could make contact, Orochimaru's body turned into a giant snake covered in smaller snakes. Give me your body, Orochimaru shouted, launching toward Sasuke, trying to change bodies, trying to survive against all odds, knowing very well that your own nature opposes your desires, he said. Cutting away the snakes that attacked him and lowering the cloth that covered his torso. I'm going to have your body. Sasuke screamed again just as wings emerged from Sasuke's back and his entire body fell. Turned darker, Sasuke proceeded to expertly dodge all the attacks launched at him, slashing and attacking as the opportunity presented itself. There is no jutsu that comes close to killing a perfect being like me, Orochimaru said, as they both entered a dark area surrounded by darkness. Where am I? Sasuke asked. This is the place where the transfer ritual will take place, Orochimaru responded, forming out of nowhere. Those eyes of yours will now belong to me, he said as a viscous substance began to form on Sasuke's skin. I'm sorry, but these your tricks won't work on me, Sasuke said. The atmosphere in the Hokage office was blatantly serious. Team-S and Genma along with Naruto were tasked with sealing the three-tailed beast, and for the Hidden Mist village, they will be your scout. Team-S will be the ones. Frontline attackers Ima and Naruto will do the sealing. They will be under the leadership of Kakashi, followed by Genma and Naruto if things go wrong, explained Tsunade. Understood, Hokage-sama. When are we leaving? Asked Kakashi. Are they leaving today afternoon? Since the three tails have not arrived seen so far, you have a period of 5 days to reach your destination. Make sure not to overexert yourself during the trip because the chances of things going wrong during sealing are very high, said Tsunade. Who will be the vessel? Hokage-sama questioned Naruto. I told you so first. Your task is to seal the beast inside the lake in which it has appeared so that Akatsuki cannot take it and the fog has time to choose the perfect host, said Tsunade, and we will use the 4-point seal. Genma intervened. I will leave the questions techniques in your hand, said Naruto to Genma. Well then we will leave for the mission, said Kakashi. Turning to the team he continued, everyone has their things ready. A circle of yes was heard, and everyone disappeared in a flash, deciding that it was not worth using their chakra to summon multiple bureaus to take everyone on a mission that had a flexible schedule. Naruto decided to stay silent and follow the training that Kakashi had asked them to follow. The journey towards the fog. It was silent and comfortable. He just wanted something of isolation. Sakura was not an extroverted bird. Chewie was content eating his food. Genma was munching his semen in a sort of reverie. Kakashi was in his happy world with his book, and Naruto was perfectly happy in his position at the rear, so no one was having any conversation, and no one dared to start one in such an awkward silence. So Kakashi said, stopping, and consequently we can all rest a little now, he said, and turned to set up camp with Sakura. Genma set the traps with Naruto, and I will go get some food concluded greeted Ch preparing to set up camp with Sakura, said Genma walking away in different directions of course sending Kakashi to lead let's catch something asked Naruto I don't have rods, and I'm not in the mood to getting wet in such cold temperatures, Kakashi replied, just as he said that a chain came out of Naruto's back with his face towards Kakashi almost looking him in the eyes and asking him are you stupid, it's too forceful to catch a fish said Kakashi, and just as he said it the top of the chain looked pointed the apex of the point still staring at Kakashi's one eye and asking him the same question again a drop of sweat formed on Kakashi's face, I guess, you'll do most of the work then, Kakashi said. I guess, Naruto muttered, moving on the river bank in front of them just as they got there. Several chains sprang from Naruto's back and began to do their job. Hokage Sam spoke to me just now. About yours parents, Kakashi said out of nowhere. Why would I trust you with that information? Naruto asked without wasting a second. The fourth was my sense. The origin of your parents was kept a secret due to the risks of being the son of the Yellow Flash. Kakashi explained. And why? Are you telling me? Naruto asked. They told me his son had died. I was really angry with the third one when they told me. True, if things were ideal, I probably would have raised you. Kakashi said. Well, things aren't ideal. They almost never are. There's nothing you can do. What we can do to change that, answered Naruto, indeed, but thinking about the ideal scenario is a pleasurable activity, said Kakashi. I disagree with that, on the contrary, thinking about the ideal scenario will make you lose your grip on reality, said Naruto. At this, Kakashi stood up straight, no one had told him that his way of thinking was wrong, because everyone strives to achieve their ideal life. Would you like to explain those thoughts of yours? Kakashi asked, trying not to sound too interested. I can imagine countless good scenarios about me hypothetical life, but that would lead me to try to implement those philosophies in the real unfiltered world and I think that would be a disaster Naruto explained. Why do you say that asked Kakashi curious about his perspective. Let's say the fourth one would have survived and convinced the village that I was supposed to be this hero who stops the nine-tailed beast for them and receives all the love and respect I ever wanted. That would make me want to become strong for their safety and not for my goals, even though that would be an honorary decision in my ideal life. If I consciously or unconsciously use the same motivation in this real world, that would be letting him trample me, said Naruto giving words to his thoughts that surprisingly makes a lot of sense, but learning to differentiate between the ideal world and the real world is something very basic, said Kakashi still defending your perspective. That's for someone who leads a peaceful life for someone who is sure to wake up the next day. People like us who can die at any moment tend to strive towards perfection as soon as possible, since there is no certainty of a tomorrow and hastily the lines between reality and fiction are blurred, or maybe I'm just stupid. And I don't understand the standard perspective Naruto said, maybe you're right maybe not, but you shouldn't change your perspective for a general belief, Kakashi said. I haven't done it and I won't, Naruto said. By this time there were already several fish and crabs out of the water for a hearty dinner. Dear Senpai questioned him. Dear Senpai questioned again. Wait. Dear Senpai. The dead man shouted and began to shake him violently. When will you shut up? Deidara shouted, hitting Toby on the head. The newly formed cat duo was flying towards the great lake where the three-tailed beast resided. Their goal was to capture it. Deidara was really happy to work with the older members. Old Akatsuki but now he was trapped with this childish brat. But Sendai there are people ahead Toby pointed towards his target. I see you Deidara said assuming a thoughtful pose. What's the plan Senpai Toby asked with his voice sharp. I will fight. You will do the recognition Deidara said. I will cheer for Deidara Senpai Toby said with and cheerleader pom-poms out of nowhere. Deidara could only grunt at this. The tides are high get ready the turtle can come out at any moment, Kakashi shouted urging everyone to drink their positions. It had taken the Konoha team 3 days to reach the Mist Village and an additional day to reach the location in question. Now they were standing in front of a large body of water where the three-tailed beast resided. How are we going to do this Naruto he asked Kurama. Sure we can talk to you just touch him and I will draw him into the mind space Kurama said if you say so, Naruto replied and prepared for the confrontation. I will go forward to calm him down before things get bad, Naruto shouted running towards the now visible turtle shell. Will the others prepare for any kind of trouble and shouted in response. Just as the turtle shell became visible Naruto lunged to touch it and Kurama pulled them both into his space mental. I'm already imprisoned the giant turtle sighed. You're not at least not yet a voice came from behind the turtle Kurama. The turtle questioned turning around indeed there is something I need to talk to you about C said. And what could that be Isu questioned the Jita mallet has been summoned again and who has summoned him has the eyes of our Father Kurama, he said. It is that man. Then Isu questioned, wondering if the prophesied man had appeared. Not the man. He is trying to recreate the Yubi by sealing our chakra in the shell. Kurama explained. Well then it won't take long to show the prophesied man, Yobu said. Always hopeful. You haven't waited long enough. Already accepted. Father is dead and no one will look after us. Now I have chosen Ain. Fury is the only one worthy of the powers of the wise man. I hope you remember. What will it be your contribution in that? Urama said. I would prefer not to do it. I am perfectly happy waiting a little longer for the man that father had idealized. Yobu replied. I don't care if you are happy or not. I am not willing to be absorbed and become into a mindless tool of destruction just because you are willing to wait. Either you surrender your chakra voluntarily or we force it out. Kurum grunted. No, calm down. That portion of chakra has no value to me. I will regenerate it in a matter of seconds. But I want to see who you are talking about first, Isobu said, trying to calm Kurama. Just as he said that, Naruto advanced from behind Kurama's paw. Hello. I'm Naruto. Uzumaki introduced himself, bowing. I'm Isobu the three-tailed turtle. Isobu said, lowering himself to eye level from Naruto. Tell me, what is your goal? Human Isu questioned. As things are survival, Naruto said. Sincerely survival. Why is your life in danger? Isu questioned. In fact, it is as Gamma said. The one with the Rinnegan has been seen and is actively trying to unseal to the tailed beasts in the Gedo mallet. If he comes for Kurama and not I'm strong enough, I'll surely die during the extraction, Naruto explained. I see. Isobu said. Okay, then I'll trust you with my chakra if you insist on him being our savior, the turtle said. Orama, I never said he is our savior. In fact, the only reason we are working together is because our survival goals coincide, but he is the only one I can trust with these powers, Kurama said. Very well then, he said, raising his big paw to form a fist. Before we go ahead with this, I want you to know that we are going to confine you to this lake so Akatsuki can't capture you, Naruto said. Akatsuki? Isu questioned. The organization run by the man with the Rinnegan, Naruto, he explained. I see, that is acceptable then, Isobu said, still offering his fist. Aware of what the fist meant, Naruto did what he was supposed to do. Artisan explosion, Deidara shouted, scattering and exploding many clay birds in the lake below. They are attacking us. Seek cover, Kakashi shouted, urging the team to take cover in the trees in the ongoing chaos. Naruto's eyes met the vacant gaze of the orange-masked man, the same guy who could turn intangible at will. But Naruto was not the only one who met his eyes. Nay, the team scout also did so, where Naruto was able to nullify the genjutsu cast by him. Nei couldn't do it, so with that deadly look, Nei fell in heaps, now concentrating completely on Naruto. Tobi bowed his head like inviting him to fight, and Naruto had no problem complying. I will go after the other, Naruto said. You will need backup, Kakashi said. Not securing the tailed beast is more important right now, Naruto responded and rushed towards Tobi. He was just dodging when Naruto got too close, almost provoking her to follow him, taking him more into the deep forest away from the fight. Human tank bullet, Chewie exclaimed, turning into a human rock and launching himself into the air, using the earth wall that Kakashi had created. Water-style water bullet, Sakura said, releasing water bullets into the sky, relying on her art to dodge all the attacks. Deidara continued creating more small clay birds and launched them towards his enemies lightning torrent style, Kakashi said, adding his jutsu to Sakura's, making it even more deadly. Surprised by the sudden increase in speed of the water bullets, the large bird could not dodge the combined attack and exploded on contact. However, this was not enough to bypass Deidara, because as soon as the bird exploded, he was ready with another to continue flying. Unable to see any way to take down Liara, Kakashi released his Sharingan. I need cover, Genma, Kakashi shouted and began to focus on his Sharingan. I got you, Genma said, cutting any clay structure. It took a few seconds for him to approach Kakashi, but when he opened his eye, it had evolved from the standard three-tome to a single three-pronged Shuriken. Prepare to attack, Genma, Kakashi said, closing his normal eye to concentrate properly. Mang Sharingan Kamui, Kakashi said, the tension in his eye almost audible in his voice. Just when he said that, a vortex formed around Deidara's arm. What is this? Deidara muttered, very confused. See, Kakashi screamed and Genma launched himself into the air. The vortex that appeared took Deidara's arm and the loss of his arm distracted him enough for Genma to cover the distance without problems. As soon as Deidara saw Genma release the fireball jutsu, he jumped off the clay bird. Genma on the other hand landed on the bird, thinking he was safe. A smile appeared on Deidara's face, Kai said, making the clay bird explode. Kakashi-sensei, are you okay? Sakura asked, seeing Kakashi spread out on the ground. I exhausted my chakra, Kakashi said. I will do what I can, said Chewie. Please take him to the forest. I'll take Nei. Yes, Chewie said and started to pick up Kakashi while Sakura ran to get himself to safety. I guess you're the only one left now, Tira said, looking towards the tailed beast. You came to intervene in my task again, right? Tobi questioned. At this point, Naruto and Tobi had arrived at a very secluded part of the forest surrounding the lake. As soon as you set your conditions, I never said I would follow them, Naruto replied. Were you born so naughty, or did the lack of a father figure cause this? Tobi questioned, mocking him for someone who Is too insecure to show his face. You speak too confidently. Naruto counterattacked. Toby Deidara has done his job. A voice came from the tree behind Toby, and from the tree grew a half-white and half-black creature. That's nice to hear. Toby said to the creature. Well, I'm leaving. Remember this, Yuzum. The only reason you're alive is because you're the last in line. Rest assured your time will come soon too. He said, turning to Naruto. Running away like a coward again, Naruto said, trying to get more information about him. Toby did not see any merit in responding and disappeared in a whirlpool. What happened? Naruto questioned, entering the scene of the fight. That blonde boy managed to hurt Genma and Kakashi sense and was exhausted. He also took the three-tailed beast Sakura. He said, that's a victory in favor of the Akatsuki. Naruto muttered, Genma is seriously injured. I can't heal him. I only know the basics of Jutsu. Dr. Sakura said. Where is Naruto? Asked with his hands glowing green. The mission was a failure. Hokage-sama, the three-tailed beast, was taken away by Akatsuki and Ima was seriously injured, reported Kakashi. Which team did they fight with? Asked Tsunade. Naruto faced a guy named Toby. Well, the rest of us fought. Wax Deidara said. Kakashi Tade's side in a quick movement. A cat managed capture 4 of the clouds, said 4. Asked Naruto confused. Itachi and Kisame invaded the hidden arena to capture it with one tail. Then the fiasco with Asobu and the two-tailed and eight-tailed Chukwas are missing from Kumagakure. The Raikage has called the 5-cage summit, Tsunade explained. That's worrying. Kakashi said, we don't know anything about the Jinchuricus of Iwagakure, and the 6-tailed Shuriki has become renegade of the mist, so we have no idea about him either, added Tsunade. Naruto didn't care much about the villas whose energy he had already received, but those whose energy he had not yet obtained worried him, at least for a while. The summit of the 5 Kages has been agreed upon by everyone. The shits? Asked Naruto. Yes, it has been agreed, and the 2 of you will be my guards at the summit. Tsunade informed Kakashi and Naruto. When will we leave? Then asked Kakashi. This afternoon. You 2 can go and prepare your things now, said Tsunade. I can't take a break, right? Naruto complained. You can take all the respite you want. Once a cat has been confronted, Tsunade said, urging Naruto to leave her office. Walking in the dark Orochimaru's room without Orochimaru was a different feeling. Without a guide, you could lose you at every turn, but Sasuke was used to these hiding places. He knew every turn, every corner and every hidden tunnel, and he knew where his possible new team member was in front of him, trapped in a glass chamber filled with water. The water came out with a splash. His sword Suigetsu right? Asked Sasuke. Yes, say his body forming from the water. I have killed Orochimaru and freed you, now you can join. We are continue on your way, said Sasuke, offering to join his team. Well, it would sound ungrateful if I rejected your offer now anyway. Why do you need me? Asked Suigetsu. I'm going to kill my brother, but always work in pairs. I want my team to stop the other while I fight my brother, Sasuke explained. Well, I want to collect the 7 swords of the mist, so maybe I want to you for a while, he said. Very good, said Sasuke and started to move forward. Wait there, said Suigetsu, getting behind Sasuke. You are not the boss here. I am not going to take orders from you, he said, pointing with his fingers at the back of Sasuke's head. When Sasuke looked at him without flinching, Suigetsu stepped back. Yes, it seems that killing Orochimaru was not a lie. The boy monologued. I suppose I will follow your leadership until I can get my hands on the 7 swords, since the 5 cages have arrived. I am Myphune from the land of iron. I want to formally welcome all the cages: Hokage Dono, Kazekage Dono, Mukage Dono, Tsuchikage Dono and Raikage Dono. I want to welcome you to the land of iron. It's a pleasure, said Tsunade. Continue, said the Baker. Wonderful welcome, said the Mizukage, a hand on his lips. We feel honored, said the Tage. We appreciate your welcome, said Kage. Well then we should start with the topic of the summit. Since Ra did not call the summit, we would ask him to announce the content of concern, he said. Regarding Akatsuki, the Raikage, both Jinchuricus from my village have been kidnapped in a single day, he shouted. That sounds like an internal matter to me, the Tsuchikage scoffed. We are willing to provide any resources according to our treaty, the Hokage said. We can know how many Jinchuricus have been captured. Already asked. The Mizukage. Shukaku was taken by Akatsuki yesterday, said Kazek. The 3-tailed beast was taken by Akatsuki, yet we are looking for the 6 tails Jinchuriki, said the Mizukage. The 9 tails Jinchuriki is safe, said Tsunade. We are locating Han Rosie. Our Jinchurika, said that Tsuchikage. Takigakure sent a report indicating that the 7 tails Jinchuriki is safe, said Mune. Both are Yen Tukwas are missing, said the Raikage. The losses seem serious until now, said the Mizukage. As I have said before, your choose are your internal matter. The summit of the 5 cages should not have been called for a private matter of a village, the Chikage scoffed. Are you perhaps trying to defend Akatsuki? Have you had previous relations with him? They are not like that, said Kage. We have strictly professional relations with the organization, and the most suspicious part here is the hidden blade. Suinchuri is the only one who is safe, and it is quite clear that the strength of the blade is weakening, said that Tsuchikage, pointing to Tsunade. Our shinobi are the ones who have killed most of the members of Akatsuki, and you should not talk about strength when a single shinobi of ours was able to kill your entire army, said Tsunade, raising her voice to defend her village. For please, interrupted Myphune, let's not divert attention from the topic of concern, he said, before anything else was said. A black Vortex opened in the room, and a familiar masked man emerged from it in an instant. All the guards of all the kegs were on the table in front of their respective shits. "Are you still alive?" Little Inoki questioned the masked man. "Who are you?" asked the aforementioned cage, still relaxed in his seat. "It is sad to think that you have forgotten me." "No, I thought I was a vestige of the past," he still said. "Indulgences, tell us who you are," said Inoki. "I'm Madara Uchiha," the masked man announced, and silence reigned in the room in an instant. All the cages were standing in a fighting stance. "It's great to see that my name still inspires fear. Anyway, no. We meet again," Naruto Uzumaki said, a red glow suddenly coming out of the hole in the mask. "Indeed, you have finally come to fight me now?" Naruto asked, his chains shaking with excitement. "I am not just an observer, your fight will be with someone else," said the masked man, and stepped back just in time to avoid an orange burst from colliding with him. "Shinrensei," shouted the orange burst, his hands together. And a great force of gravity originated from him as a focal point, destroying the building and sending everyone in the vicinity flying backwards. In the instant he had, Naruto wrapped a chain around Tsunade and Kakashi's waist and implanted another in the ground to keep them stable. "Well, Uzumaki, next time we meet you will be chained and your view will be extracted from until next time," he said. He disappeared in a whirlwind before anyone tried to follow Uchiha. 5 more orange-haired shinobi landed on the ground, each showing a pair of eyes. Summoning Rinnegan Jutsu. Orange hair summoning a large 3-headed dog to confront the guards of the kegs. Lightning-style lightning cable, Kakashi shouted, forming a lightning cable with his clone and dividing the summoning in half, but to his horror, both halves of the summoning regenerated and now there were 2 dogs instead of 1. Jutsu particle style of atomic dismantling, shouted at Tsuchikage, trapping the dogs in transparent cages and disintegrating. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Kakashi tried to quickly attack the path of summoning using his Chidori, but he had to do a backflip to avoid the missile launched by the aura path. It seemed like the 6 farm-haired shinobi could see everywhere, no matter what direction he would attack from. "Dodge it, as if you were attacking him head-on. Where this is my brother," the Raikage shouted and attacked the Kamito Naraka. But before his body wrapped in lightning could touch the Naraka path, the pre-top path intercepted the Raikage and began to absorb his chakra. Upon realizing that his chakra was being absorbed, the Raikage freed himself from the grip of the pre-top path and turned backwards, summoning Jutsu. Another scream echoed in the field, and after a large explosion of smoke, a giant rhinoceros was seen. The Raikage, with electricity surrounding his body once again, he rushed headlong into battle again, fighting with the pre-top path that was constantly absorbing his layer of lightning. Every time they came into contact, the rhino, on the other hand, was generally wreaking havoc and protecting his summoner. "As needed." Lava-style lava torrent, said the Mizukage, releasing a stream of hot lava from his mouth, bathing the rhino in lava. The rhino twisted and turned, but finally faded away after killing several samurai by slamming his large body against them. Wow, these summons are quite dangerous. Chiro dear, would you mind swinging your sword here a little?" said the Mizukage. "Yes miss, as you say," stuttered the Mizukage's bodyguard, unleashing his legendary wind-style sword. "Gust of wind," Tamari shouted, releasing a gust of wind towards the pre-top path. But as before, the Jutsu was absorbed like all the others before. "Tell me, where is the 8 tails?" Crikey asked the human path. "Were you the ones who took him?" answered C. "Tell me now or I will start your soul from your body," threatened the human path. "It was you who took him," he screamed, terrified by the threat. Not liking the response he received, the human path fulfilled his threat and tore his soul from his body to investigate the truth. "What did you do to him?" shouted Darui, swinging his great sword towards the orange-haired man. But as before, the path managed to dodge the attack without really seeing it. In an instant, Tsunade landed a blow that shook the earth and made the ground break and unbalanced the human path in front of them. Taking the opportunity, Darui swung his sword covered in black rays towards the human path. Even being able to see it, the human path could not dodge due to the imbalance. So he ended up divided into 2, standing in front of Eva's path. With the newly arrived Naraka path, Naruto could feel the overwhelming amount of chakra they possessed. Realizing that he would not be able to deal with this enemy in his base form, he allowed his sage chakra to take control. "Naruto Uzumaki, surrender, and you will not suffer any pain," said the path of Va. "I was thinking more about tearing you," said Naruto, his body surrounded by purple. "There is nothing you can do against the power of a god," answered the path of Va. "Do you consider yourself a god?" asked Naruto, raising an eyebrow. He fisted the eyes of the Sansara, the eyes of the sage of the 6 paths himself. "What inferior being could I be?" he asked the path of Going. "Then I guess I will become a god." "Slayer," replied Naruto, "your goals are ambitious, but the reality is that you will be captured today," said the orange-haired man. Before anything else could be said, a silent Bishotenin came out of Eva's path mouth, and Naruto was drawn towards the path's outstretched hand, summoning 4 chains and stabbing him. To prevent his neck from reaching the path's hand, Naruto formed hand seals for his signature Jutsu Sage Art. "Wind Palm," said, launching a deadly blast of wind towards the Akatsuki leader. "Shinrensei," said, deflecting the wind attack and sending Naruto staggering. Back carrying a small shuriken on the tip of his chain, Naruto threw it towards Eva's path, hoping that his instant death technique would take care of the man, but out of nowhere the pre-top path got between the attack and the path D and absorbed a Rasen shuriken. Just as the absorption was complete, he disappeared in a flash. Naruto figured he would have to get up close personally if he didn't want the other orange-haired ones to join the fight, so running forward to fulfill his thoughts, the chakra Naruto's glow flared even brighter as he charged him for his fight with the Virginia path. For more focused on the Nudu who looked like the Virginia path due to his gravity jutsu, he also wasn't bad at jutsu. For every hit Naruto delivered he received one in return, and his blows were strong enough to hurt even his senjutsu enhanced body. Forming a Rasengan in his hand, Naruto lunged again, only to be repelled again by his opponent's Shinrens, and quickly forming a plan in his Naruto's mind, summoned two shadow clones that instantly dispersed in different directions, forming a triangular formation around the orange-haired man. Each Naruto created a complete Rasen shuriken and threw it towards his target as expected. His enemy dodged the attack, but instead of ending the attack, each Naruto summoned a chain to catch the attack coming towards them and threw it towards the path of with increased speed. Finally, with the constantly increasing speed of the attacks, one of the Rasen shuriken connected and demolished the path body into pieces. Thinking their fight was over, Naruto began to look for his next prey, but to his amazement the path Naraka summoned a kind of demon that absorbed the destroyed body of the path goes and regenerated it in one piece. I told you before, no, there is no competition against a god, said the path resurrected after such intense attacks and extensive use of his sage mode. Naruto's chakra was fluctuating. That didn't mean the path battle pain was fine. Although his body was in one piece, he was bleeding profusely. His Akatsuki cloak was torn and looked like it could fall at any moment. You don't look very well yourself, said Naruto. Don't always believe what you see, said the road flying towards him. Sky brought both hands together as a small black ball became visible in the air and began to draw everything towards it. The summoning path had summoned several giant summons that had been devastating samurai and shinobi alike, but in the absence of the Naraka path had been captured and stored to prevent him from being resurrected. All of the shinobi of Pakamona were dead, and that Tsuchikage and his guards were currently fighting the Asura path with the Naraka path. As backup, low lava jutsu quick diesel Kuritsuchi shouted, trying to catch the path Asura with audible exhaustion in his voice. The path aura jumped on the Jutsu of quick lime, but before he could do anything, he was trapped in a transparent cage. Particle-style dismantling jutsu atomic shouted that Tsuchikage and disintegrated the path aura before they could begin to celebrate. A large black ball became visible in the air and began to bring everything towards it. Chibaku Tenshin murmured the path of he observed the black sphere of devastation that was constantly growing. The brilliant mind of the Raikage decided that he could simply hit it into pieces. So, carrying his mantle of lightning, the Raikage jumped high, powered by the gravitational force of the replica of the moon, and practically flew towards the black sphere. Raikage-sama, I don't think it's a good idea, Dari muttered, but to no avail, since the Raikage had already launched. That has to be the stupidest way a cage has died, she told herself. Naruto shouted. Tsunade, seeing the Redeed's inert body being drawn towards the artificial moon, being in the core of the place from where the attack was launched. There was nothing Naruto could do to avoid being trapped on the small moon. His chains and his chakra were both failing him in an instant. Such a crucial moment. He had been using his sage mode for a long time, and now his body was wavering, and his chains were simply not strong enough to counteract that strong gravitational force, so Naruto could only close his eyes and have a conversation with your tenant. Before things get worse, hold on to something, that Tsuchikage shouted, and as if his shout was an alarm, everyone ran to hold on. The something as expected in a fight of this magnitude. The meeting building and the surrounding area, they were a mess without the assistance of the path of Eva. The cages had deduced the tricks of the 5 paths of pain and finally managed to defeat them, but the casualties were high. The right hand of the Raikage was dead. Oh, the guard of the Mizukage had lost an arm. Most of the Samurai guards were destroyed by the giant summons, and the 4th Raikage had probably committed suicide by running towards the miniature moon, now facing the black sphere of devastation. Panic was at its highest. Hey Kurama. I hope I've shown enough, because if I didn't we're probably going to die, said Naruto. It's really not the time to ignore me, you know, Naruto said again. Hello. Naruto tried once again. In this precarious state your body won't be able to handle my chakra, growled a deep voice. Are you afraid, asked Naruto. No, but loading your body with my chakra would be a suicidal move anyway. It takes practice to even stay conscious in the presence of all my chakra, Kurama said. I will get over this, shrugged Naruto, plus I would rather die trying. He said very well, then Kurama said, and the pain ran through Naruto's body. Naruto was trapped in that? Tsunade asked herself with her eyes wide open. It seems that yes, that Tsuchikage said when announcing the words. Tsunade, a chaotic sound of thousands of birds Gratmando exploded in the room, originated by a blue lightning that covered Kakashi's arm with his eyes in the pattern of the 3-pointed wheel. Again, I'm going to look for it, said Kakashi, charging towards the now large ball made from the surroundings of the terrain, but before he could get there a golden glow emerged from the artificial moon, making a large hole in it. "This power is amazing. I can feel everything that happens here," said Naruto, looking at his hands bright. "Don't get too excited, you only have 5 minutes in this form, before your body gives way," said Kurama, true to what everyone had seen. Naruto shone gold, a high-collared mantle surrounding his body and 9 Magatama marks adorning his back. "I understand," said Naruto, launching into the last remaining pain path, holding his neck now so close to the D path for the first time without instant temporal restrictions. Naruto could not sense any emotion coming from the body. In an instant a black rod formed in the path's hand D that attempted to stab Naruto's stomach with reactions faster than light itself. Naruto broke the path's hand and took the black rod into his own hands. "There is some chakra flowing through this rod," said Kurama. "Yes, I'm sorry too," said Naruto, casually snapping Virginia's path's neck. "So you're just a puppet?" asked Naruto, stabbing the rod into his own stomach. "Yes, I'm sure there's chakra flowing through this. Follow it to its core," said Kurama. "That will be the body, the original that controlled the others," ended, and in an instant there was no one left where Naruto once was. "Run away. Konan is coming for me," Nagato said. "I'm not going to run away. I'll face him if necessary," Konan answered. "He's too strong to handle. Konan will surely kill me. But I don't want him." "You become a victim too," Nagato explained. Before they could argue further a tear appeared in the paper tree they were hiding in. "Here you are, Uzumaki," Nagato said. "A little too worn out to be a god." "No," Naruto said, looking at the thin body of the Rinnegan wearer, stuck to the machine, as if his life had come for revenge. "Right, like any other man," Nagato said. "Did you hope that he didn't have revenge in mind when he came for you?" Naruto asked. "That's why you're human and I'm a god. You will never understand the meaning of letting go unless someone forces you to do so," said Nagato. "That's right, you are above feeling hatred and anger?" asked Naruto. "Yes," Nagato said, and in a second Konan was no longer behind him. Konan was in front of him with his tip of a kunai on her neck and chains covering her body, restricting the flow of her chakra. "You wouldn't seek revenge if the Mato," now said, applying just enough pressure to her neck so that a drop of blood gushed out. "Leave her out of this," Nagato shouted, struggling in his machine, trying to move. "Hypocrite, you don't want me to leave her out of this, but you also want to kill the Jinchurikis for their villainy," said Naruto. "Everything I do is for peace. Someone like you obsessed with revenge will never be able to sacrifice everything for the good of the world," said Nagato, throwing a wooden arrow from his machine towards Naruto, pointing him so as not to hurt Konan. "I guess I'm selfish. If you come for what's mine, you'll end up losing everything you have," said Naruto. Konan between him and the arrow passing directly through his heart. Before Nagato could make a fuss about his death, Naruto threw a kunai towards Nagato's heart. Being as exhausted as he was after carrying out the planetary devastation, Nagato couldn't gather chakra for a Shinren's and couldn't do anything but join Jaiko and Konan in the afterlife. "What should I do with his eyes?" asked Naruto. "Use them to summon Nagito once the chakra of the other villas is extracted. Destroy the eyes," said Kurama. "Shouldn't I keep them for myself?" asked Naruto, curious. "No, those eyes shouldn't be on this plane of existence. The world is better without them," said Kurama. "Well, whatever you want," said Naruto, the golden chakra fading and his hands glowing green. "Obito," yelled Zetsu. "He destroyed the Rainen," he said, with frustration seeping from his voice. "What the hell, he really lost?" he yelled. "Death in the same way, yes. And now the Rinnegan is gone. Everything we had done until now was gone because of a brat," said Ksu. "Kalmasepti no Tsunade." "Nothing," answered Naruto, stroking the bird on his shoulder. "Lies." She could feel the heaviness in the chakra. "Naruto, what was that golden form?" she asked once again. "The Kyuubi had taken over," he replied. "Lies. She knew he was in control." "You look different," she declared. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said. "Lies." She could clearly see his shadows were missing, bruises around her eyes, and as far as she knew they were there since birth. "Are you okay?" she asked once more. "Yes," was his quick response. Once again she noticed his lie due to the heaviness in his steps and the tiredness in his eyes, but he didn't mention it. "Take your time," he said, letting him sort out the problem what he was going through. "I'm here for you," he said, and began to move in silence. Tsunade, Naruto and Kakashi were heading back to Konoha after the fiasco of the Cage Summit. There was no conclusion to the summit, but Konoha won, and he lost something. Killing the leader of Akatsuki was definitely a gain, and losing the treaty with Kumagakure after the death of the fourth Raikage was a loss, but overall Konoha was in a better position than before. Naruto wanted to tell Tsunade what the golden cloak was, what had she done with those eyes, and how had she absorbed the power that would unbalance the hierarchy of the elemental nations. She was one of the very few people he liked. Or maybe he even wanted to, but she was the Hokage in the first place. Before he would have abandoned directly Konoha, but with Shizune and Tsunade he had found a home in Konoha. He had to sort out his powers and emotions. Before he could reveal anything he would have to sit down and think about this first. "What do we do now?" Obito asked Ksu with Itachi in pain. "Dead, we are short of personnel and Without the Rinnegan we can't even revive a Malara Saito. How about you make Sasuke and his team members of a cat that would solve our personnel problem for a while, and if he is like Itachi, he will be very strong with his he said Ksu would be. But the Mang hasn't woken up yet until now said Obito it's true, but maybe telling him the truth about his brother would change things, said Zetsu, I guess I'll talk to him, said Obito disappearing from reality waking up in a dark cave covered in bandages was the last thing Sasuke expected after his fight with Itachi, but it was happening trying to find satisfaction in his victory after achieving his lifelong goal to feel nothing without happiness without emotion, without a feeling exaggerated with joy, so he decided to look around with his onk's eyes to find the way out so you one said a voice and a man dressed in black appeared spinning into existence much to the man's amusement there was not even a flash of emotion on the man's face, Sasuke's face was blank, his dark eyes looking straight into the hole of the mask, you are not interested at all, is that you are thinking about your brother he asked, but there was no answer maybe this will bring you back. Your senses said his eye glowing red and forming a three-pronged shuriken, I am also a survivor of the Uchiha clan, at this Sasuke's left eye evolved into Itachi's and released the onyx flames of the Amaterasu on the man in front of him, as he was burned by the flames more hot that exist the masked man howled and writhed and eventually disappeared in a whirlpool, what was that Sasuke asked his eye returning to its normal state as blood dripped from it the Amaterasu Itachi implanted in you came an answer unexpected since the same man in the mask turned out of nowhere, what do you mean by that asked Sasuke Itachi probably temporarily implanted his eye powers inside you say the masked man, why would he do something like that asked Sasuke to protect you of course answered the man protect me. If you keep spouting nonsense like that I will kill you said Sasuke, I know everything there is to know about Itachi the truths the lies everything the man said what do you mean by that Sasuke asked to protect his little brother, put everything on the line he denied everything he believed in, just to keep his dear brother alive, said Obito you look dull, said Shizune standing at the door of Naruto's apartment as always the apartment was full of birds flying as always it was unacceptable Naruto he didn't seem very energetic, I haven't slept well still, Naruto said, moving aside to let Shizune in. Is that it? Shizune questioned, standing on her tiptoes to look Naruto directly in the eyes, looking into his eyes so closely she could see something vital that your eyeshadows were missing he questioned raising an eyebrow they are gone, he stated clearly expecting an answer from him, are you going to go in or just stand there all day questioned Naruto okay, but I definitely want answers he huffed walking into his house, I'm still figuring it out, there are revelations that have yet to be revealed, but I'm still figuring it all out, Naruto said as Shizune settled in almost talking to himself you look terribly tired she said, I've gotten used to sleeping, and I haven't been able to sleep lately, Naruto replied, that's not good Shizune said, let's go to bed she said, pulling Naruto by the hand I knew there was something he was hiding, but I trusted him enough to give him time to vent, will you explain everything to me now, Naruto asked, what needs to be explained the wielder of the Rinnegan is dead and your next target is Ichigo said Kurama, why is my chakra so heavy and why my sage marks have disappeared when I can feel a stronger senjutsu chakra flowing in me asked Naruto I told you before collecting the chakra of all the villas will elevate you, beyond a normal sage, the chakra you feel is a fragment of the Yubi itself, the Yubi by nature is an extension of everything that surrounds you the Yubi is the nature and now possesses its powers explained Kurama yes, but the control I feel over my chakra is exponentially better, I have never been bad at controlling Kra, but this feels like I can control every drop of it individually said Naruto, there is no point in discussing this for now just go to a secluded area for a while and we'll find out how these new powers of yours work said Kurama and expelled Naruto from his mind, I guess I will trust you then said Naruto waking up and looking at Shun, who was sleeping next to him feeling R through his heightened senses, Naruto was heading towards an isolated area within the hidden leaf he should be present in front of the Hokage at this time, but he believed that if he caught an intruder in the village it was a priority to enter at the time neglected Ichigo district had no complications, since Sasuke Uchiha left the village, no maintenance had been carried out in the district. So walking through the empty streets, the unique presence became more evident. True to what I thought, on the banks of the Naka River, red clouds were visible. So you came alone, the Akatsuki questioned. He was half black and half white with something like a green cactus covering his head. I didn't expect to see you alone here he continued. Give me one reason why I shouldn't kill you right here, Naruto said, charging his hand with chakra to perform a strong to escape from here. You can't sense murderous intentions in me I'm here to talk he said with a dual voice what is there to talk about Naruto questioned there's a lot, but I don't have that much time he said, and I'm Ksu well we are he is white Zetsu, and I'm black, Zetsu explained the creature don't play, and why are you here or die said Naruto calm down, I'm pretty sure you want to know what I'm here to say appeased Ksu spoke, then ordered Naruto do you know the sage of the six paths asked Zetsu yes. Answered Naruto. What do you know about he asked Ksu again more than he should answered Naruto without really giving him an answer. Okay, don't tell me the sage of the six paths had two sons, the eldest Indra and the youngest Asura. Due to some disputes they ended up as rivals and ultimately as bitter enemies. Their disputes were not resolved in their lives, so as demigods they began to reincarnate in different generations. The first Hokage and Madara Uchiha were the first of them. You Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are the second. If you come with me and combine your chakra with Sasuke's to awaken everything, the power of the sage of the six paths, said Ksu. So you came to hire me, questioned Naruto, raising an eyebrow. In summary, yes, answered Ksu. And how do you know all this, asked Naruto. I have been around for a long time, replied Ksu. Will you leave if I ask you, or do you prefer to die early, questioned Naruto. Are you rejecting our offer, asked Ksu. Yes I am, said Naruto, crossing his arms. Well, then Uzumaki, one way or another, you will become the sacrifice you are destined to be. Until next time, said Zetsu, sinking into the ground. Are the White Xus ready, questioned Debit. Yes they are underground for now, but why do we need to go to war, asked Zetsu. Sasuke, or will Madara have to be taken to death to awaken the Rinnegan? Now that Pain's eyes are gone, said Obito. Madara, how do you plan to revive him with the resuscitation technique? Try to get it, said Obito. That's difficult. Naruto can feel my presence now, Zetsu responded. Find a solution. It's the only one. A chance we have to revive Madara, ordered Obito. I will try to find a loophole, said Zetsu. And what about Sasuke? Obito asked. The implants were successful. He will need a few days to get used to his eyes, however, said Zetsu. I see, said Obito, ready to disappear from reality. Where are you going, however? Ksu questioned. I need to see Sasuke's power firsthand, said Obito, and disappeared in a whirlpool. Try to enter sage mode, said Kurama. Naruto was still in the Naka River. After the creature Akatsuki to move away, Naruto decided that this was the most isolated place he could find within the Konoha territory. Of course, Naruto said, wishing his body would perform the natural procedure to access sage mode, as he could always feel his chakra becoming stronger. As always, his body reacted well to the new chakra. Unlike always, it was very easy accessing sage mode, now almost as easy as breathing, and unlike always, the aura of the sage mode was considerably lighter than the one I was used to. It, I feel much stronger than the way we had when we merged our powers, in fact, said Naruto. In fact, these are the powers of the sage of the six paths. After all, these powers are a representation of divinity among the shinobi, said Kurama. I can put your cloak over it, Naruto questioned. You probably can, but the intensity of that chakra would probably turn this district into dust. That's something you'll need to do in proper isolation, Kurama said. It's understandable. I guess, said Naruto, forming a purple ball of chakra in his hands, forming the Rasengan has also become easier, said. Try to add the Shukaku chakra to Rasengan, said Kurama. I'll try it, said Naruto, closing his eyes and concentrating on the Shukaku chakra. Slowly but surely, blue curse marks from the Shukaku began to spread on the purple ball of devastation. Rasengan sage art, Naruto said, crashing the Rasengan into the nearby tree. The Rasengan only caused the minimal damage it was supposed to, that the base Rasengan was supposed to do, but on top of that the blue curse marks began to appear on the tree, and in a second all the metal that is attracted by the magnets crushed the tree until it turned into dust, probably immobilizing whoever comes into contact with it and draws metal towards him, muttered Naruto. I'm going to try another one, he said, preparing to charge another Rasengan, but before he could do so his sage mode started flashing. You haven't fully recovered from the damage you suffered when using my chakra in a state of exhaustion. Rest. For now we have time until you face Madara, said Kurama. I understand even that Sasuke who's with him now. I really don't know how strong he's gotten, said Naruto. I don't think he's a bigger threat than Milana, snorted Gamma. Well, whatever it is for. Now I'm really hungry, Naruto said, and blinked at a good Amaterasu restaurant, Sasuke said, blood pouring from his eye as the black unquenchable flames consumed the tree in front of him. You've gotten pretty good at this, Death said. I still can't control them the way I want to, Sasuke sighed. Even Itachi couldn't do that, you know. Time, you need to understand what you're trying to do. Obito replied, I don't have time to rest. If things continue as they are, there will be more people who will suffer like Itachi did, Sasuke said, getting ready to activate the eyes he obtained through the sacrifice of his brother. What is your objective? Then Sasuke questioned. Death, a revolution. It is time for the great villages to understand that they cannot sacrifice whoever you want, he said with an ethereal purple skeleton surrounding him. You have a quite ambitious goal. It's a shame that it is overshadowed by the infinite Tsukiyomi, but rest assured that you will live in the perfect world, Sasuke said. Death to himself, sure that Sasuke was completely immersed in his training. In the midst of all the rush he had forgotten to inform the Hokage. You are 7 hours late, Naruto. That breaks Kakashi's record for TR hours. He wasn't lazy, he just had more important problems to solve. You will stay quiet soon. 8 questioned. The circumstances were peculiar, Naruto Said Peculiar. How did he ask again? She's a long story. How about you tell me why you called me here first, and then I'll explain everything. Naruto asked. Actually, I have an old issue, so continue with your story first, and then I'll start mine, sighed Tsunade. Oh, I see, said Naruto, rubbing the back of his neck. Well, keep going with it, she urged. As I was heading to your office to report for duty, I felt a unique chakra, so I decided to get to the point quickly. After searching for a while, I ended up at the Naka River in the Uchiha district, as I thought I was a member of the cats. Naruto said. Akatsuki, and you still haven't presented his body? Tsunade asked, raising an eyebrow. He actually came to hire me for the organization. I refused, of course, but he ran away before I could do anything. Naruto explained. Why? Didn't anyone else feel it? Asked she. I'm an exceptional censor. Apparently he shrugged. Well, anyway, about why did I call you here, she said, summoning a scroll. Read it. Indicated prepare for the next big war. Madara Uchiha said. The signed scroll. Clearly they are trying to lure someone. If they wanted to win, they would simply attack when no one expected it, and since this guy's intentions, Madara, are clear. He is trying to lure me to the battlefield, Naruto said. I wanted your opinion on this. This scroll was found right in the middle of the Hokage office, the most secure building in the entire village, and the seal scroll has been tampered with, explained Tsunade. Tampered with? Naruto asked. The seal scroll is kept inside a set of seals that prevents anyone from touching it, Tsunade explained, but when we did the general inspection of the scroll today, the set was broken, and the scroll opened. He said that's really worrying. If they can infiltrate the village, so we should too. Improve our defenses, said Naruto. Do you think we should start an alliance with the other nations? I'm sure each nation must have received the same threat, asked Tsunade. Well, if you think they are a great threat you should do it, but I doubt that any of them represent a challenge, said Naruto. That is arrogance that I hear in your voice, questioned Tsunade, raising an eyebrow. As soon as Naruto said I only think that I will be more than prepared for what is coming, he concluded that it is better not to let her. Your arrogance will go to your head, Tsunade warned. Of course, he said, and I wanted to train in a secluded area for a while. Can that be arranged? Naruto asked. I guess, Tsunade said, adopting a thoughtful pose. What do you think of the Forest of the Death? Asked. I don't care about the place, my concern is isolation and freedom from responsibility for damage caused due to my training, answered. No one goes to that place, and the terrain is a forest, so there should be no problem, she said. Very well, I can leave, then asked Naruto. Of course, I will let you know the decision that is made through a messenger bird. She said. Thank you, Hokage-sama. He bowed before disappearing with Shuni. Did you really get it? Zetsu questioned. Yes, they had no defenses against him. Space-time jutsu that I use, and I was only there for a second, so no one detected me before I left, said Obito. That's great, exclaimed Zetsu. It's not Side Obito. This reanimation jutsu is the one that created the second Hokage. It's not very effective. We'll need revive Orochimaru from some brand to use a better version of him, said. If you want I can get some experiment of his here, said Zetsu. Please do it. That's the only option we have left now, said Obito. And how is it going? Sasuke questioned. Zetsu is good. He has learned to keep his Susanoo at half body. He can probably rival any of the Kage as it is, but he is still no match for people like Madara or even Naruto, said Obito. That Kyuubi has been a big bother, said Zetsu. He too will be taken care of, just an obstacle in the plan. Everything will conclude as it should eventually, said Demise. You need to train your base Sage mode before accumulating my chakra on him, said Kurama. It's understandable. I really don't want to die experimenting after all this, Naruto said. Stop talking now. Try to attract Son Goku's chakra. Now theoretically you should be able to use lava style like Suin Crikey now, said Kurama. Of course, said Naruto, closing his eyes and concentrating on the chakra inside him. I have it, he said. Lava style magma bullets, he continued, shouting the name of jutsu out of habit. As a consequence, a bullet covered in hot magma was released from his mouth and burned the tree in front of him. This is good. It will be useful to surprise your opponent, since no one knows your newly acquired bloodlines until now, said Kurama. Indeed, but no, I have enough time to get used to all of them. I'm just going to improve what I'm already used to doing, said Naruto. And what do you mean by that? Asked Kurama. This, said Naruto, a chain made of lava emerging from his back. I'm more accustomed to using my chains. It would be beneficial and economical for me to integrate new techniques with my already mastered techniques instead of learning everything from scratch, explained Naruto. That is unusually clever of you, praised Kurama. We will begin our attack soon, Sasuke, said Obito. You finally took long enough, said Sasuke, sheathed his sword, but before that, I need to know if you remember the hand seals of the evil containment seal that was used on you, said Obito. I do it. I saw Kakashi perform the seals my Sharingan, but why do you need it? Sasuke asked. I need you to free Orochimaru from one of the cursed marks, Orbit said. No, Sasuke stated, crossing his arms. We need him to perform the reincarnation Su. For us, we cannot face the 5 nations alone, said Milestone. Oh, the great Madara is afraid, Sasuke questioned. I suppose I could have told you before. I am not Madara Uchiha. I am just his disciple. We will revive the real Madara Uchiha through Orochimaru. He also declared death at this revelation. Sasuke's eyebrow rose. How are you sure that Orochimaru will he help us? That snake asked. Will he do anything to survive? Both you and I are stronger than him. Will he help us or die? He said death is fine, said Sasuke, determined to revive an abomination for the sake of a better world. Well said Obito and turned Ksu prepare the army and the sacrifices the war will begin soon, concluded I have called everyone back from the field at this moment, we need all our military force to defend the village from any sudden attack. Said Tsunade looks like a smart decision, I wonder if they've stopped playing, commented Naruto, giving another Zoro to his serve. 3 weeks had passed since Naruto asked for a place to train, and since then the invasions in the territory of the Fire Nations had begun. They had become very common, several white creatures had invaded their territory and wreaked havoc. They were not strong individually, but they were numerous. They effectively blocked all communication networks between the large villages by randomly attacking the messenger birds and the network of ships. The white creatures probably did. They have been sighted dangerously close to the Leaf Village. Now the final fight is probably on the verge of beginning. Tsunade sighed, following Naruto and taking a sip of her serve as well. Why not deploy a heavy attack squad to annihilate the Texas? Naruto asked. Is it not feasible based on what we know? They have a way to travel underground. If I centralize an attack, it will simply hit our weak points, explained Tsunade. Well, I'm a Jing on duty right now, I can go and do it for you, Naruto said. Filling his glass again. Do you think you can take on an entire platoon? Tsunade questioned, raising an eyebrow. You still have doubts about it, Naruto counterattacked with his eyebrow as high as hers. Of course, as drunk as I was, I couldn't win in a staring contest against a lord. I can't get drunk, I guess, she sighed. I'll let you know about it tomorrow. Let me enjoy the time I have for now, she said. Of course, muttered Naruto, enjoying the little time he had before the inevitable violence. Are you ready? Sasuke asked. He had changed his outfit, now the outfit included a pair of black pants and gloves. With a tight white shirt underneath. Over this he was wearing a high-collared, long-sleeved purple cloak, long that split to the bottom half, and had the Ichijo emblem on the back similar to the one on the blue cape around his waist. He wore a simple light purple obi belt. He had also replaced his orange mask with a white one with 3 openings, instead of the only opening of his previous mask. The openings of his mask glowed red, one of the eyes with a unique 3-pointed shuriken, and another a Sharingan mature, as much as it can be, answered Sasuke, his eyes glowing red similarly. You two seem quite prepared. Sao, a voice. Didn't tell you not to move without my explicit permission, asked Obito. Come on little debit, no need to be so rude, said Orochimaru's smile spreading across his face. How far have you progressed? He asked. Dead enough, all the modifications will be ready in a few days, more the technique will be ready to use, then said Orochimaru. Better don't try to stab news in the back, if I have the slightest doubt I will eliminate another one myself. Once, Sasuke threatened, raising his sword menacingly. What have I done to earn your hatred, Sasuke? Orochimaru asked, his voice deceptively bald. Everything you do and represent is disgusting to me. The only reason you're alive is because you serve a purpose for the greater good, he said. Sasuke, well said Obito, we have places to go, Sasuke said, coming out of his hiding place. Okay, Sao. Sasuke, following Obito. Arts our Rasen Shuriken, said Naruto, throwing another Rasen Shuriken towards the pack of white Xus, destroying a couple hundred of them in one hit. You're not very strong, Tsunade, should have sent me sooner, you wouldn't have become such a big problem, said Naruto, breaking the neck of the Xu that was trying to stab him in the back. Summoning Yutsu, he shouted, summoning a large buo in the forest. Another less, he said to the great invocation. Let's go to the next camp, he concluded, climbing on the hairy back of the invocation. You can fly now, you know, said Kurama. It's exhausting, I'll save it for a fight, I want to rest. Before having Naruto had been traveling around the outskirts of the Fire Nation for a while, destroying all the Sioux camps he saw so far. The count was 39, since most of the main ports and communication routes were clear. Now Naruto was heading back to Konoha, searching for the camps along the way. Hokage-sama, shouted one of the shinobi, bursting into the Hokage's office. In an instant 7 Ohas were there on the neck of the intruder. Keksu, what's wrong? The Page asked, forming seals to dismiss the Anu. There are invocations of snakes marching towards the gates of the village. It is speculated that the attacker is Sasuke Uchiha, said the Chunin. Is like that, he questioned. Shizune said, making Shizune enter in the office. He informs Jiraiya and his team that his experience is needed at the entrance to the village. Ibari prepares the village defense system and prepares the platoons for any type of battle. Tsunade ordered. Yes, Shizune and the Who said. They disappeared. Yamato announces the closure of the village, said Tsunade, and stood up from his desk, moving towards the large window of the Hokage's office. Things are going to get serious, he said, taking a sip of the serve in his hand. Summoning Yutsu was heard a scream on the outskirts of the hidden village of Leaf, and in an instant the great snakes that were marching towards Konoha no longer seemed threatening. Bunta, you have not rusted, right? He asked, and already from the head of the invocation. You are never too old to make a wallet of skin of snake, responded the invocation, drawing his sword. Well then, let's make our old bones work once more. Deed aside, I'm barely old, Munta said, jumping towards his rival invocation, while the fight between the giant invocations took place in Another corner there was a sensei and a student face to face, both hands glowing blue, ready to do what they had to do. I didn't expect you to fall so low, Sasuke said Kakashi. I'm not doing anything for myself. I'm looking for a better world just like you, but unlike you, I'm willing to make sacrifices for it, said Sasuke. You're just leading us to the next big war. Things will never be ideal, Sasuke, you still have time, surrender, and you'll prevent chaos from spreading throughout the world, Kakashi warned. I've come too far. The way to give up now, Kakashi said, his eyes evolving to become the eternal Sharingan. I guess I'll stop you like a good teacher, should Sasuke said Kakashi, his eyes changing to his Mangu state in response. Opening door open, shouted Mate Gay, opening the first of the 8 heavenly gates to counter the smaller summons, and the Horde of White Xus door of the opening, exclaimed a similar, but noticeably younger voice with a green aura exploding from his body. Nay takes the front role with Try as your backup to counteract the summons. He will take care of the white creatures, and I will rush forward to combat the larger summons. Gu said. A chorus of 3 people was heard, and in the blink of an eye there was nothing left. No one with the team was before go. Trigram's rotation shouted, creating space for Tent and Samo as 60 palms exam again, stopping flow of chakra in the body of the snake and subsequently dissipating. There is no Orochimaru, questioned Gamabunta, who is in the field. These snakes were summoned for another boy, Yer responded. That's a shame. I wanted to strip him of his skin, Gabunta also said, jumping on the small invocations that dissipated. Gabunta replied, stopping his attack, that's it. Let me finish you once and for all, then hiss, command, don't talk big. If you can't back up your words, Gabunta replied, drawing his sword. You just stole my words. Leaping high into the sky and plummeting towards the large snake with his sword beneath him, the snake managed to scurry to safety just in time to avoid being cut as they found themselves face to face again. Summoners rushed towards the other. Gabana brandished his sword towards Manda, who caught the sword in his fangs and swung his tail towards the summoned frog. Abandoning his sword, Gabunta turned back to save himself and his summoner. It's time for oil, Buntolira said as Seize Gabunta responded by spitting a river of oil from his mouth. Combined style toad flame bullet, Jiraiya shouted, igniting the oil. A deadly attack connected with the snake, burning it to ashes. That was surprisingly easy, Gabunta said. Below you, shouted Lyra. The shout alerted Toad, summoning to catch Manda's tail coming towards him from underground. The head however came from behind, with his arms busy with the tail of the Gabunta snake. He could only turn his head to see Manda's sharp teeth approaching. Odd Lady Rasengan, Jiraiya shouted, crashing the big Rasengan into the snake's face. An attack, Naruto questioned. The bird chirped in response. Hey, Naruto said, patting his big boy's back. Bureau summoning. We need to hurry towards Konoha now, he said as orders, said the bud, flapping his wings to change direction towards Konoha. Naruto was flying looking for more Ksu camps when a sparrow landed on his shoulder and reported on what was happening in Konoha. So leaving the mission due to his priorities, he decided to run towards Konoha. I guess this was to be expected, Chidori said. Sasuke releasing himself in lightning bolts towards his sensei with his active Sharingan. Kakashi easily dodged and responded with a rain of kunai. Of course, being a Uchiha, Sasuke was no slouch, either using his own Sharingan, taking the battle to another level. Sasuke summoned 2 smoke shuriken from the seal in his hands and threw them towards Kakashi. Kakashi managed to dodge them well enough but couldn't counter when Sasuke used the ropes attached to them to pull back and stab him. Sasuke didn't need to see the smoke to realize that the one who was stabbed was a clone, but he wasn't ready to be pulled down by the real Kakashi. Turning around back after realizing that the one on the ground was an illusion, Kakashi strained his Sharingan eye to look for his hesitant pupil. Chidori shouted, Sasuke plummeting towards Kakashi from the sky. With a Chidori in hand, Earth Tome style, Kakashi countered by covering himself with a Tome of Earth. Turning back, Sasuke's body began to surround himself with a purple aura. I will show you what a true Sharingan can do, Kakashi said. Sasuke, a purple skeleton protecting him. What is this, he asked Kakashi. This is called Susanoo, the true power of a true Uchiha, said Sasuke, straining his eyes even more while an armor surrounded the skeleton. Take this, he shouted, his armor forming an arrow and shooting them that a normal eye could not follow. Kami, Kakashi countered, blood pouring from his eye while a vortex opened in front of him that absorbed the arrow. Ku questioned Sasuke. In effect, Kakashi responded with the effort of using the mang audible in his voice. It seems that yours consumes much more chakra, Sasuke said. Amaterasu screamed with blood pouring from his eyes, as did Kakashi as he shot black inextinguishable flames towards Kakashi. Regaining control of his body, Kakashi jumped back to avoid being burned, but there was no rest for him as a giant purple hand crashed towards him. Where he had landed to avoid being crushed like a bug, Kakashi continued to circle backwards until he had a chance to breathe. Kamui, shouted Kakashi, creating an opening in Sasuke's Susanoo and launching a rain of kunas towards him. Unprepared for such a possibility, Sasuke was too surprised to dodge the attack and was stabbed directly in the stomach. As common as kunai were, a sharp edge was dangerous. For any human being with such wounds, even Sasuke with Orochimaru cells needed time to recover, therefore his Susanoo disappeared as if it had never existed, taking advantage of the opportunity and strengthening his determination. Kakashi charged a Chidori in his hand and launched himself towards his former pupil. "I'm sorry," Sasuke said Kakashi as he rushed towards his student, his hands glowed blue. Prepared to do the worst of actions, Chidori shouted, extending his hand towards the chest of his former pupil calmly. "He is a very valuable investment for me." He heard Kakashi realizing he hadn't impaled his student. As he turned around, Kakashi was met with a white mask. "Who are you?" asked Kakashi, fighting his exhaustion as he backed away to a comfortable distance. "I thought that a ninja as well reputed as you would not forget such an important name," replied the masked man. "I usually forget useless things," replied Kakashi. "Well, let me remind you then, I am Madara Uchiha, the one who started this state of war," said the imposter questioned Kakashi. "Deny the facts, and you will never be able to see reality as it is," said Madara. "Well, I guess I'll verify your information after I kill you," said Kakashi, lunging toward the supposed Madara. "Brave of you to assume that a borrowed Sharingan can match my power," said Madara as he crossed Kakashi's Chidori. "We will see that." "No," said Kakashi, preparing to fight with his exhausted body. "These creatures, they just don't stop coming," Sensei said. "Lil, keep going, my pupil. Only with such hard fights can you aspire to be the best possible," answered Gai. "Suppose Gai Sensei, don't let me down," Lily shouted as she prepared to charge towards the next wave of white Xus lava-style magma bullets. A voice came from above as bullets of hot molten magma began to fire. "Rain from the air towards the Xus horde. You can leave now," said Naruto, landing from the donkey. "What is happening here?" he asked as he turned towards Gai. "Naruto, it seems that we must fight with all our youth to repel the invaders," he exclaimed. "We are being invaded." After giving up, realizing that the team was the only team that really understood what he was saying. "I understand. What's the attack?" Naruto asked again, looking around to make sure there was no Kusachando. "The teacher is fighting the snake summons." Kakashi was fighting with Sasuke when I last saw him, and we were handling the white creatures. Expent normal. "I understand. You guys go and help me. I'll take care of Kakashi," said Naruto and disappeared without giving Team G time to counter what was there. Said like that he can go through anything, but the catch is that he can't attack anyone while going through something, thought Kakashi, analyzing his opponent. Things looked bad for Kakashi. He was bleeding from head to toe, while his enemy impeccable enough to attend a meeting with the feudal lord, but the reality was that he had to keep fighting or die trying. "Kamui," said again, channeling all the chakra and concentration he had left in his Sharingan eye. Kamui was the only attack of that Madara was really defending himself, thinking that the attack was directed at him like before. Avito prepared to move away from the portal that was about to be summoned, but his eyes widened in anger when he looked back at Sasuke's body that was about to be summoned. Now he was headless. "How dare you," he shouted angrily, charging towards the exhausted Kakashi. Even in the fury and rage of seeing his plans crumble, Obito was clever enough to notice the purple ball of destruction falling towards him from the sky. "Rasengan," Naruto shouted, crashing against the ground after passing through the supposed Madara. When he realized that he did not reach his objective, Naruto grabbed him almost by the neck and stepped back to avoid being attacked. "Surprisingly, can you fight?" he asked Naruto. "I can't. In fact, I can't even stand without support," Kakashi replied. "I haven't yet found a solution to his intangibility. So unfortunately you'll have to fight," Naruto said. "I'll be happy to help, but my body limits me," Kakashi said. "Well, I'll have to face it with pure speed," then muttered Naruto. "Drag me. You're just prepared to die already?" questioned Madara. "Believe me, you're not even a match for me. All you are is a trick, and I'll get over it soon enough," said Naruto as a golden cloak began to surround him. A moment later his eyes shone brighter, the only indicator that he was entering Sage mode. As a consequence of entering Sage mode, with the chakra of all the villas, his long cloak became shorter until it became in little more than a jacket, and 9 black balls adorned his back. "What the hell, obituary?" he was interrupted mid-sentence when Naruto punched him directly in his mask, undetectable even with his Mri. "You're definitely not Madara," he said, Naruto looking at Madara's scarred face as the shattered mask fell away as his death was interrupted again, this time due to a blow to his stomach. "You know I don't really care who you are, you have been a bother to me long enough," he said, summoning one of the black balls in his hand and covering the "What if you die now?" asked Naruto, throwing the deadly magma ball towards Ito. "I guess it's done," muttered Orochimaru shouted, making the white creature sprout from the ground. "Bring me the body and the sacrifice. I think I'm done with the modifications," he said. "Well, sure, I'll land on the same ground again." "What if you die now?" asked Naruto, throwing the deadly magma ball at him while he was in his 6th path mode. Naruto was simply too fast for him, unable to detect or see him, and without being fast enough to use his Kamuyanabi, Avito could do nothing but melt from the heat of the magma that covered him. "Once the Rasengan expanded, we never found out who he was," Kakashi said, limping towards Naruto on one leg. "Do I care?" Naruto questioned, approaching Kakashi with his hands glowing green. "Not really. And I'm wondering if that's a good thing or not," Kakashi said. The calming sensation of the sixth-path chakra heals him by relaxing his body. I don't see how. It concerns you in some way, answered Naruto, apparently finishing purifying Kakashi. So it's over then, asked Kakashi. I don't think so, I feel a large reserve of chakra being summoned nearby, answered Naruto. Then we're leaving, Kakashi asked again. Yes you did, Konoha, and I did the enemy, said Naruto, preparing to leave. Ah, that's not how things work, Naruto. I'm going to, said Kakashi, smiling with his eyes. That was not a request, said Naruto, disappearing from the place in the blink of an eye. A sigh escaped Kakashi's lips. I guess I'll do what you say, said Kakashi. Nobody summon reincarnation from the impure world, said Orochimaru, beginning to form the sequence of trunks required to use the reincarnation jutsu. But before he could begin the grueling process, a golden burst into the sub-skull hideout, splitting the ceiling, stopping his seals in half, and creating a distance between him and the intruder. Orochimaru looked closely at the glowing person. Orochimaru shouted, a black creature stumbling towards the cave. I can't feel Arbido, he exclaimed without noticing the tension in the room. I guess we have the suspect right in front of us, Ksu, said Orochimaru, guiding the black creature's gaze towards Naruto. The last time I saw you were only half black, Naruto said. Well you see, Ksu was interrupted mid-sentence. I literally don't care much, I'm getting tired now, Naruto sighed. Now you're the last, I guess, he muttered, looking towards the white snake. Ah, I hope you understand that too. I was forced to work under the mastermind behind all of this, Orochimaru said, slyly realizing his prowess was fading in the face of his enemy. You are a known enemy of the blade anyway, and unless you come out from this cave alive, no one will know if you were with that Madara guy voluntarily or not, Naruto responded. How doubtful you are, surely you wouldn't fall to such a level, right? Orochimaru questioned, raising his hands as a sign of surrender as Orochimaru's hands raised 3 chains. They shot out of Naruto, tying up Orochimaru. Oh, so you're going to hand me over to Konoha now, Orochimaru questioned, eager to at least get out alive. I'm not just freeing you from your chakra, we don't want you to slide into another body after I kill you now, right, said Naruto, and true to what Orochimaru had said, he could feel his chakra leaving his cursed body. Orochimaru shouted with panic visible on his face for the first time, and fortunately for the world these were the last words that the snake had uttered. I guess I can spend some time with Shizune now, Naruto commented inside his mind. It's all over, boy, you did a good job, it's time for you to rest, said the Kyuubi. Naruto continued, walking towards the exiting the cave, leaving great destruction behind him. The future seemed promising, now that the threat of had ended. Yes, I guess so, said Naruto, before disappearing in a flash. Oh, thanks for watching.